Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas. From the ground, space looks like a pristine void, fascinating, miraculous, serene. But the Earth's orbit is actually a very crowded place, inhabited by 2,400 satellites and many thousands of pieces of space junk. The altitude above the planet containing the vast majority of this debris and some of mankind's most used spacecraft is between 100 miles and 1,200 miles above the Earth's surface. This is known as the low Earth orbit, and it's home to the International Space Station. In 2009, the first accidental collision between two low Earth orbiting satellites occurred when the 2,000-pound Russian-made Cosmos 2251 collided with the slightly smaller U.S.-built Iridium-33 communications satellite launched on behalf of the satellite telephone provider. As was customary, after the Cosmos 2251 had been deactivated, it was left in Earth's orbit as space debris. On February 10th of that year, the Iridium-33 sped through its orbit 500 miles above Earth at approximately 26,000 miles per hour. NASA estimated the collision, seen by amateur astronomers from Japan to Europe, created over 1,000 pieces of debris. Russian and Chinese scientists immediately warned all relevant space agencies worldwide that the debris would pose a threat to satellites and the International Space Station. NASA assembled its team, and in coordination with the ISS crew, deftly executed a collision avoidance maneuver to avoid a large piece of the orbital debris caused by the space pileup. Fortunately, the Christopher C. Kraft Jr. Mission Control Center, or MCC, in Houston was fully operational at the time. Tracking data on the space debris was readily available, and predictions were performed, which led to a fairly accurate probability for a mid-space collision. The 2009 near miss was not the only time NASA orchestrated collision avoidance maneuvers with the ISS. On one occasion, the threat of a crash in orbit was so great that NASA ordered 6 members of the ISS crew to enter Russian Soyuz transport ships for a possible evacuation. As a result of these events, protocols and procedures were established. Space debris was monitored and warnings were shared, all in cooperation with the major space agencies around the world, except one. China had lost control of its Tiangong-1 space station. Their Manned Space Engineering Office had not made an announcement of the mission failure for fear the Beijing government's alternate purpose, carrying a nuclear payload, would be discovered. The Chinese military developed an EMP warhead capable of being launched from space. It was the first of its kind and was known within the People's Liberation Army as the Great Equalizer. Now, the crowning achievement in Chinese military history was hurtling out of control in low Earth orbit. Weighing nearly 20,000 pounds and soaring around Earth at a speed of 17,000 miles per hour, the Tiangong-1 became an immediate danger to every spacecraft in its path. The intense geomagnetic storm engulfing Earth impacted orbiting satellites and the modular space stations first. NASA's ability to track unresponsive space debris was hampered. They had to rely upon sight visuals and transmitted data from the ISS. International Space Station. We copy, Houston. We're feeling the effects of the solar wind at this point. I have to say the aurora is stunning. The dancing lights must be putting on quite a spectacular show down there. I can tell you I've never seen anything like it. Mission Control Center. Roger that, Commander. I don't want to lead you astray, but data analysis and monitoring on our end is fragmentary at best. This G5 storm is unprecedented. We're not your eyes and ears on the ground that you're accustomed to. Copy, Houston. Our navigation and control system appears to be fully operational. All near-object warning systems appear to be functioning and quiet at this time. The system's engineers monitoring the data display system. The remainder of the crew is dispersed to provide visuals. Roger, Commander. As conditions change, we'll advise. Still no official word from the Chinese. Copy, Houston. My Russian counterpart had a few choice words for his neighbor to the south that I couldn't repeat if I tried. Suffice it to say they sounded harsh. Roger. Those sentiments have been expressed throughout Mission Control. Stand by, Commander. 11 p.m., September 8th, International Space Station, 254 miles above Earth. If you think of the sun as a giant bubble of boiling water, then the solar wind would be the wisps of steam that float away from the surface. The sun is always simmering, sending off clouds, or tendrils, of high-energy puffs of particles called coronal mass ejections. Before these high-energy winds strike Earth at roughly 900 miles per hour, they smash into Earth-orbiting satellites first. Although satellites have built-in protections against normal levels of solar wind, intense bursts like the ones being experienced on this night can overwhelm these protections and destroy onboard electronic systems. These solar wind particles increased the aurora phenomena in Earth's atmosphere. The crew of the ISS was busy monitoring the data available to them, but they couldn't resist the opportunity to snap a few pictures to be posted later. As the solar wind hit Earth's magnetic field, it dissipated and transferred its energy to the ions in the atmosphere. This resulted in the magnificent view enjoyed by the ISS team. It also resulted in the ions being rerouted into the upper layers of the ionosphere, disrupting the operations of the global positioning system. While the crew of the 450-ton ISS was distracted by the beauty of the aurora, their onboard navigation system adjusted their orbit based upon false readings from the GPS. The new altitude was consistent with another space station no longer within the control of man nor computer, the Tiandong-1. The collision between the two space stations resembled an 18-wheel gasoline tanker running over a parked Volkswagen at 80 miles an hour. The VW would get the worst of the impact, but both would suffer serious damage. In this accident, the crash was magnified by the payload of the Tiandong-1. The nuclear explosion and the incredible inferno produced by it fused the two spacecraft into an asteroid-sized hunk of steel. Earth's weakened atmosphere as a result of the geomagnetic storm opened a portal for the electromagnetic radiation and the remains of the two space stations. The timing of the conflagration couldn't have been worse. 11:03 p.m., September 8th, the Pacific Ocean. Returning a spacecraft to Earth is tricky business, primarily because of the intense heat produced. A miscalculation can have a profound impact on the debris. If the re-entry is uncontrolled, as space debris enters Earth's atmosphere, it explodes into molten metal. The size and speed depends on the conditions in the atmosphere at the time. Satellites and their rocket boosters do fall from space, re-entering the atmosphere. Earth's gravity field, atmospheric drag, solar conditions, and even ocean tides caused by the gravitational attraction of the moon all impact the drop from orbit and the resulting descent. Most times, the satellites break up into thousands of pieces and land harmlessly in one of the planet's vast oceans. But in times of intense geomagnetic storms, Earth's magnetosphere is weakened, which in turn allows solar wind and particles to slam into the planet. Likewise, space debris, after it has become a heavier mass of metal, can travel at a greater velocity towards Earth's surface. A major impact event releases the energy of several nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. For example, a 3-mile-wide asteroid could result in an extinction-level event. After the collision, the resulting 44,000 metric tons of molten metal was 200 feet wide as it screamed through the sky at nearly 40,000 miles per hour. Like most satellite remnants from the past, the remains of the ISS and the Tiangong soared toward one of the world's vast oceans. It would make impact halfway between Hawaii and the coast of Baja California. Later, after many, many years, it was estimated that the total kinetic energy at the time of impact was equivalent to 2,000 kilotons of TNT, over 100 times more energy than was released from the atomic bomb detonated at Hiroshima. Ordinarily, the bulk of the object's energy would be absorbed by the atmosphere. Not on this day, at this time. It was 0 hour. 36 hours earlier. Chapter 1. 36 hours. 11 a.m., September 7th, Wednesday. Atacama Large Millimeter Array, Atacama, Chile. Dr. Andrea Stanford wheeled the vintage Toyota Land Cruiser up the winding dirt road to the summit of the mountain desert. The Atacama Desert is considered one of the driest places on Earth. Surrounded by 2 mountain ranges of the Andes, and just south of the Chile-Bolivia border, it is made up of salt basins and lava flows that are over 20 million years old. Large volcanoes dominate the landscape, including Lascar, the most active in Chile. Because of its otherworldly appearance and inhospitable climate, the Atacama Desert was useless except to movie producers filming exoplanet-like scenes and NASA, who duplicated tests used by the Viking 1 and Viking 2 Mars landers to detect life. Oddly, during their practice runs, they were unable to detect life in the Atacama Desert soil. However, Atacama's uniqueness created the ideal conditions to search for life elsewhere, the universe. Its dryness, high altitude, nearly non-existent cloud cover, and lack of light pollution or radio interference made the peak of the Atacama Desert one of the best places in the world to conduct astronomical observations. At an altitude of over 16,000 feet, Atacama, Chile was the home of the largest telescope on the planet, the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, or ALMA. The gravel spun under her tires as she rounded the final bend to the summit. The rear end of the lightweight vehicle side-slipped until Dr. Stanford corrected her course. She could feel the adrenaline pumping through her body and slowed to avoid crashing to the gulch below. Despite being involved in the design and construction of ALMA during its developmental stage, she continued to be awestruck as the massive observatory complex came into view. 66 dish antennas measuring 40 feet across dotted the arid landscape. A unique portable system was designed that consisted of enormous transporters resembling a 16-wheel moon rover. Resting on their chassis were the antennas, mobile and ready for orders. 3 of the vehicles were in motion as they gently hauled around the massive antennas to form arrays dictated by the ALMA observatory scientists in the control room. The more compact the arrays, the better the scientists could observe large, dimmer objects. The widespread formation allowed the scientists to focus on the finer details of a particular celestial body. Dr. Stanford exited her truck and was greeted by a gust of cool, dry wind to which she had become accustomed. Born and raised in Las Vegas, a breezy day, as described by the local television meteorologist, which typically consisted of 60-mile-per-hour winds, would be at near hurricane strength to a resident of Florida, sending them scurrying to the local Home Depot for plywood and batteries. It was a chilly 34 degrees as she started a workday that would change her life forever. "Good morning, Dr. Stanford," greeted her longtime assistant, Jose Cortez, one of the program managers on the Joint ALMA Observatory, JAO team. "Good morning, Jose," she replied with a smile. "I see the gentle giants are on the move already," she added, referring to the antenna transporters. "Yes, ma'am, per your instructions. The system's astronomers have run the calculations, and we are in position as our target region comes into view." She handed Jose her briefcase and peeled off her jacket, draping it over his outstretched arm. "Coffee, my friend, and make it so black that Juan Valdez would be proud." She laughed. "You've got it, boss. And by the way, NASA's called already." "Of course they have." Dr. Stanford was born enjoying the wonders of the universe. As a child, she studied astronomy and invested the money she made babysitting into amateur telescopes. While many of the kids in her astronomy club focused on faraway galaxies, Dr. Stanford became fascinated with the celestial body most familiar to us all, the sun. By the time she turned 21 and graduated near the top of her class at UNLV, she had seen it rise and fall nearly 7,500 times. While studying astronomy at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics in Cambridge, Massachusetts, she became convinced there was still a lot that science didn't know about the star at the center of our solar system. Dr. Stanford believed the study of the sun was the one area of astronomy that had relevance to our daily life. Our sun gave us life, but it was also the most potentially dangerous threat to humanity. The sun is as unpredictable as it is predictable. It remains in a relatively fixed position while its temperatures stay fairly constant. Yet occasionally it erupts with an intense high-energy blast of radiation released into space. As sunspots form on the surface, stored energy in the magnetic fields above the sunspots is suddenly released. In a matter of moments, they heat up to many millions of degrees and produce a solar flare. This fascinated Dr. Stanford, and she devoted her career to the study of other stars similar to our sun. Her career enabled her to define our sun's activities better by learning indirectly from examples set by celestial bodies in other solar systems. "Good morning, all," she announced as she entered the sophisticated control room of ALMA. She received a variety of responses from the JAO team, but they were subdued. Everyone was focused on their respective consoles, studying data and waiting for the guest of honor to make its appearance. "Doc, our target should be rotating into view shortly," said Deb Daniels, one of the senior astronomers who had remained on deck all night waiting for this moment. "I'll bring it up on the big screens." 4 70-inch computer screens mounted on the wall of the control room came to life. Each monitor had a different view of the sun provided by their antenna and the GOES or GOES satellite system monitored by NASA. GOES was an acronym for Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellite System. The National Weather Service used the GOES system for its weather monitoring and forecasting operations. Scientific researchers, like the team at ALMA, used the data to study space weather, especially the sun's activity. A large monitor revealed a view of Earth that identified major storm systems around the globe, together with temperatures at the various layers of Earth's atmosphere. Another display revealed data related to the magnetosphere, the region surrounding Earth created by Earth's north and south poles. The magnetosphere buffers Earth from the devastating effects of solar wind. Without the magnetosphere, the surface of the Earth would look like Mars. The third monitor displayed a series of solar wind dials, measuring data like density, speed, magnitude, and direction. These conditions were critical to space weather prediction. Finally, the monitor drawing the most attention of the scientists at ALMA that day provided the latest images from SOHO, the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. These solar snapshots revealed activity on the Sun's surface, such as coronal holes, low-density regions of the Sun's atmosphere that were the source of high-speed winds of solar particles that streamed off the Sun into space. As a coronal hole released the Sun's magnetic fields, soaring up and away from the surface, they created the conditions necessary for a solar flare. Dr. Stanford turned her attention to Jose, who had returned with her coffee. She took a sip and allowed the rush of steaming caffeine to hit her body. She doubted the jolt was needed, as excitement-fueled anxiety would be readily available. "Thank you, Jose," said Dr. Stanford, who then asked Daniels, "Deb, do we have a designation yet?" "The next numbered active region will be 3222, replied Daniels. Dr. Stanford took another sip of coffee. She muttered under her breath, "Show yourself, AR 3222. The room remained quiet as the sun slowly rotated on the screen. 24 hours prior, a coronal hole developed and released a series of non-Earth directed X-flares. Solar flares were rated as Class B, C, N, or X, with X-class being the most powerful. This active region released an X 1.8 class solar flare as its final hurrah yesterday. The bright flash of light observed on the SOHO monitors was the largest of the year so far, but it didn't approach the more massive X-20 flares of April 2001 and August 1989. 20 times the size of yesterday's eruption, those flares caused massive power outages in the northern United States and Canada. Yesterday, the coronal hole caught the attention of the JAO team because it was expanding upon the sun's surface as it rotated out of view. Dr. Stanford knew if the trend continued, today could be a potentially historic solar event. In the same hemisphere of the sun as yesterday's eruption, a sunspot region appeared on the disk that followed the same trajectory as the previous AR. The monitors began to reveal more. At first, 2 coronal holes appeared, clustered together. The sun continued to rotate. "Whoa!" Jose leaned in and whispered into Dr. Stanford's ear. "My God," she said aloud. Dr. Stanford watched in amazement as the largest coronal hole ever recorded rotated into view, followed by 2 smaller voids. The entire active region consumed the northern hemisphere of the sun. AR 3222 was now on full display. Chapter 2, 36 hours, 11 a.m., September 7th, Dallas Cowboys, AT&T Stadium, Irving, Texas. "Nice throw! Nice throw!" yelled Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys, as he applauded a throw by his rookie quarterback from Mississippi State, which hit his all-pro receiver right in the numbers. Jones turned to his entourage and continued, "Did you see that kid hit Dez on the go route? He has to make that throw perfectly, hitting his target in stride. That's NFL precision from a 4th-round pick." Colton Ryman smiled and nodded, as if he knew what the owner of the most lucrative sports franchise in history was talking about. Colton enjoyed watching football, but he wasn't into the nuances of the game, and clearly had no clue what a go route was. Colton's passion was music. It was in his blood. His ancestor, Captain Thomas Ryman, built the Union Gospel Tabernacle in Nashville in the late 1800s, but it wasn't until his death in 1904 that the building became known as Ryman Auditorium. In 1925, an insurance company installed a radio station in the auditorium that had been designed to replace the traditional revival tent used by his friend Reverend Sam Jones. WSM, which stood for We Shield Millions, the company's motto, started a tradition of country music in Nashville, beginning with the Grand Ole Opry and continuing with the concerts of the biggest stars of today. The rest was history. Jones continued with the tour of AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys since 2008. "Last year we enjoyed playing at Wembley Stadium in London, but it was a logistical nightmare for our team operations. On a personal basis, and speaking for the Dallas Cowboys, we would very much like a team in London. It has cachet. It has an air about it of international competition. It would be good for the league, and good for your wallet, I suspect." Colton might not understand the finer points of football, but he understood the intricacies of the entertainment business. Jerry Jones was a master of entertainment, and the NFL was his playing field. Colton was honored to be in the game. At 39, Colton had reached the top echelons of the entertainment and media business. Born in Austin, Texas, and with the Ryman blood flowing through his veins, he longed for a country music career. Music became his life, but he quickly learned that opportunities for guitar-picking cowboys were slim, and talent was abundant. Colton discovered he had a genetic disposition toward business. When the Ryman family migrated from Chattanooga, Tennessee to the hill country of central Texas, along with Davy Crockett in 1835, they became known as traders and merchants. From Fort Worth to Austin, the Ryman name became synonymous with cattle and oil. He learned the art of business and negotiation from his daddy, who learned it from his daddy before him. The summer before he started college at SMU in Dallas, he hung out around the music venues of the Dallas Metroplex. From the White Elephant Saloon and Billy Bob's in Fort Worth to Adair's in Dallas, Colton enjoyed the sights and sounds of country music. The day he announced his decision to forego his education at SMU for the entertainment and media management curriculum at UCLA, his mama cried. She wasn't ready to lose her only son to the real world yet. At SMU, she could have kept an eye on Colton and protected him, but his daddy was proud of his decision. Colton was a born negotiator and was pursuing his passion, just like the Rymans before him. Jones took Colton's client by the arm and led him onto the field as the practice session began to break up. Kenny Chesney had already signed as the lead performer for the upcoming Super Bowl hosted by Dallas, and the rest of the talent was being lined up. Colton's client, Eric Church, was working his way up the Billboard charts as one of the top country artists in the nation. Securing a position in the Super Bowl halftime show would be a huge boost for his popularity and a monumental leap for Colton's career. As managing partner of United Talent's Nashville office, he was already one of the most respected figures in the business. But after the most-watched television program in history featured 2 decades of rap and rock performances, this was a rare opportunity for him to insert his country stock into the biggest spectacle in television entertainment, the Super Bowl. "What do you think, Colton?" asked Church. "You think we can pack this house?" "Dang straight," replied Colton. "I think they want to bring Keith in to do Raise 'em Up with me. How the heck am I going to keep my feet on the ground for the next 5 months?" "That's my job, buddy," replied Colton, trying to control his own emotional high. "Who's going to keep my feet on the ground?" Church approached Colton and spoke quietly. "What kind of numbers we talking, Mr. Agent?" "We'll go over that in the morning, Hoss," replied Colton. "You got a gig tonight, and I don't need you distracted. I have another meeting with the NFL folks tomorrow before you and I can talk." Colton didn't have the heart to tell Church that his paycheck from the NFL and CBS was a big fat zero. The Super Bowl halftime show was the biggest platform in the world to promote yourself as an artist. The performers did not get paid. The NFL covered the expenses and production costs, which could run upwards of $20 million. The benefit to Church and others like him would come following the Super Bowl, as he released his new album and kicked off his 8th concert tour. Ticket sales and music downloads would increase significantly, resulting in the well-earned payoff. Jones stopped the procession and pointed toward the video board over their heads. "This is the world's largest HD video display," said Jones. The massive 60-yard side display stretched across most of the field. He continued, "There are 200,000 tons of concert rigging up there. The capabilities of Cowboy Stadium will make this the greatest, most talked-about halftime show in history." "We'd be honored to be a part of it, Mr. Jones," said Colton. Colton looked at the inner workings of the stadium. Wires and electronics traversed the structure. "I'd hate to see their electric bill." Chapter 3. 36 hours. 11:11 a.m., September 7th. Davidson Academy, Nashville, Tennessee. Alexis Ryman was settling into her sophomore year at Davidson Academy. As a freshman last year, she'd participated in most school activities available to her, but the lesson curriculum was a giant leap from middle school. Alex found herself studying for the first time and followed her interests from childhood, which included science, golf, and to a much lesser extent, cute boys. She promised herself she'd never become a twit, which was Alex's designation for teenage girls who gained the attention of boys by acting ditzy, silly, and foolish. Her love of golf taught her that practice made perfect, as the old saying went. The more these girls practiced being a twit, the better they would become at it. Besides, she proudly inherited her mother's good looks, though Alex would never aspire to be a debutante like her mom. Alex was not shy, but she was not interested in fighting the wars that accompanied the world of high society. Her family didn't live like that, and she had no interest in it. Unlike most of her girlfriends, Alex had an aptitude for math and science. She was not a geek per se, although her tall, lanky frame did make her appear clumsy to some. One of her friends commented that she resembled Jamie Lee Curtis, who played Laurie Strode in the movie Halloween. Alex wasn't sure if she was being insulted or not, so she watched the movie scene where Laurie strolled down the sidewalk in her flowered skirt carrying her school books. Okay, maybe she did walk a little pigeon-toed. As teenage girls went, Alex was a model daughter and an honor high school student. Her grades were perfect, never a hint of trouble, and she shunned the advances of the boys who had a single purpose on their mind: sex. At 15, she was fully aware of the games they played, and she wouldn't fall victim to their overtures. Dates were fine, and curfews were met. If you didn't like the rules, move along to someone else. Mr. Stark, her astronomy teacher, began to write on the blackboard, causing the class to get ready for the lecture. Davidson Academy was one of the finest private schools in Nashville. Its admission requirements were stringent, and the academics were designed to prepare its students for college. High schools in the Metro Nashville system focused on conformity to rules and a set curriculum. Davidson fostered independent thinking. From her middle school days there through the present, she was taught to be an independent thinker. Students were encouraged to challenge conventional wisdom and learn how to think and not what to think. As he finished, Stark set the chalk in the tray and pointed to the blackboard. Solar sleuths. For the first 4 weeks of this semester, we've covered the basics of astronomy and the physics of the universe, said Stark. Then he channeled his sci-fi hero and continued, Adventure, excitement, a Jedi craves not these things. The class laughed as one of the guys recognized the quote and chimed in, But Master Yoda, it is the lightsaber which excites me most. Stark continued to play along. Young Jedis, you must unlearn what you have learned. Yeah, shouted one. All right, added another. Okay, calm down, y'all. Stark moved to restore order. I didn't mean that literally. The universe is vast. We need to get an overview under your belt before we start to talk about specifics. Today, young skulls full of mush, I will turn you into Jedi solar sleuths. This piqued Alex's interest, and she sat up in her seat. Stark wrote the word sun on the board and circled it several times. Alex was puzzled. Their homework assignment had nothing to do with the sun. It all begins here, he started. Without the sun, there is no life on Earth. Without the sun's heat and light, the Earth would be a lifeless, enormous ice ball. The sun's energy warms our seas, stirs our atmosphere, generates our weather patterns, and provides the photosynthesis to grow green plant life, which is vital to produce oxygen and food on our planet. Alex agreed. Naturally, it was fun to speculate on the topic of Are We Alone? One of the first books she read was Contact by Carl Sagan. She lay in bed at night, imagining herself as Ellie and Jodie Foster, who played the character in the movie. Her imagination would wander to the massive power the sun held, and what would happen if it burned out. The risk of not using sunscreen was minor in comparison to the sun suddenly going dark. Her mind drifted until Stark brought her back into the classroom with a question. Alex, what causes an aurora? She sat up in her chair and replied. An aurora is also called the northern lights. Sometimes the sun shoots out particles of energy that collide with our upper atmosphere. The result is a beautiful mix of colors near the Earth's poles. Good start, he said. Auroras are produced when the Earth's magnetosphere is disturbed by the solar winds filled with highly charged electrons and protons. A hand shot up from the back of the room. Mr. Stark, why don't we see the aurora borealis where we live? Good question, he replied. Who'd like to take a stab at that one? No one immediately answered, so Alex raised her hand. Okay, Alex, he said. Obviously you're ready to be a solar sleuth. Why don't we see the aurora here? For the aurora to extend this far south, the solar flare causing it would have to be very strong, she replied. It could happen, but I don't think it's occurred in recent history. Very good, and you're right, praised Stark. It hasn't happened since we've been around, but it has happened before. He turned to the blackboard and wrote 1859, then circled it. In 1859, the Great Geomagnetic Storm, as they called it, hit the Earth. There weren't sophisticated instruments to record the magnitude of the solar flare that enveloped our northern hemisphere, but the auroras were so widespread and extraordinarily bright they were seen as far south as Cuba and Hawaii. So there is hope for us, right? Asked one of the students. Actually, let's not hope for a repeat of the Carrington event, as it's now called, replied Stark. There were no electronics in 1859, But the telegraph operators certainly experienced the power of the sun. From coast to coast, telegraph wires exploded in sparks, and the operators received electric shocks. Alex raised her hand after contemplating the enormity of what Stark just said. What would happen if a solar flare like that hit our planet today? Stark placed his hands in his pockets and walked through the classroom with his head down. He paused to look through the classroom's windows at the extraordinarily warm September day. If such a powerful burst were to hit the Earth today, the energy could zap satellites, fry computer systems, and knock out our power grids. We'd be welcomed back to the 19th century. Chapter 4. 35 hours. Noon, September 7th. Ryman Residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Mom, I'm coming to Siesta Key where it's nice and cool, said Madison Ryman as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. With the cordless phone propped against her shoulder, she turned on the television, and the graphic underneath the image of meteorologist Davis Nolan at WKRN said it all. Record heat. She read the closed captioning while her mother spoke into the phone. 105 degrees, ties a record set in 1954. No end in sight. Of course we will, Mom. I miss you too. Love you. Madison exhaled and glanced into the backyard at the rippling, crystal-clear water in the pool. No time today. She started separating the bags of supplies picked up from Party City. The informal get-together Friday night was intended to celebrate Colton's Super Bowl success and would be attended by a couple of dozen friends, neighbors, and business associates. Bobby Bones, a longtime family friend and one of the top on-air talents at WSIX, would be there. He would provide a never-ending supply of humor. Bones introduced Colton to Madison 16 years ago during a music video shoot on 2nd Avenue. At the time, Madison was a graduate student at Lipscomb University studying film and creative media. Before her dad passed away, he convinced her that being a debutante wouldn't pay the bills. Once the cotillions were over, it was time to get serious about her future. Lipscomb University provided her an outstanding faith-based local university that was well respected in her chosen field, digital entertainment. She loved producing videos. At the age of 16, she produced an indie film titled Diary of a Deb, which gained her an Independent Spirit Award nomination. She was proud of her efforts and entered college with the goal of becoming a filmmaker. During the music video shoot, she snuck away to have lunch with Colton, and they began dating. He was everything she sought in a man, besides his incredible good looks. He was caring and compassionate. He was always honest with her. Above all, he made her laugh. They were married in a modest ceremony at First Baptist Church in downtown Nashville and immediately started a family. Colton's career at United Talent was taking off, and she tried to continue her job as creative director for Ruckus Films. For a while, Madison's mother helped out with Alex, but after her mom moved to Siesta Key, Madison focused her life on the things that mattered most, Colton and Alex. She never regretted that decision. Madison focused on raising their adorable daughter and providing the logistical support, as she liked to call it, for Colton's social engagements. His position at United Talent required entertaining and social gatherings. At least once a month, Madison was organizing a get-together in their Belmead home. Friday night, the center of attention would be on Colton rather than his more famous clients for a change. Her iPhone vibrated on the counter. It was a text from Colton. Miss you. She smiled as she responded. Miss you more. Call after the concert tonight. Love. That was all it took. A simple text to remind Madison of how much he missed her. She knew how busy Colton was, especially today, the biggest day of his career. Yet Colton was thinking of her. The landscape service arrived and began their work. Despite the incredible heat, the primarily Hispanic crew got right to it, and the sounds of mowers could be heard immediately. It was just another day. Chapter 5. 32 hours. 3 p.m., September 7th. Davidson Academy, Nashville, Tennessee. Madison wheeled the Chevy Suburban toward the Circle Drive in front of Davidson Academy and patiently waited as other parents picked up their kids. Alex had a golf match that afternoon, and she needed a change of clothes and her clubs. There were plenty of other schools closer to their home in Belmead, but Madison was willing to sacrifice her time for the sake of the best college preparatory education Alex could receive. She turned on her Sirius XM radio to channel 161, which had resumed the simulcast of WSIX in Nashville. After a moment, she opted for the news instead and found Shepard Smith on Fox. Aurora watchers will be pleased over the next few nights as our sun heats up, said Smith. With record heat waves across the country, the last thing we need is a fired-up sun, right, Janice Dean? That's right, Shep, said Dean, the Fox News meteorologist. As you know, I was born in Toronto, Canada, and started my career in Ottawa. Seeing the northern lights was not out of the ordinary for us. In Canada, we'd forecast the weather here on Earth, but we'd also provide our viewers a space weather forecast based on solar activity. I bet you didn't realize I wore so many hats, did you? I did not, replied Smith. Folks, this is why they call her Janice Dean the Weather Queen. And don't you forget it, Shep. From what I've seen, this solar event should create some incredible light displays along our northern border states and well into Maine. That's pretty rare, Shep, and is an indicator of the potential strength of the solar flares emanating from the sun right now. Thank you, Janice. Keep us posted. In any event, not to worry, folks. The Canadians will get the pretty light show, and we'll get more blistering heat. Same old, same old. Alex tapped on the window. Madison was lost in thought and didn't realize her daughter was there, causing her to jump a little. She fumbled for the lock switch and relocked the doors before finally unlocking them. Hey, Mom, it was a little warm out there, said Alex as she threw her book bag in the back seat. Alex immediately adjusted the air conditioning vents, stealing all the cold air for her face. Madison pulled out of line and made her way to the exit of the parking lot. Sorry, honey, I was off in Zuzuland for a minute. Where are we headed? We're playing at Hillwood today, replied Alex. Then she added, I'm pretty excited about it. Their home course was where the U.S. Senior Women's Open was held this summer. Cool. You can compare your scores to theirs and see how they stack up. Different tees, Mom, replied Alex. Madison wasn't sure what that meant, so she shrugged it off. I'll make a few stops while I wait. There may be some things I missed for the party Friday night. Alex studied her phone for a moment as she received a Snapchat notification. Her thumbs rapidly tapped a response. Madison was still mastering Bragbook and her latest passion, Instagram. She liked Instagram better because the users were friendlier. On Facebook, everybody seemed mad about something. She hated the negativity and the bullies. Are you nervous about the party? Asked Alex, continuing to multitask, as young people called only paying half attention to the person they were talking to. You seemed like you were in a trance. No, I was just listening to the news. They were talking about solar flares and auroras. Alex abandoned her socializing and immediately turned to her mother. Really? That's what we discussed in Mr. Stark's class today. Apparently there's a potential for a solar flare that will create an aurora as far south as Maine. They didn't act like it was a big deal, but I found it odd that it was being discussed on the news at all. I mean, don't we have more important things going on in the world besides auroras? It could be important, Mom, said Alex. Madison pressed her thumb on the steering wheel volume control and turned up the volume on the radio. Fox had two people yelling at each other about politics. Angry. Try CNN, she said to Alex, who pushed the preset on the dashboard. Madison turned up the volume further. An electromagnetic surge from a solar storm is a realistic threat. Scientists expect a major solar storm to reach the Earth about once a century. Didn't we have a near miss in 2012? The CNN host asked. Yes, in fact, my colleagues submitted an analysis of this solar event to Scientific American magazine. It took nearly 2 years for the government to release the full details of what could have been the worst solar storm in our history. Was it a close call? The coronal mass ejection that occurred in July 2012 sent 80 billion pounds of energized particles towards our planet at a speed of several million miles per hour. Luckily, it barely missed Earth. Had it occurred just 1 week earlier, our planet would have taken a direct hit. What would that mean in real terms? The host asked. Given our current state of readiness, we'd still be picking up the pieces, the guest replied. How bad? A major solar storm containing X-class flares sends these blobs of particles towards the Earth, which carry their own magnetic field. These missile-like groups of matter are capable of opening a gate in the Earth's magnetic field, allowing the energetic particles to enter the atmosphere and send currents all the way down to the planet's surface. They can induce currents in the electrical grid, overheat transformers, and cause them to fail. These enormous transformers that are part of our power grid can take months or years to replace. You can't exactly buy another one at Home Depot. That explains it, said Alex as she adjusted the volume. Explains what? Asked Madison as she entered the iron gates at Hillwood Country Club. Today, Mr. Stark completely abandoned our lesson plan. The homework assignment from last night had nothing to do with the sun and solar flares. He joked about the change of subject, but Mr. Stark really focused on the sun and its potential for danger. Do you think he knows something? Maybe, replied Alex. He made all of us download an app on our phones today. It's called Flare Aware. What's it for? Madison put the truck into park near the clubhouse entrance. Golfers were milling about, but she didn't see any of the Davidson Academy team. The app provides you up-to-the-minute reports on the sun's activity. Most of the time it doesn't send you any alerts, but when a major eruption occurs, they send out phone voicemails and text alerts. Flareware gives you real-time warnings where the news does not. Madison popped the rear hatch to help Alex get her gear together. The Fox report had downplayed the potential of the solar storm. Why? Are they hiding something, or are they protecting us from ourselves? Chapter 6. 31 hours. 4:21 p.m., September 7th. West End Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. Madison tried to put the thoughts of solar Armageddon out of her mind. If they faced a significant danger, the government would tell them about it. She walked into Barnes & Noble to grab a Starbucks and kill some time. While she enjoyed reading on her Kindle, she still liked the touch and feel of magazines. She grabbed her coffee and made her way to the magazine rack. A sizable group of people crowded around a table where an author was conducting a book signing. The people waiting in line didn't look like the tweed jacket and leather elbow patch Vandy crowd. Most wore some form of camouflaged hunting clothing. There were babies on hips and young children squirming by their parents' side. Madison decided to get a closer look. The author was signing books and chatting up his readers. "How'd you like me to address it?" he asked. "My name is Leslie Prentice Henry. That's spelled Lesley. You can skip the Prentice part." "Okay, Leslie," the author said, laughing. He looked up at her under the bill of his camouflaged hat, which had a lightning bolt streaked across the front. "Are you a prepper?" "We're working on it," she replied. Then she added, seemingly embarrassed, "It's overwhelming and expensive." "I understand," he said. He stopped writing and focused his attention on her. "I tell everybody to concentrate on the simple things, namely beans, Band-Aids, and bullets. In the back of my book you'll find an appendix with a detailed checklist and links to my website. Take baby steps, Leslie. If you ever have any questions, just email me. I'd be glad to help." "Well, thank you, sir, for your advice," she said. "May I ask one more question?" "Of course," he said, smiling to the next person in line as if to apologize for the delay. Those waiting didn't seem to mind. "You've written a lot of books about prepping," she started. "What do you fear the most?" The author laughed. "Great question. First of all, I don't fear anything. Why? Because my wife and I are ready for every potential scenario. That said, I believe the biggest threat our nation faces is any catastrophic event that results in a collapse of our critical infrastructure." "Like what?" asked the next person in line. "Our country faces many threats, both natural and man-made. Any of these could cause our power grid to go dark, and the result would be societal and economic collapse." "What's most likely?" Leslie pressed him for more information. "Cyber attack is at the top of my list," the author replied. "The attack could come from within or without our nation's borders. It could be orchestrated by a nation like Russia, a terrorist group like ISIS, or a pimple-faced kid in his mama's basement. Properly implemented, a cyber attack on just 9 key substations across the country could cause a cascading effect of grid failures nationwide." "You mentioned natural threats. Do you mean like hurricanes?" "Not really, although I believe it's just part of being a responsible adult to prep for natural disasters like hurricanes and tornadoes," the author replied. "In my opinion, the biggest natural threat we face comes from our sun in the form of a massive solar flare. Like a cyber attack or a nuclear-delivered electromagnetic pulse, a solar flare has the potential to destroy the grid as well. We live in an interconnected world full of tiny circuits and electronics. These devices are not capable of absorbing the tremendous influx of energy that's generated by a major geomagnetic storm. With little warning, we could be thrown back into the 1800s. "Gee, thank you, I guess," the woman chuckled. "I mean, thanks for signing the book for me." "You're welcome," he replied, and then added, "Don't be afraid, Leslie. Be ready." Madison had never heard the term prepper before. She certainly didn't know how it related to beans and bullets. She walked towards the magazine, searching for Us Weekly, and decided to look up the definition of a prepper. Google happily obliged with the result. A person who believes a catastrophic disaster or emergency is likely to occur in the future and makes active preparations for it, typically by stockpiling food, ammunition, and other supplies. Okay, she thought. Being a prepper sounded like something a grown-up Boy Scout might do. She scrolled through some of the other search results provided by Google. Websites like the Atlantic Monthly, the New York Times, and Mother Jones demeaned preppers as being conspiracy theorists, part of the tinfoil hat crowd, and generally fanatical. She took another glance at the line, which had grown longer, and then she glanced back to the author. Maybe these people were onto something. He certainly didn't look like a wackadoo. Chapter 7. 27 hours. 8 p.m., September 7th. Alma, Atacama, Chile. Dr. Stanford walked through the rows of cubicles and monitors in the ALMA control room. A few personnel were monitoring the Juno spacecraft, which was entering the atmosphere of Jupiter. The project, launched 5 years ago, was designed to study the formation of Jupiter's gravity and magnetic fields, as well as its evolution. The data received from Juno about the gas giant could provide valuable insight into the solar system. "We have another one, Dr. Stanford," announced one of the JAO team. "Talk to me." "It's odd, ma'am," he replied. "This appears to be another C-class flare." "What are the details?" she asked. "This was released from the lower right quadrant of AR-3222. It peaked approximately 2 hours ago. Preliminary data indicates a moderate C-3.2 solar flare." "What about speed?" she asked. "It emanated as a steady, relatively faint but asymmetrical full halo coronal mass ejection. It's fairly slow, only measuring about 400 kilometers per second." "That's barely faster than the background solar wind," quipped Dr. Stanford. She was puzzled by this active region. The coronal hole at the heart of AR-3222 was massive, yet it hadn't produced even a minor disturbance. Throughout the day, the JAO team reported several inconsequential C-class solar flares from the remainder of the region. "Do we call it in?" asked the analyst, interrupting her thoughts. "Well, like the C-flare from yesterday, I doubt there will be any geomagnetic storming from this event due to the slow speed of the CME. Just keep monitoring, and please don't get lulled into a false sense of security." Dr. Stanford needed some air. The sun would be setting over the western edge of the Andes and would be a beautiful sight. At the end of most days, she would head home only to renew her monitoring in the morning. Tonight, she planned to sleep on the sofa in her cramped office. She walked into the rapidly cooling night air. The temperatures rose well into the 90s by late afternoon, but would be in the low 30s within hours. Ordinarily, watching the sunset would calm her. People paid big bucks to travel to the beach, dig their toes in the sand, and watch the ball of fire sink into the ocean. To most, it was comforting that the sun would be back the next day, bringing with it light and life. As the sun began to fall over the westernmost peaks into the horizon of the Pacific Ocean, she talked to it. Dr. Stanford was skeptical. "What are you up to? I feel like you're waiting for something." She stared as the fireball slowly disappeared. She brushed the hair out of her face and tucked it behind her ears. She stared at the dormant volcanoes that blended into the landscape of the Andes Mountains. These sleeping giants would roar to life again someday. The molten lava and gases of a volcano would increase in pressure until it was vented, resulting in an eruption. The sun worked on the same principle, although no lava was involved. The hot gases and ionized particles swelled until the plasma was released. A chill ran over her body, and she unconsciously hugged herself, still staring at the bright orange star as it disappeared over the Andes. Then it dawned on her. It's building. Chapter 8. 27 hours. 8 p.m., September 7th. American Airlines Center, Dallas. Outside of the American Airlines Center was a sign containing the letters VIP. Fans of the NBA's Dallas Mavericks and the NHL's Dallas Stars walked past the dedicated entrance every game, but few of them got to enter the Lexus garage, allowing access to the premium seating. Admission to the luxury suites didn't just mean you got to separate yourselves from the rest of the madness that accompanied a large-scale concert like tonight's. The perks went further than that. Attendees in the luxury suites got specialty foods and cocktails, concierge-level service, private restrooms, and features including multiple HD TV screens streaming the concert, as well as any channel available on DirecTV. Colton was beginning to enjoy the perks of his status as one of the premier talent agents in the nation. Soon he would be sought by promoters of events seeking access to his client base, as opposed to the other way around. The concert was in full swing, but most of the guests of Jerry Jones engaged in conversation and drinks. Joining them tonight in the luxury suite were Rudy Gatlin of the Gatlin Brothers, Kelly Clarkson of American Idol fame, and Colby Donaldson, who became known for his runner-up appearance on the second season of Survivor on CBS. He subsequently appeared on the Survivor reality show in 2 more seasons. "Pretty incredible, don't you think?" said Donaldson to Colton. Colton took another bite of a buffalo chicken sandwich and nodded with his mouth full. "Yeah, it is," he replied, swallowing fast. "I saw a Nashville Stars game in one of their suites, but the level of luxury wasn't close to this. While walking through the AA concourse, I recognized a lot of local celebrities." Despite his career, Colton, who had a humble upbringing, was still starstruck at times. Donaldson put down his Bud Light and grabbed another one out of the refrigerator. "Want one?" he asked Colton. "No, thanks. This IBC is fine." Colton didn't drink beer, opting instead for his long-time favored roost beer, as he'd called it since childhood. "Do you come up here often?" "This is my first time in Mr. Jones's suite. I've been providing members of his family some firearms training." "I've caught a couple episodes of Top Shot," said Colton. 6 years is a pretty good run." "Thanks," smiled Donaldson with the tip of his beer. "I was thrilled with the opportunity that the History Channel gave me. Between the various challenges and variety of contestants, I have a chance to provide decent entertainment for their viewers while informing people about the safe use of firearms at the same time." Colton polished off his sandwich and chased it with the last of his IBC. He thought about the raging debate in America over the ownership of guns and the Second Amendment. Colton believed in and supported the constitutional right to bear arms. He was also convinced that guns didn't kill people, but rather people killed people. Like most Americans, however, he hated to read about mass shootings and the deaths that resulted. As an emotional issue, the debate created a political divide in the country, which Colton tried to avoid. Politics and business didn't mix very well. "Well, congrats, Colby," said Colton. "You've really parlayed your appearance on Survivor into something great. Your success takes initiative, which can't be taught in school. Keep it rolling." "I will. It's nice to meet you," said Donaldson, who suddenly turned his attention to the television monitor showing CNN. "Dadgummit, I'm supposed to fly to Anchorage in the morning for filming." The monitor contained a closed captioning of a reporter discussing a breaking news announcement from the FAA. Colton pushed his way past the overstuffed leather chairs to get a better look at the details from the report. CNN's headline read, "Geomagnetic Storm Warning." Colton considered turning up the volume to hear the details, but only he and Donaldson were watching. The closed caption would have to suffice. The FAA, after receiving reports from NOAA, has redirected dozens of flights that were routed from Alaska to some of the northernmost regions of Canada. All flights scheduled to fly across the North Pole have been rerouted. NOAA advised the FAA that one of its satellites witnessed an ultraviolet flash from a solar eruption, and data indicated it to be a C-class solar flare. Although relatively common, the FAA felt it was necessary to reroute the flights out of an abundance of precaution. Stay tuned to CNN for further updates. A voice interrupted Colton and Donaldson as they watched the report. "We knew that some of the Air Canada flights would be affected by this," said Martin Hart, a sitting member of the American Airlines Board of Directors and also a guest of Jerry Jones. "Several airlines didn't fly polar routes today, and we adjusted the flight patterns of a few of our flights as well." Colton turned to greet the man. "I'm Colton Ryman," he said, extending his hand. "Marty Hart. I'm on board of AA." He shook Colton's hand. "How are you, Colby?" "Fine, sir," replied Donaldson as the men exchanged handshakes. "Will my flight to Anchorage be affected?" "Probably not. We'll take a more southerly route on most flights as we continue to monitor the situation. These solar flares happen all the time. Most of them are G1 or G2 storms, which usually accompany a C-class solar flare like this one. But even the G2s can impact low Earth satellites, radio comms, and cause navigation issues. We adjust accordingly." "That's good," said Donaldson. "I was supposed to fly out this morning, but chose to hang out with you guys. My friends at Pilgrim Studios turned me into a range target if I missed that flight." The men laughed, but Colton turned his attention back to the television monitor. The advisory scrolled across the bottom of the screen. He was due to fly home on Friday morning after the football game, and he missed his girls. Surely this solar flare would be long gone by then. Chapter 9. 27 hours. 8 p.m., September 7th. Ryman residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Madison scrolled down the iPad through her Facebook newsfeed and mindlessly clicked the like button on her friends' posts. Her mind was elsewhere, and Madison probably would have chastised herself for liking the post of her neighbor who announced the loss of her father. Liking a post concerning the death of a loved one seemed like bad form without some accompanying comment of support. She paused the television while waiting for Alex. They both enjoyed watching Big Brother on CBS, and tonight's episode was going to reveal a new twist in the final weeks of this season. Finally, growing impatient, she yelled upstairs for Alex. "Hey, are you finished with your homework?" Madison hated yelling through the house. Maybe she should have sent her daughter a text message. She laughed to herself at how lazy Americans had become. "Yes, Mom," Alex hollered back with a dose of teenage girl sarcasm. "I'll be there in a minute." Madison switched her iPad to Instagram and repeatedly double-tapped the heart button, indicating her approval of a particular image. She just wasn't into it, so she set down her iPad and headed up the winding stairs to Alex's bedroom. Their home was larger than the three of them needed. Besides the obligatory guest bedroom, they could have easily eliminated the formal living room, which gathered dust, and the other two upstairs bedrooms, which contained older, space-filling furniture. The upstairs was Alex's domain. Her room looked like a page out of the Pottery Barn teen catalog. Alex was not a girly girl. As she got older, her styles gravitated to classic designs, very Hamptons. White and blues were prevalent in the furnishings. Paintings of famous oceanfront golf courses like Pebble Beach and Mauna Kea in Hawaii provided wall coverings. There were no posters of Justin Bieber or, heaven forbid, Kanye West. Alex enjoyed music. She just didn't want to stare at it all day. Madison entered the mysterious domain of the teenage girl and found Alex on her iMac. Expecting to see Snapchat or Periwinkle or Periscope or some such, Madison was surprised to see the scorching red sun rotating on her computer screen. "Hey, Mom, check this out. Is this a new way to get a suntan?" "Very funny," replied Alex with a roll of her eyes. "No, look at this website. It's called solarmonitor.org. Madison laughed to herself as she pulled up a chair. Most parents are worried about their kids being propositioned by pedophiles online. My kid's watching the sun rotate. Madison thought there could be a bumper sticker concept in all of this. "Tell me about it," said Madison. "This was one of the websites Mr. Stark told us about in class today. The other two were spaceweather.com and spaceweatherlive.com. You can learn so much about the sun from these sites." Alex navigated through the web pages and showed Madison the various tools available. She stopped on the image revealing the sun in its present status. Using this particular satellite view, the sun appeared to be a variety of shades of purple with a fainter halo protruding from its surface. "This is the sun right now as it faces the Earth," said Alex. "Is this normal?" "Yes. The sun has good days and bad days. On the good days, there's very little activity, which means no solar flares." Alex pointed to the monitor and ran her fingers across the bottom, pointing to the lower half of the sun. "See here? NOAA states that there are no active regions in this view. Active regions are areas for solar flare potential." "Okay. This is good, right?" asked Madison. "Oh, this is good," started Alex. "But this? Not so much." She navigated the cursor to a link marked Far Side. "Wow," exclaimed Madison. "What happened to it?" "Mom, this is the far side of the sun, which will be rotating back around and pointed at us soon," Alex explained. She ran her fingers around the massive void encompassing the top half of the sun. "Do you see this? This is a coronal hole. A coronal hole produces solar flares." "Are they always this big?" "I don't think so, Mom," replied Alex. Alex reached into her book bag and pulled out a physical science book. She turned to the section on space sciences and found the image she was looking for. She handed the book to her mom and pointed at the textbook image. "This is a coronal hole capable of producing an X-class solar flare." Madison took the book out of her daughter's hands and studied it, thumbing the pages back and forth. The caption read that the coronal hole depicted in the textbook created an X3 solar flare. Madison held the book next to the monitor to look at the similarities of the two images. "See, Mom?" started Alex. "There's no comparison. If the picture of the sun in my book produced an X3 class flare, imagine what this coronal hole, which is 20 times larger, might produce." "What's the next larger flare after an X?" "There isn't one. X is the last letter and the largest of the classes. An X2 is twice as powerful as an X1. An X5, considered huge, is 5 times larger than an X1, and so on. The largest on record is an X28 that occurred in 2003. Madison continued to study the two images. "Alex, the current sun image is easily 20 times larger than your textbook image." "Yes, 20 times an X3, said Alex. "What's 20 times 3? Asked Madison, who was beginning to understand the magnitude of this. "It's still 60, Mom," replied Alex. "That could make an X60. Madison dropped the book with a loud thud on the hardwood floor. Chapter 10. 26 hours. 9 p.m., September 7th. Space Weather Prediction Center, Boulder, Colorado. "Our star, the sun, is a bubbling, boiling ball of fire," explained the tour guide to a group of middle school-age kids from Salt Lake City. She was walking along the concourse, pointing to a series of high-definition images on the walls. She stopped and directed the group's attention to the latest imagery from SOHO, the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. "The sun constantly belches out great clouds of hot gas. This gas is all charged up with electricity, too. This stuff travels at astounding speeds, some of it right toward Earth." The predominantly preteen group of children burst out in giggles after hearing the words belch and gas in the same sentence. Their teacher, who stifled a smile, admonished them to settle down. "What happens if it hits Earth?" asked a composed young man from the group. Thank goodness Earth's magnetic field and our atmosphere protects us from most of the blast, she replied, pointing at a colorful image of Earth and the invisible magnetic lines of force, which exit near the South Pole and re-enter near the North Pole. The guide ignored a few more giggles. Otherwise, the sun's weather would become our weather. Yikes, right? The tour guide had a way of using voice inflection to create a sense of drama. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was trying to scare the children. This was her last tour of the day, and it was specially arranged for the evening hour by a congressman's office. A nighttime tour deserved a little extra drama. She continued along the corridor, explaining the impact of solar winds, how the northern lights were created, and what happened when the sun got restless. Watch this animated GIF of the sun during a period of restlessness, she started. The graphic image of the July 14, 2000 Bastille Day eruption played a constant looping animation of the full halo X 5.7 flare, which subsequently caused an S3 radiation storm. Wow, said one of the kids. Here it comes, exclaimed the tour guide gleefully. See these sudden intense hiccups and burps? These are called solar flares and coronal mass ejections. The sun has solar indigestion. The children's teacher laughed, but for once the kids were focused on the presentation. I guess you could say that, added the tour guide. But the effects of these types of space weather events are not so pretty. When all these X-rays and charged particles reach Earth, they can cause trouble. The children stopped talking amongst themselves and turned their attention to the guide. Like what? Asked one child with trepidation. Bad space weather can interrupt radio signals. It can damage satellites. Ships at sea may not be able to use their navigation equipment. Their two-way radios may not work. And sometimes the power of the sun can cause damage to the electrical systems that bring power to our homes. Like a blackout? That's right, she replied. That's why the SWPC, the Space Weather Prediction Center, is so important. Just as we need early warnings about hurricanes, tornadoes, and other bad weather, having early warnings of bad space weather helps us keep damage from solar flares to a minimum. She led the class down a corridor and through a double set of doors. The group entered a soundproof, glass-enclosed auditorium overlooking the scientists inside the Space Weather Forecast Office of the SWPC. Monitors provided multiple views of space and the sun. Some screens provided external views of orbiting satellites, and there was a constant stream of data and numbers being produced on the large displays in the center of the room. The kids settled into the theater-style seating, and the tour guide was about to continue her presentation when one of the children spoke first. Are those two men going to fight? We can't keep a lid on this, said one of the space forecasters as he slammed down a pile of time-lapse photos of the sun. You think I don't know that? Replied his adversary, who was also his superior. But it hasn't done anything yet. How do I justify raising an unprecedented threat awareness based upon no track record? The two scientists stared at each other, hands on hips, with only a cluster of computer monitors separating them. All eyes were on them, including the visiting school kids in the gallery. The SPWC Forecast Center was jointly operated by NOAA and the U.S. Air Force. Its primary responsibility was to provide global warnings for disturbances that could affect people and equipment impacted by everything from solar flares to asteroids. The services they provide influence the decision-making processes of NASA, the Armed Services, the FAA, the Department of Transportation, and FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which regulated the power grid. The man remained in a standoff until the scientist, after deliberately pounding the keyboard of his computer, brought the far-side image of the sun on all the large wall-mounted monitors. On display was the most recent image indicating the massive coronal hole that had formed on the northern hemisphere of the sun. The space weather forecaster who raised the alarm took off his glasses and walked around the room. He studied the faces of his co-workers. Do you think that will disappear overnight? Seriously? He asked sarcastically while pointing toward the monitors. The sun slowly, almost imperceptibly, rotated on the screen as it fluxed and oscillated. It looked like a gigantic fusion reactor preparing to create a massive release of energy. The senior scientist broke the silence. Give me the current forecast. Best available estimate. The space weather forecasters all turned their attention back to their stations, and the keyboards began to clatter. The monitors changed as each of the forecast models were determined. Well, first up, what's the radio blackout prediction at 0 hour? Asked the senior scientist. R5, extreme. A complete high-frequency radio blackout on the entire sunlit side of the Earth, lasting for hours, if not days. Airline travel will need to be halted, and ocean-going vessels will need to be notified well in advance. Radiation? Yes, sir. Our scale predicts extreme as well. An S5 radiation storm is likely. All aircraft passengers will be exposed to radiation at high altitudes. NASA should abort any EVA, extravehicular activity. Many satellites will be rendered useless, in some cases permanently. The senior scientist rubbed his temples and walked around the room. He glanced up at the observation auditorium and noticed the school kids for the first time. None of them were speaking, and the tour guide was staring back at him. He tried not to show any concern and managed to smile as he turned back to his team. Call out the G-scale effects. Sir, I'm predicting a geomagnetic storm of the highest level, a G5. We're predicting a massive voltage control failure across all interconnected power grids. Transformers will experience damage resulting in blackouts and potentially collapse. ETA? We predict the initial impact in higher latitudes will be felt within 20 hours. At that time, there's the potential for widespread voltage control problems, and some protective systems will mistakenly trip out key assets from the grid. NASA will need to be advised that unavoidable radiation hazards to their astronauts will be experienced. Likewise, passengers in high-flying aircraft may be exposed to radiation. Radio blackouts will become more prevalent. What's the 0 hour? He asked as he slumped in his chair and prepared to pick up the receiver for the requisite call to Catherine Sullivan, the Undersecretary of Commerce, who acted as the administrator of NOAA. Sir, we're forecasting full impact to Earth in approximately 24 hours in an X-58 solar event. Chapter 11. 25 hours. 10:17 p.m., September 7th. Ryman Residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Here it is, Mom, said Alex as she navigated the cursor onto the YouTube channel of Dr. Andrea Stanford. Using the moniker Space Weather Woman, she provided constant updates on her website and via YouTube presentations. She'd been featured in numerous television documentaries and on the Weather Channel. Dr. Stanford just uploaded it. Look at all the views already. Does that read 4,000? Asked Madison, pointing at the bottom of the computer monitor. And when was it uploaded? Yes, Mom. She uploaded it 7 minutes ago and it's going viral. Let's watch it. Alex increased the volume on her speakers and used the cursor to hit the play icon on the screen. Dr. Stanford came to life. She was pointing to a newspaper headline image, which read, "Minivan destroyed after GPS leads driver onto Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority tracks." Accompanying the headline was a minivan ripped in half by a commuter train in the Boston area. Now, we'll start this forecast by reminding you how important it is to pay attention to space weather. This happened a month ago when a mother and 2 children barely escaped alive when the car's GPS unit steered them onto the tracks in front of an oncoming train. Sadly, this event occurred while the Northern Hemisphere was under a G3 geomagnetic storm warning, which disrupted GPS units and radio broadcasts. Had a more public warning of this G3 event been given, the mother might not have relied upon her GPS as she did under normal solar conditions. Madison pulled up a chair. My God, those poor people. Look, Mom, the views are approaching 10,000. From my last update, where we announced an X-2.2 flare and the launch of a solar storm, we now have a new active region that has crossed the solar disk, which has been identified as AR-3222. By new, however, I mean old. AR-3222 has grown in size to encompass much of the Sun's northern hemisphere. This is an image of the far side taken a few moments ago. A huge, dark coronal hole has formed, and this has the potential to slam Earth with some fast solar wind. We didn't get much aurora from this solar storm today, which is frankly puzzling. But that should change as this enormous black void rotates into Earth view on the east limb tomorrow morning. We can expect the fast solar wind to increase, and this region will most likely launch solar storms in the next 12 hours. Regular viewers of my forecast know that I'm not an alarmist. My primary goal is to provide you with the latest space weather forecast so you can prepare accordingly. In the past, our government agencies have chosen not to inform you of the consequences of significant solar activity. I believe you're capable of making an informed decision. There is a very strong possibility of extreme solar weather, so please take my forecast into consideration to determine how that might impact your day tomorrow. Outside of that, expect to have some amazing auroras stretching as far south as Arizona, Louisiana, and Florida. So, aurora watchers, look at the skies tomorrow evening and cross your fingers that this will be a wonderful display of colors and nothing more. I'm Andrea Stanford. Thank you for watching. Alex, what do you... Madison began to ask before Alex interrupted her. Alex pounded furiously on her keyboard, quickly navigating between Google search results and various websites. Mr. Stark said something today, and I want to look it up. There, look at this. Alex pointed to an article about the 1859 Carrington event. Here, Mom. Madison read the article aloud. What Carrington saw through his telescope was a white light solar flare, a magnetic explosion on the sun. Before dawn the next day, skies all over the planet erupted in red, green, and purple auroras, so brilliant that newspapers could be read as easily in daylight. Indeed, stunning auroras pulsated at near tropical latitudes over Cuba, the Bahamas, Jamaica, and Hawaii. See, Mom? Dr. Stanford said the aurora could be seen tomorrow night in Florida. That's almost Cuba. Madison read more of the article before catching her breath. Alex was obviously excited about this. But being excited about some colorful skies was far different from predicting the end of the world as we know it. Listen, Alex, I understand your interest in all of this. It does sound exciting to see the aurora here in Nashville. I've never seen the Northern Lights myself. Mom, exclaimed Alex as she jumped out of her chair, I don't care about the pretty lights. Who cares about pretty lights? A solar flare this big could cause a massive blackout. Pretty lights? How about no lights? Madison was concerned about her daughter's highly charged mental state. If you read enough on the internet, you'd go around wearing a suit of armor if you ever left the house at all. Alex, let's see how this develops. We can see what the news tells us in the morning. Mom, Alex protested, the news won't tell us anything because the government won't tell the news anything. Dad always says the government lies to us. They're probably lying now. Alex stood defiantly, staring down at her mother. Honey, Madison rose to her feet in an attempt to calm her daughter down. The government is aware of this situation if Dr. Stanford knows about it. If we're threatened in some way, I'm sure the government will tell us what to do. The phone rang, interrupting the debate. Madison checked the caller ID. It was Colton. Thank God. Hi, darling, answered Madison, showing her genuine appreciation for the call. She didn't like to argue with Alex. How was the concert? Colton provided her the details of his day in Dallas. Madison listened dutifully and interjected a comment here and there. She was still on edge over her conversation with Alex, who paced the floor impatiently. Madison touched Alex on the shoulder in an attempt to calm the tenseness between them, but Alex responded verbally. Mom, are you going to tell him? She asked. Madison nodded and raised a finger to her lips. This didn't go over well with Alex, who didn't like to be shushed. Mom, please, she pleaded. Yes, Alex is still up. I'll put you on the speaker. Madison gave the handset to Alex, who immediately began to talk. Daddy, you need to come home. Are there any flights tonight? Alex, what's wrong? Madison. Colton asked over the phone loud enough for Madison to hear. Madison took the phone back from Alex and set it on the computer desk after hitting the speaker button. She took a seat and motioned for Alex to do the same. Honey, there are some news and internet reports that the sun is acting up and might cause a solar flare, started Madison. Alex learned about them in school today, and coincidentally, the sun is brewing one up. But they happen all the time, and I'm sure there's nothing to— It's going to be massive, Daddy, interrupted Alex. I've been online all night. This could be the biggest in history. Colton relayed his conversation with the American Airlines executive tonight. He explained to Alex that these solar flares were common and didn't affect them in the South. Alex, who had now calmed down out of resignation rather than compliance, announced that she was tired and was going to bed. She and Colton said her goodbyes, and Madison took the phone with her downstairs. They'd have to watch Big Brother tomorrow night. Colton, she's worked up, that's all, started Madison after she was out of listening distance from Alex's room. You know how she gets passionate about certain topics. Today it's solar flares. Tomorrow it'll be whether global warming is a hoax. You've raised quite the conservative, you know. Colton, still on speakerphone, replied, We've both raised a rabble-rouser. That kind of activity came from your side of the family, Mr. Ryman. I love you, Maddie. I appreciate Alex's concern, but tomorrow's a big day. We have the final meeting with the lawyers in the morning, and then tomorrow night's the Cowboys' home opener on Thursday Night Football. There'll be a big production about the Super Bowl lineup during halftime. You know what I mean. I know, honey. Alex will be fine. This kind of stuff floats around the internet all the time. Tomorrow night's the announcement. You'll fly home Friday morning, and we'll have the party Friday night. Life goes on, right? Yeah? Chapter 12. 19 hours. 4:23 a.m., September 8th. 9:23 a.m., Coordinated Universal Time, UTC. The Sun. The Sun has no surface, per se. It's a huge sphere of glowing gases in a constant state of flux. At its core, immense gravitational pulls produce unfathomable pressure and temperature, which can reach 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. As a result, the incredible heat causes hydrogen atoms to be compressed and fused together, creating helium. The Sun and other stars like it is the perfect nuclear fusion reactor. The universe's consummate source of energy is always producing massive amounts of energy. This energy emanates outward toward the sun's photosphere, the lowest of its three primary layers. As this energy passes through this radiative zone, the temperature of this energy decreases by several million degrees, and as a result, light is formed. In the last 48 hours, the sun's magnetic field bloated, and it encroached upon the photosphere. These powerful magnetic fields created sunspots in the outer atmosphere of the sun. To observers in the universe, these sunspots appear to be dark because they're cooler than the surrounding areas of the sun's photosphere. But cooler does not mean better in this instance. The dark area of the sunspot is called the umbra. The umbra can vary in size based on the power of the magnetic field. The sun and stars like it are unique because the interior and exterior rotate separately. Over time, all that messy and uneven movement twists and distorts the sun's magnetic field in the same way your bed covers get wrinkled and bunched up when you toss and turn in your sleep. For several days, the sun had been restless. Without conscience, the sun determined enough was enough. Its magnetic field began to wind up into a twisted mess and push its way from the sun's core. The magnetic field's expansion into the photosphere was enormous. The magnetism buildup was so intense that it inhibited the flow of hot gases from the sun's interior to its surface. It was powerful. It was unsustainable. It would be described as the largest in recorded history. The magnetic field lines from the sun's interior burst through the sunspot, twisting to the point of snapping like a rubber band wound too tight. When they snapped, they linked up again to form a new shape, but not before releasing enormous amounts of stored energy into the sun's outermost atmosphere, the corona. The sun erupted, creating a solar flare that heated the surrounding gas to 180 million degrees. Subatomic particles of radiation in the form of ultraviolet, gamma, and X-rays spewed into space at near light speed. 8 minutes after the solar flare released from the sun, Earth's atmosphere absorbed the initial radiation pulse. The pulse produced extra ions and electrons, causing the planet's atmosphere to puff out. As Earth's atmosphere expanded, there was a drag on satellites, causing disruptions in radio and GPS signals. But the worst was yet to come. Today, the sun had another gift, a coronal mass ejection, or CME. The coronal hole in its northern hemisphere was incapable of containing the plasma burst emanating from the sun's interior. Billions of tons of plasma were flung into space en masse. These huge bubbles of matter were rushing towards Earth, but at a much slower pace than the solar flare. At several million miles per hour, the CME could take less than a day to impact Earth. On this day, at this hour, the CME boosted the speed of the solar wind as it approached Earth. As it traveled through space, it created a shock wave of energized protons. The shock wave would catapult itself into Earth's magnetic shield, and the protons would stream down on the north and south poles. The wave of energy was much larger than Earth. It was aiming for the bullseye. It wouldn't miss. The resulting geomagnetic storm produced dangerous currents in the atmosphere, analogous to a moving bar magnet raising currents in a coil of wire. When the CME hit Earth's magnetic field, it created a rapid oscillating effect. The powerful currents of energy passed through most conductive materials on Earth's surface, anything containing a wire, an antenna, or similar metal. The CME would hit Earth with a force equal to 1 billion hydrogen bombs. It's happened before. It will happen again. At 0 hour. Chapter 13. 16 hours. 7:13 a.m., September 8th. Ryman Residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Madison served Alex a bowl of oatmeal topped with fresh strawberries and bananas. News Channel 5 was streaming live on a monitor in the kitchen. There had been another terrorist attack instigated by ISIS, this time in Istanbul, Turkey. Madison couldn't imagine living in a place where a terrorist could disrupt activities on a daily basis. America had seen terror since 9/11, but they consisted of random attacks in Orlando, San Bernardino, and nearby Chattanooga. The media downplayed these incidents as isolated events, but as a mother, she always feared for the safety of Alex. She couldn't imagine that type of violence in Nashville. "Alex, get your nose out of that iPad and eat your breakfast. I've got to get you to school." Leland Statham, the Channel 5 staff meteorologist, began his weather report, which highlighted the record heat wave. He showed video clips of heat-exhausted joggers in Centennial Park and passed-out homeless people in a makeshift camp near the Cumberland River. The unusually warm weather was expected to continue, as indicated by another video clip of the morning sun causing heat to rise off a paved asphalt road. "Mom, listen to this," started Alex. "This is from the UK Daily Mail." "The what?" Alex quickly ate 2 spoonfuls of oatmeal and replied with her mouth full, still focused on the iPad. "The Daily Mail, Mom, from England. It's one of the top newspapers in the UK, and they always post stories online that our newspapers won't." "Okay." Madison stretched out her reply. She grabbed her coffee road cup out of the cabinet and poured the last of the Folgers into it. She mixed in her cream and sugar, as Alex explained further. "The headline reads, 'Solar Splash,'" she began. Alex, who was wearing her customary Davidson Academy uniform, clinked her spoon in the bowl as she polished off the remainder of the oatmeal and then pushed it away. She began reading. "In the hours before dawn, a solar flare blasted directly toward Earth, and shortly thereafter it caused the aurora borealis to be seen throughout the UK and into much of Germany. In the wake of the large solar storm, those in luck will see the northern lights dancing in the night sky for days to come. Forecasters announced that people who live in high-altitude locations and as far south as Portugal will be privileged to see the aurora borealis through Thursday and Friday nights, assuming it remains strong enough. Officials warn, however, despite the breathtaking beauty of the northern lights, scientists believe these massive geomagnetic storms can cause widespread disruptions in the use of GPS and airline travel. The Civil Aviation Authority, in conjunction with the Americans' FAA, will be releasing an advisory statement at 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time." Madison studied her daughter as she took the empty bowl and placed it in the dishwasher. She wondered if Alex slept at all last night. This solar flare business was beginning to become an obsession. "Alex, I understand this is getting a lot of interest in the news, but it's also a regular occurrence. The planet experiences northern lights all the time. Even that article didn't raise any alarms." "But, Mom," Alex started, but cut off her own thought. Madison picked up Alex's backpack and set it on the kitchen table. She gestured for the iPad and tucked it safely inside. Then she gave her daughter a reassuring smile. "Honey, I promise to keep an eye on this situation just like I would any other threat our family might face. Honestly, solar flares have never been on my radar before, so I want to thank you for not only bringing them to my attention, but teaching me what you know." "I know, Mom. They can be dangerous. We're not ready for something like this, and Daddy's in Texas. What if his flight is canceled or something?" Madison flipped off the kitchen lights and turned off the television monitor. She led Alex out of the kitchen and opened the side door, where they were greeted with a rush of hot air. "This is ridiculous for September." Chapter 14. 15 hours. 8 a.m., September 8th. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. David Lemon had been friends with NOAA's administrator, Catherine Sullivan, for over 30 years. As he reached retirement, he found himself performing ceremonial duties on behalf of Secretary Sullivan as they related to NASA. The two piloted the Space Shuttle Challenger on its mission into space in 1984. Together with Sally Ride, the three worked closely together during the investigation of the Challenger and Columbia space shuttle disasters. Today, Secretary Sullivan called on her old friend to perform another important function, one that was short on ceremony and long on disaster. He was going to brief the White House staff and the National Security Council on the threat of AR-3222. Lemon passed through the southwest gate of the White House complex and presented the guard with his NOAA-issued identification card. The guard quickly found his name on the appointment list, and Lemon was escorted up West Executive Avenue toward the West Basement entrance. Once there, his identification was checked again, and another Secret Service agent delivered him down the stairs past the White House mess, which was being cleaned up following morning breakfast for senior White House staff. They approached a locked door, and Lemon was provided access for his first and last visit to the brain center of the White House. Behind these layers of security was the White House Situation Room, a 5,000-square-foot complex of rooms located on the ground floor of the West Wing. The main conference room was surrounded on three sides by two small offices, multiple workstations, computers, and sophisticated communications equipment. The well-appointed space was soundproofed, but small and slightly cramped. Every square foot was functional. Most visitors were impressed by the location and technology, but were often surprised at the compact size. While it was widely known that important meetings were held here, the importance of the Situation Room and the daily activities of the National Security Council and White House staff together with its critical role in Washington's network of key national security operations and intelligence centers, was less understood. It was commonly referred to as the woodshed. The Situation Room was born out of frustration on the part of President John Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs debacle in Cuba. President Kennedy felt betrayed by the conflicting advice and information coming to him from the various agencies that comprised the nation's defense departments. Kennedy ordered the bowling alley built during the Truman presidency removed and replaced with the Situation Room. It was his way of gathering all the players in one room so they couldn't point fingers of blame in other directions. Before the age of electronics, President Kennedy required at least one Central Intelligence analyst to remain in the Situation Room at all times. The analyst would work a 20-hour shift and sleep on a cot during the night. Other presidents like Nixon and Ford never used the Situation Room. In most cases, a visit from the president was a formal undertaking, happening only on rare occasions. President George H.W. Bush, a former CIA head, would frequently call the Situation Room and ask if he could stop by and say hello. Lemon didn't expect to see the president this morning, but he certainly expected his briefing to make its way upstairs rather quickly. He took his seat at the opposite end of the table from several empty chairs which were reserved for the White House Chief of Staff, the National Security Advisor, and the President's Chief Political Advisor. He was greeted with a few smiles, but was largely ignored by the other attendees, who knew each other from their daily activities. Everyone at the table except him was provided the day's briefing reports, called the Morning Book. A compilation of the State Department's Morning Summary, the National Intelligence Daily, and other agency-specific advisories, the Morning Book set the tone for the business of the White House on any given day. The first order of business was AR 3222, and Lemon's presentation of a threat analysis to the highest levels of government. Lemon was warned that the White House Chief of Staff was gruff and abrasive. He was not interested in long explanations. Further, Lemon was told the president ran her administration on polling data, focus group interaction, and the advice of her political team. The media portrayed the president as being deliberate and thoughtful in her decision-making. In reality, she made decisions based on public perception and political impact. "Well, good morning, all," announced the Chief of Staff as he entered the room and quickly took his seat. As expected, he was followed by the head of the NSA and the Chief Political Advisor. Lastly, to the apparent surprise of most in the room, the Secretary of Homeland Security walked in as the door closed behind him. A few heads darted around looking for an empty chair, but there were none. "Secretary Blumenthal will be joining us for a moment." "I'll stand, thank you," said Blumenthal. "I won't be here long." The Chief of Staff continued. "Ordinarily, we would discuss the President's schedule first and then focus on matters in the Morning Book, but today we have a special guest with us who only carries an L clearance. Lemon's L clearance was hastily issued through the Department of Energy to allow him access to classified information up to and including secret data and special L clearance limited information. The Situation Room regulars all held top-secret Department of Defense clearance levels. General Mark Welsh, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, was in attendance and spoke up to introduce Lemon. "Many of you may recognize today's liaison from NOAA, David Lemon. He's a retired major from our Air Force and successfully piloted several space shuttle missions. Thank you for joining us today, Major." General Welsh sat down and motioned for Lemon to take the floor. Lemon stood in awe of the entire situation. As he approached retirement, he had performed many tasks for his country, but none was more important than this one. His job was to inform the leaders of the greatest nation on the planet, not to convince them to take action. However, based upon the data, the United States and possibly much of the planet was at risk, so he didn't plan to sugarcoat it. "Thank you, General Welsh," he started. "I'll get right to the point because time is of the essence. We are facing a catastrophic solar event the likes of which this nation has never experienced. Within 15 hours, the entire United States and most of the world may be thrust into a world without power." The room erupted in conversation. Pages were flipped through the Morning Book, searching for the source of this proclamation. Others looked to General Welsh for affirmation that Lemon wasn't insane. But through the brief series of outbursts, Secretary Blumenthal and then the President's chief advisors remained stoic. They know. "Please, everyone, settle down," said the Chief of Staff. "Major Lemon, please continue." "Thank you, sir," started Lemon. "With your staff's assistance, may I pull the image up on the screens?" "Of course." An aide approached Lemon, and he gave her instructions on the selected imagery to be revealed from his MacBook. The first photo appeared. One of the attendees muttered the word, incredible. Approximately 4 hours ago, a coronal hole, which has been monitored by facilities around the world, released an Earth-directed solar flare, continued Lemon. He pointed to a large dark space on the upper half of the sun. This void on the solar disk, identified as active region 3222, is the largest of its kind on record. Encompassing nearly half of the visible surface of the sun, it had remained dormant for 2 days, until just after 0400 hours. Major, how is this solar flare different from others that we experience on a daily basis? Asked General Welsh. Sir, a relatively benign X3.3 flare has already hit the planet and is being absorbed by our magnetosphere in the ordinary course. There have been the usual reports of radio disruptions and flight navigational anomalies. However, the Space Weather Prediction Center is anticipating a coronal mass ejection to follow, which will carry the power of an X58 solar event. This could happen at any time, although forecasters point to later tonight. Once again, the seated members in the Situation Room began to talk loudly amongst themselves. Only Blumenthal and the Chief of Staff remained calm. Blumenthal spoke first. How accurate are these forecasts? Confirmed and reconfirmed, Mr. Secretary, replied Lemon. The X58 solar flare is unprecedented. The bigger impact will be felt when we're hit with the accompanying coronal mass ejection. We believe it to be larger than the infamous Carrington event of 1859. As the CME makes its way towards Earth, it will gather particles and accelerate with the solar winds. We've never experienced anything like it. Lemon leaned over to the aide and asked her to bring up another image. He moved to the side so the participants could see the entire rendering. He continued. Because the CME is slower moving, we can more accurately predict the window of impact. This is the computer model of the CME and the accompanying solar wind colliding with Earth's atmosphere at 2300 hours. A direct hit? Asked one of the attendees. My God! Exclaimed another. Lemon continued. The impact of the CME will generate huge currents in Earth's upper atmosphere. More likely than not, the areas closest to the poles will be hit with large currents that will be transferred into electrical substations and dispersed throughout the power grid. It will have the impact of several nuclear electromagnetic bombs being detonated over America simultaneously. An EMP? Yes, General. Have you been able to measure the strength of the CME? Asked the Chief of Staff. We have, sir, replied Lemon. For the technical aspects and potential effects of the impact for this solar event, I need to defer to Dr. Andrea Stanford of the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, or ALMA, located in northern Chile. Once again, Lemon instructed the aide to manipulate the screens in the Situation Room. Dr. Stanford appeared on 3 of them, although the static reception made it difficult to see her. Hello, said Dr. Stanford, whose audio was working fine, but the video was experiencing interference. Dr. Stanford, thank you for joining us, said Lemon. Due to the interference we're experiencing on this end, we'll dispense with the preliminaries. The first question for you is whether you've been able to measure the strength of the inbound coronal mass ejection. Yes, sir, replied Dr. Stanford. The CME will generate a geomagnetic storm, which is measured in disturbance storm time, or DST. In layman's terms, this describes how hard a CME shakes up Earth's magnetic field. A typical DST will be equal to -50 on the nanotesla scale. As you can tell by this transmission, the Earth is experiencing the effects of a -50 influence at this time. Several decades ago, the worst geomagnetic storm ever recorded caused power outages across Quebec, Canada. The 1989 event registered a -600 on the nanotesla scale. Lemon moved toward the microphone and directed a question to Dr. Stanford. I realize we didn't have sophisticated instruments in the 19th century, but are you able to provide us an estimate of the strength of the Carrington event? Most of us know the effect on the nation's limited telegraph system. Yes, started Dr. Stanford. Several modern studies estimate the strength of the September 1859 geomagnetic storm to be in the range of -800 to -1700. That's triple the 1989 storm. Dr. Stanford, this is Secretary Blumenthal of the Department of Homeland Security, he said as he approached the front of the room. Do you have an opinion as to the effect of a Carrington-level event would have on our power grid today? I do, replied Dr. Stanford. David, would you mind showing them the image of the at-risk transformer capacity designated by state? Okay. Lemon provided the proper image to the aide. Go ahead, Dr. Stanford, the image is on screen, said Lemon. What you're viewing is a map showing the at-risk transformer capacity for a -1700 nanotesla geomagnetic field disturbance based upon the data for the Carrington event. Regions with high percentages of at-risk capacity, such as in the Northeast, could experience long-duration outages extending for several years. Lower percentages, as indicated in the regions like the Southwest, would experience shorter outages, assuming the interconnected power grid doesn't completely overwhelm those transformers via a cascading collapse. Lemon turned to the people who had advised the president on what action to take. He needed to sum it up for them. It's hard to overstate just how much this solar event will shock our lives. Of course, the power will go out as depicted in the map, as would the internet and most of the nation's critical infrastructure. In places with electronically controlled water supplies, toilets and sewage treatment systems would stop working, creating a disastrous public health problem. Perishable food and medication would be lost. Banks and financial markets would not function. Gas pumps would go offline. The list is long. Blumenthal walked back to the head of the room and whispered to the chief of staff and the president's political advisor. He was about to exit the room when Dr. Stanford spoke again. "Excuse me a moment, but I need to be clear about something." Blumenthal stopped and walked a few steps toward the screen. "Go ahead, Doctor," he said. "The image I've provided was merely a hypothetical model for the Carrington event based upon negative 1700 nanoteslas. That is not the theoretical model for the AR 3222 solar event headed towards Earth." "How does it differ?" asked Lemon. "Our predictions for this event are in the range of 6,000 to 8,000 negative nanoteslas." "What does that mean in terms of the effect on the power grid?" "Blackout. Total blackout." Chapter 15. 15 hours. 8:25 a.m., September 8th, Davidson Academy, Nashville, Tennessee. "I hope you won't be late, Alex," said Madison as she exited Interstate 24 onto Old Hickory Boulevard. "I can't believe the traffic today. There weren't any accidents, just cars and trucks in every direction." Alex was oblivious to her mom as she scrolled through the news sites online, seeking the latest update on the potential for auroras, a solar flare, or anything space weather-related. CNN provided one news story which regurgitated the UK Daily Mail report. She scrolled through Twitter, searching the hashtag AR3222 and solar flare. Most of the tweets involved pictures of the northern lights in Europe. Dr. Stanford's Twitter account promised a video update at 1 o'clock. She'd try to watch the YouTube upload before her Spanish 1 class. Despite being chastised several times by her mom, Alex continually bounced through the various satellite news stations to no avail. The Fox and Friends crew brought a live report about the Northern Lights from its affiliate in Presque Isle, Maine, near the Canadian border. After some playful banter with the reporter about the Carrington event, Steve Ducey issued a stern warning to all of you telegraph operators out there to be mindful of the phone lines getting burned up today. Alex didn't find their jokes or lack of professionalism amusing. Nor did Alex laugh as her mom pulled into the drop-off lane and she saw several senior guys were walking toward school fashioning tinfoil hats. Nobody was taking this seriously. Or were they? "Mom, doesn't the parking lot look empty to you?" she asked. Madison glanced around and then replied, "It does. Maybe some kids took off this week for a vacation around Labor Day." Alex just shook her head. "If that were the case, why wasn't it empty like this yesterday?" she asked sarcastically. "Listen, Alexis, I don't know the answer to that. I know how you feel about this solar flare, and it's easy to look around for signs to support your thoughts on the subject." "Fine," she replied, and hastily tried to open the door before the truck was stopped. Alex knew something was coming. She could sense it, and not just because it was the topic of conversation in Mr. Stark's class. She had a strong feeling something was about to happen. Something unpleasant, like a premonition. Before Alex opened the door, she turned to her mother. "Mom, I have to turn my phone off while in school. Will you promise to keep the news on? Promise me that you'll install the solar flare app we talked about yesterday, please?" Madison reached for her, and they hugged. Maybe she was a little too over-anxious. Alex wasn't paranoid, just hyper-aware. She needed her mom to believe in her. "I promise, Alex," said Madison, looking into Alex's eyes. "I have some errands to run today. I'll keep monitoring news reports, and I will install that Flareware app as soon as you're inside." "You remembered the name?" asked Alex, who was trying not to become an emotional twit. "Yes, honey, of course I did. Moms do listen, you know." "Not always." Alex started to laugh and wiped a tear from her cheek. She felt better. "That's true, guilty as charged. But this time I am listening, and I want you to know that you can always count on your daddy and me, okay?" "Okay. I love you, Mom." Alex hugged her mom and scooted out of the truck, grabbing her backpack from the rear seat as she went. She bounded up the sidewalk toward the double-door entry. She gave her mom one last smile, and then turned her phone back on and set it to vibrate, just in case. Chapter 16. 12 hours. 11:20 a.m., September 8th. Dallas Cowboys training facilities. Ford Center at the Star, Frisco, Texas. Jerry Jones spared no expense when it came to his beloved Dallas Cowboys franchise. But the axiom, "it takes money to make money," clearly applied in his approach to business. Football was a game for the fans, but it was big business to the NFL and its owners. When the Cowboys' latest revolutionary project opened in Frisco, north of Dallas, the move was hailed as shifting the model for NFL training facilities from a place to hang your cleats and shoulder pads to a complete fan experience. Not only was the Star home of the Cowboys' offices, but it included 2 outdoor practice fields, a 12,000-seat indoor stadium, a retail shopping venue, and a 16-story Omni Hotel and Convention Center. Then there was the exclusive Cowboys Club, where today's meeting and follow-up luncheon was being held. Jones was the consummate entertainer, and the opportunity to showcase his new high-end dining facility overlooking the field was too good to pass up. Colton's mind wandered as the Super Bowl halftime negotiations continued between his legal team and negotiators for the NFL. He felt guilty for dismissing Alex's concerns over this solar flare situation. While the day-to-day burden of raising their daughter rested on Madison's shoulders, Colton strived to be a good father who showed not only love for his only child, but to also be the type of parent who really listened to his kid. He recognized that times had changed in the 20-some years since he went through his teens. All of the pressures and dangers facing teens 20 years ago were happening at an even younger age. The temptations of sex, gambling, drinking, and drugs were more prevalent than in his youth. The media and pop culture seemed to celebrate these things rather than discourage them. While he and Madison understood they couldn't raise their daughter in a bubble, they could certainly be there to help manage the stresses and pressures of Alex's life. Communication was the key. Colton might remember what it was like to be a teenager back in the day, but Alex knew what it was like to be a teenager today. As parents, he and Madison discovered that not only could they learn a few things from their teenage daughter as she raced toward adulthood, but admired Alex's willingness to prove her maturity and readiness to take on responsibilities. Alex was trying to show her parents that maturity by, in a level-headed manner, doing the research and presenting a plausible scenario to them regarding a potential solar flare. Colton failed his daughter last night, and he hoped he didn't break her spirit. Colton felt guilty, and he was looking for an opportunity to reach out to Alex. The deep voice of the oldest of the NFL negotiators brought Colton back to the present. In the 50-plus years of the NFL's presentation of the Super Bowl, the halftime show has become synonymous with the biggest names in entertainment. Hundreds of millions of people around the world will be introduced to your client. Our request is not unreasonable. The exchange wasn't heated, but clearly a member of Colton's legal team was aggravated. "I don't disagree with the magnitude of this event, but what you're asking is out of the norm. What do you think, Colton?" I'm sorry, I was making a few notes." "Colton, they're asking the talent to contribute to the expenses of the event." The request caught Colton by surprise, and he immediately got his head back in the game. "What kind of contribution?" "Each year, the costs of production for the halftime event increase substantially. This year will be no exception. Between the extraordinary security on the field and the significant costs associated with the lighting, it should come as no surprise that additional funds will be needed from the performers to defray these expenses." It was time for Colton to close this deal. He sat up in his chair and stared down the NFL negotiating team. "Gentlemen, this is where I draw the line in the sand. My client doesn't want an asterisk by his name for being the only artist to pay to play in the Super Bowl. He wants to proudly announce that he will accompany his peers in a fantastic halftime performance based upon his talents and merit, and not the size of his bank account." Colton's granddaddy taught him not to hem-haw around. "Get to the point, boy," his granddaddy would say. During any negotiation, it was always appropriate to be respectful and especially listen to the other side's questions. Their questions were an insight into their minds. You also had to negotiate with some wiggle room. Pay to play? Not going to happen. And it didn't. The group took a break for lunch, and Colton excused himself to hit the restroom. His real reason for breaking away was to send a text to Madison. He expressed his feelings about shutting Alex down last night, and Madison agreed. They also discussed whether the threat was real. While they both agreed the government and the news stations would advise of any impending disaster, there was no harm in getting prepared. Colton, think of it this way. People buy insurance against losses from hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes. Madison, can you buy solar flare insurance? Very funny. Pick up some extra batteries, food, and water. Basics. I could buy a couple extra of everything. Yeah, stock up. I've got this. Go back and play with your cowboys. After lunch, we're touring the Cowboys cheerleader studio and practice center. What? No. Yeah, gotta run. Love you. Come back here, mister. Chapter 17. 12 hours. 11:50 a.m., September 8th, Broadway Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. Before Madison left the house, she conducted a little online research. All she knew about prepping was getting ready for a big Thanksgiving meal or making arrangements for a get-together. Naturally, Madison was curious about what kind of person called themselves a prepper. She thought of the people at the bookstore yesterday. They looked like ordinary people, although wearing clashing styles of camo clothing should be considered a fashion faux pas. Other than that, they were just like them. So what made them tick? Why would somebody choose to become a prepper? Madison decided to search prepper mentality, and here came the results. Prepper mental illness, prepper mentally defective, prepper declared mentally defective. Was this what people thought about preppers? Madison learned years ago that the news and entertainment media could not be trusted. They deliberately slanted their particular means of mass communication toward a decidedly liberal agenda. She also suspected that Google tilted their web and news search results in a similar fashion. But an obscure search term like this yielded results that were most often what the Google user was seeking. Most people think preppers are deranged. Madison taught Alex how to avoid succumbing to peer pressure. The easiest way was to say no like you meant it. How did preppers overcome the peer pressure of being labeled mentally defective? They must be a resilient bunch to prevent public perception from swaying them from what seemed like a reasonable goal, preparedness. Colton needed her to pick up a few things, so she headed into Nashville. So many concepts were consuming Madison's thoughts. She continued up Broadway, across the interstate overpass, thinking about the concept of prepping. Unless you had unlimited resources or a crystal ball, it would be impossible to prepare for every contingency, especially those that hadn't happened in 100 years or more. Yet they'd happened. The world had experienced many catastrophic events, including massive solar flares, deadly pandemics, and volcanic eruptions. The nation's economy was in shambles and arguably on the brink of collapse. Madison remembered what happened to the Roman Empire from her studies in college. Then there was their society. This was a regular topic of the sermons on Sunday at their church. Madison understood avoiding sin and temptation were a part of Bible teachings since the beginning. In reality, it was also a battle between right and wrong. Something considered wrong 100 years ago was not only accepted now, but encouraged. Exhibit A was premarital sex. Madison knew times had changed, but why? Why was out-of-wedlock sex not only accepted, but encouraged? As Madison became stuck in traffic in front of her church at the corner of 7th and Broadway, she realized she was so deep in thought that she forgot to turn back at 10th Avenue to stop by Colton's office and pick up the files he requested. She stared at the 200-year-old church where she and Colton were married. She didn't always believe in God. As a child, she went to First Baptist with her family because she had to. As she grew older, she started to see. There was that seminal moment when she accepted Christ into her life and never doubted her faith again. At this moment, she had a similar revelation. It started with Colton's text about insurance. He wrote that people buy insurance against losses from hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes. Prepping was like insurance, except not in the normal sense. It was insurance against catastrophic events that you hoped would never occur. If they happened, you could be ready, or at least more ready than others. If you prepped for the worst and nothing happened, you hadn't lost anything. At least you had the peace of mind to know you could survive a catastrophe in whatever form it took. She circled the block and headed back toward West End, completely abandoning what brought her downtown in the first place. Her mind was racing now. It was almost euphoric. From what she read, preppers strongly believed in self-reliance. They equated self-reliance with freedom. All it took was a little self-discipline, sacrifice, and planning to lead a self-reliant lifestyle. There's nothing wrong with that. Who cares what other people's perceptions are? Without realizing it, she was racing towards Barnes & Noble to buy that EMP book the preppers were waiting for yesterday. She pushed her way through traffic, slapping the ceiling as she crossed under 2 yellow lights when they turned red, kissing the ceiling, as she and Colton always called it. Like most aspects of a person's life, it came down to making choices. First, she had to get her head in the right place and commit to taking care of her family. Second, she had to make some decisions. She had absolutely no clue where to begin. The bookstore would be the first stop. Then what? Where the heck do I start? Her phone buzzed. It was a text message from Colton. Chapter 18, 11 hours, 12:22 p.m., September 8th, West End Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. Madison read the text from her husband. It was succinct. Don't panic. Get extra of everything. Love you. One thing the Rymans didn't do was panic. When she experienced complications with the birth of Alex, they didn't panic. When she and Colton were told Madison couldn't have any more children as a result, they were devastated, but they didn't panic. When she quit her job and money was tight, they didn't panic. After they'd just purchased their new home in Belmead and Colton lost his highest-producing client to a tragic car accident, they didn't panic. They persevered. Every family experienced loss in some form. Those who fought through the complications, whether self-inflicted or unexpected, could come out on the other side a better person if that was their character. Those individuals who lived their life seeking pity for their troubles might not have the gravitas it took to survive a catastrophic event. Madison knew the Rymans were tough. She was thrilled that her husband was thinking along the same lines as she was. Get ready. When she left the house, she was still unsure if this was the right thing to do. After Colton's text, she was convinced. Her first stop was Barnes & Noble, where she sought the assistance of a store clerk to find the book from yesterday's signing. That was easy. Then she asked a question that sent the young man's brain into circuit overload. Do you have any books on prepping? He looked at her like a deer in the headlights. No answer. You know, preparedness, preppers, anything? He thought for a moment and then replied, I can show you the books about camping and hiking. As he led her towards the rear of the store, Madison observed the other shoppers. They were sipping on their limited-time Starbucks Physio sodas that were still available because it was hot as Hades outside. Here you are, ma'am. You also find fitness, diet, and health and medical books here as well. Thank you, said Madison, as she grabbed a copy of a book called the Survival Wilderness Handbook off the shelf. She spied another book called The Prepper's Cookbook. That's 2. Then she recalled what the author said yesterday to the people standing in line. Beans, Band-Aids, and bullets, plus shelter. Here was another for the stack. Ultimate Survival Manual by Outdoor Life. She thumbed through the table of contents. These 3 survival guides, plus the EMP book, which contained an extensive prepper's checklist, would do for starters. Madison checked out and then thought about her priorities. Books were great resources, but there might not be enough time to read them. She thumbed through the prepper's checklist. Their food pantry was pretty well stocked with at least a week's worth of meals. She glanced at her watch and realized she had plenty of time to make another stop. But where? Her mind raced as the adrenaline kicked into full gear. Dick's Sporting Goods on Charlotte Pike was the closest store she could think of. Target was over there, too. After making her purchase, she took the neighborhood streets, avoiding the congestion of White Bridge Road, and found her way to Charlotte Pike. Traffic wasn't bad, but the parking lot around Target and Dick's was very full. She hustled past the monument in the shape of a guitar, which was placed in front of Best Buy in honor of the now-deceased legendary country music star George Jones. 2 pickup trucks were parked in front of the store, loading canoes and camping supplies. The outside of the store was hectic, but the inside of the sporting goods store was worse. Every checkout counter had a lengthy line. Madison made her way past a congregation of people in front of the store who were waiting for their friends and family to pay for their things. Several areas of the store, like the team shop and Alex's beloved golf shop, were devoid of customers. Other parts, especially the gun counter and camping supplies, were packed. The gun counter was her first stop. She was the only woman in line waiting for a lone clerk. While she waited, she studied the checklist and the book she purchased at Barnes & Noble. The last dozen pages covered everything from food to weapons to medical supplies. She made mental notes regarding the items on the list. Finally, after 20 minutes, she was able to speak with a second clerk who arrived to assist. "How may I help you?" he asked. That's when it dawned on her. She had no idea what to buy. "Well, I don't know." She hesitated until she heard the groans of the impatient men behind her. "Okay," the clerk started. "Maybe I can help. What do you want the gun for?" Madison's mind immediately thought of hunting, but then reality set in. There aren't many deer and antelope in Belle Meade. Where would we hunt? Protection. We need it for protection and security. "Protection," she blurted out. "I guess the most important thing for us is security." "Okay, now we're getting somewhere," said the clerk. "By far the best all-around weapon for security and hunting is the versatile shotgun." He reached behind the counter and showed her a black and brushed metallic shotgun. For home defense, this weapon is very forgiving for nervous aiming. You don't have to be particularly accurate to do some damage against an intruder. He racked the slide up and down, creating a loud metallic crack-crack. Madison jumped back slightly before regaining her composure. The men behind her snickered. "It's also perfectly suited for hunting small game and larger animals if you have the right shells." Madison thought for a moment and then remembered her father-in-law's shotgun that Colton put in the garage somewhere. She could use that one. "I think we have a shotgun already," she said. "What are the other options?" "Get her an AR-15, said one of the men behind her. "Better yet, an AR-10, added another sarcastically. "Then she can be a real bad—" The sales clerk was a nice young guy and seemed genuinely interested in helping Madison. He continued with her options. "Ma'am, we're sold out of the guns they mentioned, and if you aren't experienced, they might not be for you anyway. Let me suggest a handgun, namely this 9mm made by Beretta. It's the official sidearm of our military and is very dependable. For your smaller hands and for concealed carry purpose, this Series 92 Compact is a great choice. This one comes in all black, it's less flashy." He handed her the gun, and she took it from him with apprehension. She'd never held a real handgun before. At first she was a little afraid. The weight felt good, and she gripped it. She could easily get 3 fingers on the grip for control. She liked it. "Okay," she choked out. Then she thought for a moment. "Alex, too?" She set the weapon back on the counter. "Okay, I'll take it. In fact, give me 3 of them. Bullets, too." "Yeah, I wish," said the heavy-set man behind her, who was frankly starting to make Madison mad with his attitude. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you can only purchase 1 at a time. The President passed an executive order after she was inaugurated that prohibited multiple sales of 2 or more guns to the same purchaser within 5 business days." "Oh, okay. I didn't realize that," she started. She reached for the gun and asked, "Do I pay you or up front on the way out?" This caused an uproar of laughter behind her. Madison had never contemplated buying a gun, so she was completely unaware of the procedure. She thought that showing the checkout clerk her driver's license and Social Security card would be sufficient. People voted and received government welfare with less identification. "Ma'am, you'll need to fill out this Form 4473, required by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. We'll submit the form on your behalf, and you should be able to pick up your weapon in 5 to 7 business days." "When?" she asked. 5 to 7 business days, ma'am," the clerk responded. "There's a tremendous backlog in background checks at both the state and federal level." Madison got frustrated. She didn't need a gun in 5 to 7 business days. She needed it now. If nothing happened by tomorrow, then she probably wouldn't need one at all. "Do you have any guns I can buy today?" "No, ma'am," he replied. "Everything requires a background check." She looked at the sales clerk in disbelief and walked away. She gathered herself and sought out the stacks of ammunition on tables near the gun counter. The inventory levels were dwindling. She found the shotgun shells and was dumbfounded. She had no idea which ones would work in their shotgun, so she purchased a variety and decided to let Colton figure it out. After picking up a dozen boxes of slugs and buckshot, she filled her cart with some compact nutrition bars called MRE food rations, which contained 3,600 calories each. She purchased a medical kit, some camping gear, and then she came across a device called a life straw. She thought about the ramifications of a major power outage. Would Nashville's Metro Water Service be able to distribute water without power? It was so easy to get dehydrated. Her sparkling pool came to mind. The pump and filter system wouldn't work, but the water could be purified. The life straw packaging claimed to remove virtually all bacteria, and it surpassed standards for water filters. She could filter 250 gallons with each device. She couldn't calculate how long that would last them, but she hoped 3 would do the trick. Finally, while she waited in line, she thought about her favorite television show on CBS, Survivor. Making fire was always a challenge. She saw some emergency fire starter flints on an end cap of the register. She grabbed the last 4 of them. Madison was on her way to being a prepper. Chapter 19. 11 hours. 12:38 p.m., September 8th. Dallas Cowboys training facilities, Ford Center at the Star, Frisco, Texas. One of his attorneys leaned over and whispered to Colton, "Have you heard about this solar flare thing? I guess a lot of flights are being rerouted. Now they're talking about potential power outages." "Where did you hear that?" Colton whispered back. "Is it something official out of Washington?" "Nah, just news reports," he replied. "But you know how they can get. When there isn't some political scandal to talk about, they grab onto any kind of drama to boost ratings." Colton thought for a moment, and then pulled his iPhone out of his jacket pocket. He finished the glass of water he'd been nursing. He decided to look online for himself. The first stop was foxnews.com, but it yielded nothing. There was a brief mention in a video article about the potential for northern lights into the American heartland, but no details. Then he went to his bookmark for the Drudge Report. Jerry Jones paraded out Des Bryant, Tony Romo, and former University of Tennessee star Jason Witten to meet the contingent as lunch concluded. Colton wanted to meet Witten, who had become one of the top tight ends in the NFL, but he was intent on finding an update. Drudge had a tendency to sensationalize his headlines to grab attention, so it was necessary to read the actual article he aggregated. One headline read, "The heat is on." Another simply read, "Angry." He clicked on the second article and navigated his finger across the iPhone screen to CBSNews.com, which read, "Newest hole in the sun is a doozy." It was updated 11 minutes ago and contained the latest imagery from NASA. Colton glanced through the article, oblivious to his surroundings. "New and massive coronal hole has developed on the sun's surface," NASA announced today. This coronal hole will be responsible for high-speed solar winds coupled with solar particles, which are expected to collide with Earth sometime Thursday evening. Potentially ruinous effects on orbiting satellites and geopositioning systems are likely. Travelers are urged to take caution and be aware that flights are being rerouted or canceled altogether per the FAA. It was the last paragraph of the article that struck Colton. Why do the news media feel it's necessary to downplay potential threats to our safety? Do they not think we can handle the truth? The paragraph read, "But the solar winds aren't all bad. They're also responsible for the beautiful auroras that will grace our skies this evening at latitudes as low as Oklahoma and Tennessee." Tennessee? That's it. Am I overreacting? Something is screaming, "Get ready!" He was furiously texting Madison now. It was simple, and Colton doubted she would push back at his suggestion. 911, pull Alex out of school now. Get extra food. Be careful. Chapter 20. 10 hours. 1 p.m., September 8th. Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. The President stood behind her desk and stared out onto the south lawn of the White House complex. There were no activities today, and she had planned an afternoon with her daughter and 2 grandchildren. Her husband was fundraising on Long Island, which gave her the opportunity to unwind. She was having difficulty separating his former presidency from hers. Despite the earlier briefing, she didn't find a need to alter her schedule, but her chief of staff sent her an urgent message, so she made her way to the Oval Office to meet with key members of her national security team. "Madam President, I apologize for interrupting your afternoon, but an update's been received from NOAA and NASA that requires your attention." "Fine, go ahead," she bristled. "I've planned this day with my grandchildren and daughter for weeks. This better be important." "It is, Madam President," he started. She quickly turned around and sat in her chair. She motioned for the rest of the national security team to take seats as well. Her chief of staff handed her the updated report, and she glanced through it. "These are the updated projections of a coronal mass ejection emitted from active region 3222 at approximately 0400. Based on satellite analysis, an accurate prediction analysis has been created." "Plain English, please," she said. "What exactly are we facing here?" She tossed the report on her desk and leaned back in her chair, clasping her fingers together across her stomach. Secretary Sullivan replied, "In the next 10 hours, the northern hemisphere of our planet will absorb the full brunt of an X-58 solar flare with an accompanying coronal mass ejection greater than any in recorded history. There's a high probability our nation's critical infrastructure will be severely damaged." "Catherine, how's this information different from this morning's NSA briefing?" she asked. "Madam President, the timing of these events determines the impact on Earth. As of 8 this morning, we were able to provide a fairly accurate analysis of the strength of the incoming solar ejection. Now, with an additional 4 hours of data, we can predict the probable sphere of impact. "Don't leave me hanging here," said the President, growing impatient. Secretary Sullivan continued. "Based on Earth's relative positioning and our proximity to the fall equinox, we're predicting a direct hit to the northern hemisphere around 2300 hours. The President remained silent for a moment. She spun in her chair and glanced out into the rose garden. "Do we have a protocol for this?" "We do, Madam President," replied Secretary Blumenthal. "The Space Weather Preparedness Strategy, or SWPS, was adopted by the prior administration in late 2015 to prepare, respond to, and recover from potentially devastating space weather events." "That's admirable," she interrupted. "What do the guidelines suggest?" "The first step establishes the magnitude of the space weather event, and we craft a response at the federal, state, and local level. Protection efforts would include assuring continuity of government, minimizing risks to our critical national infrastructure, and managing societal reaction to the event's aftermath." "Well, at this point I hardly see a need to implement martial law." She laughed in her own unique way. "I think it's important to figure out how we notify appropriate agencies without causing widespread panic. We do have to do everything we can, however." "Madam President, if I may," interjected her chief political advisor, "there's an action plan in place per the SWPS. Whether the next 10 hours is sufficient time to implement it is not for me to decide. At this point, the media is beginning to drive the narrative. The British print media led the way early this morning, and now the cable news outlets are parading their experts out to the televisions of millions of Americans." "Okay, I get it," said the President. "We need to issue a statement, and I assume you have a draft copy in the works." "I do," he replied. "Then how do we issue a public warning without causing widespread panic?" "This is an issue that's been raised regarding the threat of near-Earth objects, NEOs, like asteroids," replied Secretary Sullivan. "A key issue associated with the hazard from NEOs is that the length of time needed to implement a mitigation plan is affected by the accuracy of the trajectory of the NEO. In the case of a solar flare, whether a geomagnetic storm warning should be issued or not depends on the data received from our satellites. In this case, we were given nearly 20 hours notice of the solar event, but only 10 hours notice of the probability of impact. In other words, if we issue the order to prepare prematurely, we could unduly cause fear to the public," said the President. "But if we wait too long, then the mitigation strategy will be for naught." "Madam President, I've been in contact with Dr. Dennis Milletti, a professor at the University of Colorado at Boulder," said Secretary Sullivan. "He's been a consultant to the SWPC in Boulder." "What does he think?" the President asked. Secretary Sullivan summarized. "Dr. Milletti's of the opinion there are several myths associated with providing the general public warning of an impending disaster. The first myth is panic. He believes the fear of instilling public panic has repeatedly constrained providing an endangered public with effective warnings. It typically leads to downplaying risks, which robs the public of both the time and the motivation they need to act." "People panic easily," interjected the chief political advisor. "If we issue a warning that the world's coming to an end because the sun's having a bad day and nothing happens, we'll lose credibility. Do I need to remind everyone of the public perception hit we took after canceling the Daytona 500? "We have to craft a measured response to the experts that are hitting the news networks," replied Secretary Sullivan. "I can call a press conference and issue a statement that exudes control and composure while providing the facts as we know them. If the media doesn't sense panic, it won't hit the airwaves to create panic. Perhaps we can invite the White House press corps to photograph and observe the President playing with her grandkids." "Good idea," said the President. She swiveled and looked out into the beautiful sunny day. "I'll play ball with them on the South Lawn for a photo op. Just another normal day." "Okay, I can sign off on that," said the chief political advisor, turning his attention to Secretary Sullivan. "But keep your statement terse, simple language, and just a few words." "With all due respect," started Secretary Sullivan, "I think that's a mistake. I can't tell the American people they're at risk and then not give them sufficient information to create an informed decision. They'll turn to the media for answers, and that'll ramp up the speculation." The conversation was now becoming heated. The chief political advisor shot back, "You can't cry wolf either. If this solar flare does nothing but cause a lot of pretty colors in the sky, and you take us to the functional equivalent of DEFCON 2, the public will never respond to our warnings again. What if the Russians fire off a nuke and the public ignores our alerts? Then we'll deal with that if it happens. I'm telling everyone in this room that AR-3222 has delivered its own nuclear payload, and it's headed right for us. Whether our country is hit by a Russian nuke or this massive CME, the result is the same. Lights out." Chapter 21. 10 hours. 1 p.m., September 8th. Davidson Academy, Nashville, Tennessee. Madison hurried through the security checkpoint inside the entrance of Davidson Academy and started down the hallway to where she thought Alex's algebra class was located. The security guard hollered after her. "Mrs. Ryman," the guard shouted, "you'll need to stop by the principal's office first and state your reason for being here. Most likely you'll be accompanied by a guidance counselor to your daughter's room." Madison stopped and listened to the guard, but as soon as he turned to clear another visitor, she hurried down the hall. She ducked down a corridor toward her right and began to walk briskly, hoping to avoid detection. She contemplated removing her sandals, which made a loud clap on the polished tile floors as she moved from room to room. She peered through the 6-inch-wide, 2-foot-tall windows that were located in each of the classroom doors. At the next to the last room before the end of the hallway, she saw Alex sitting in the second row. She reached for the doorknob and then hesitated. "Last chance, Maddie," she whispered, referring to herself with the name only her husband was allowed to use. She gently knocked on the door and entered, startling the teacher, who turned toward her. Alex immediately saw her and mouthed the words, "What, Mom?" "I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I need my daughter, Alexis Ryman, to come with me. We have a family situation to deal with." The kids in the classroom started to whisper among themselves, and the teacher admonished them to settle down. He looked past Madison, apparently expecting to see a school administrator. "Have you checked in at the front office, Mrs. Ryman?" "Oh, yes, of course," she lied. "I told them I knew where Alex's class was located and that an escort wasn't necessary. They were all very busy and told me to have a nice day." Madison fidgeted nervously and wiggled her hand to encourage Alex to get out of her chair to join her. "Well, this is not the normal procedure. Just allow me to call Mrs. Grace and confirm." "Oh, that won't be necessary. Again, I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll just be on our way. Come on, honey." Madison pushed past him and motioned for Alex to come along. Alex gathered her things, finally, and started toward the door. "Mom," said Alex, stopping just short of leaving, "what's wrong? If I leave school early, I won't be able to play in my match this afternoon. Can't this wait 2 more hours?" "No, Alex, it can't." The teacher started to dial the front office again. "Your dad sent me for you. We have to go. Now." "But, Mom," started Alex. But then they both heard her cell phone vibrate in the pocket of her school-issued blue blazer. Alex pulled out the phone and looked at the alert with her mom. She studied the display, which read Flare-Aware Alert, G5, Extreme, Geomagnetic Storm Warning. "Let's go," said Madison, and grabbed her daughter by the hand. "Wait," came the voice of the teacher from inside the classroom, but it was too late. Madison and Alex ran through the hallways toward the front of the building, where their SUV remained parked with the hazard lights flashing. The security guard left his post to report to the principal's office following the teacher's phone call. He and a guidance counselor chased after the Ryman women as they scurried out of the building. "Thelma and Louise!" shouted Alex as she slid into the passenger seat. Madison laughed with her daughter as they roared out of the parking lot. "I'm sorry for the drama, honey." "No problem, Mom. Is Daddy okay? Is he coming home?" asked Alex nervously. "He's fine, honey, and I think he's on his way." Alex looked around the school parking lot. "Do you think I'll get suspended?" "Nah, maybe detention, or you'll write sentences. Somehow I don't think it's going to be an issue for a while." Madison gunned the accelerator and increased her speed as she turned off Old Hickory Boulevard onto Interstate 24 toward the city. "See what you can find on the radio." Alex bounced through several Sirius XM channels and finally settled on CNN. She then turned her attention to the Flare-Aware app. She read the alerts out loud. "An Earth-directed CME at 0923 UTC. A G5 geomagnetic storm warning has been issued. There's a link to a YouTube video." Madison glanced at the phone to see for herself and almost got hit by an 18-wheeler that suddenly changed lanes in front of her. "Mom!" Alex exclaimed. "Sorry," apologized Madison. "Maybe I should drive." Alex laughed, partly serious. "Not gonna happen. Are you going to the video?" "Hang on, geez Louise." Alex played the video as Madison exited westbound onto Briley Parkway. She was going to avoid downtown traffic, and the loop would drop her off near the grocery stores. She glanced over at the phone again. "I don't hear anything. Can you turn it up?" asked Madison. "Mom, you're driving me nuts. The video doesn't have sound. It just shows this black and white image of a blast coming from the sun, followed by a bunch of numbers. I'm looking for Dr. Stanford's YouTube video channel for an update." Madison kept driving while Alex searched for more information online. She scrolled through the Sirius channels, but she found nothing on the dedicated news networks. Why hasn't the government issued a statement? Maybe it was nothing. Did Colton panic because Alex and I were worked up into a frenzy? "She hasn't issued an update, and I can't find anything else online," said Alex, interrupting Madison's inner debate. "I'm checking Twitter now." "Why Twitter?" News breaks faster on Twitter than anywhere else, Mom. Everybody has a cell phone with a camera. Most people have a Twitter account. The first eyewitnesses to any major news event start on Twitter. Really? Yes, Mom. I've told you this before. Madison shrugged and kept driving. As Alex searched for some kind of update, Madison thought about their next move. Colton's text read, "Get food," so that was the first order of business. She and Alex would head to Kroger or Publix. Probably Kroger because she liked the fuel points. "Wow!" exclaimed Alex. "I searched hashtag 3222 and found a lot of tweets from astronomers all over the world. Here's one from Sunviewer. Very prominent sunspot 3222 is clearly visible. Massive Earth-directed plasma. Keep an eye out for aurora." "That's it? Watch for pretty skies tonight?" "I'll keep looking, but that's it so far." Madison was puzzled. Where are the warnings? Chapter 22. 10 hours. 1:28 p.m., September 8th. Kroger Grocery Store, West End Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. Madison turned right into the aging Belmead Plaza at the corner of White Bridge Road and West End Avenue. CVS anchored one end of the shopping center and appeared to be fairly busy. As she drove toward the southern end of the center, which contained the Kroger store, she looked at the vacant storefronts and the homeless couple digging through a trash can on the sidewalk. It was a sign of the stagnant economic times. The nation never recovered from the recession of 08 to 09. Over 100 million Americans were either unemployed or had given up looking for work altogether. 60% of Americans were on some form of government assistance. A malaise had beset the nation for years, and it resulted in the worst class warfare in the nation's history. Tensions existed between the wealthy and the poor, between the races and religions. John Winthrop, a leading figure in the creation of the Massachusetts Bay Colony in the 17th century, once urged the colonists to create a city upon a hill, a phrase derived from the Sermon on the Mount. Ronald Reagan used a similar phrase, a shining city upon a hill. Ronald Reagan, like John Winthrop, saw America as exceptional. Over time, the shining city began to lose its luster. The thin veneer of civilization that Americans relied upon to keep order was slowly evaporating. Rot and decay had gradually overcome morals and values. At one point, as members of a civilized society, you could expect your fellow citizens to act in a certain way. America was on a steady decline in that respect, and it was about to get worse. "It looks pretty busy, Mom," said Alex. "Should we try Publix instead?" "Let's try here first. I know this store better." Madison eased her way past shoppers leaving the store. Everything appeared to be normal, as it wasn't unusual for Wednesday, senior discount day, to be busy. She finally found a space next to West End Avenue and backed into it. Madison hurried into the store with Alex. She had a general idea of the things she wanted to buy, and the rest she would pick up based on the checklist from the book she'd bought that morning. "Grab your own cart, Alex. We'll probably fill them both up. Follow me. We're going to skip the produce and deli." "Mom, what exactly are we shopping for?" asked Alex. "Non-perishable foods, honey. We need food that we can eat without any preparation and that will give us nutrition and energy. Think of foods that require little or no cooking, too." Madison veered toward the left through the floral department until Alex grabbed her arm. "What about granola, nuts, and dried fruits? You know, the stuff hikers and campers eat." Madison stopped as she realized Alex was right. When she used to hike, she planned on eating a snack every hour for energy, which included complex carbohydrates like pretzels and crackers, as well as nuts and dried fruits. "You're right. Back this way." Madison wheeled the cart around and almost took out a table of purple orchids. She headed back into the produce department, past the sushi counter, and found the wall of granola and trail mix ingredients. She and Alex began filling up plastic bags and closing them with twist ties. She didn't add to their cart in the meat and seafood department. They had a deep freeze in their garage, which was full of frozen chicken, meats, and seafood. If the power went out for a significant period of time, the deep freeze would only function for so long before the food would spoil. They would have to cook it first. Madison led Alex past the organic food section toward the canned goods. Once again, Alex stopped her. "Mom, wait. We can use these too." Alex turned down the aisle and stopped in front of the organic energy bars. She began to fill her cart with Cliff and Larabar energy bars. Madison was impressed with Alex's cool demeanor. Although the two hadn't said it aloud, they were shopping for their survival. The choices they made in that Kroger store might determine whether they lived or died. The next aisle, which contained canned goods and dried beans, was busy. Madison observed the usual Wednesday senior shoppers who took advantage of the 5% discount offered by Kroger. But there were others, like us. As Madison approached the dried beans and rice, she noticed a woman filling her cart with bags of beans. Her toddler was gleefully kicking his legs back and forth in the shopping cart seat. Madison quickly joined her and began grabbing 20-pound bags of rice off the bottom shelf. The woman made eye contact and nodded. She's doing the same thing. Madison debated whether to say anything, but then decided the two needed to cooperate. She whispered to the woman, "We need the same things. How about we take turns so that we both get what we need? Deal?" "Deal," the woman responded as she took a bag of rice. She and Madison took turns until the shelves were emptied, and the bottom of Madison's cart was full of a variety of legumes and uncooked rice. After they had finished, they looked at each other, and the woman began to shed a few tears. Madison became emotional as well, and moved to give her a hug. The woman whispered to Madison, "I'm scared." "Me too," replied Madison, holding the stranger tightly. "Take care of that beautiful boy, okay?" The woman wiped her tears and smiled at Madison. The two mothers had shared a moment, rendered support to each other with love, and then moved on to the task at hand. As they worked their way through the aisles, more shoppers of the pre-apocalypse began to appear. They pushed carts full of bottled water, batteries, and packaged meals. Madison continued to concentrate on food items, including spices to make their stockpile of beans and rice more palatable and varied. In the paper goods section, she grabbed 2 large packs of toilet paper and paper towels, a 300-piece disposable flatware set, several boxes of garbage bags, and several packages of Ziplocs. The cleaning supplies section was almost skipped, but Alex reminded her mom that chlorine bleach could be used to purify water and sanitize things. They also bought several bottles of Purell. Their last stop was the area near the pharmacy, which included medications and sports nutrition supplements. The store was filling up, and Madison felt a sense of urgency. The faces in the crowd said it all. People were on edge and in a hurry. "Alex, let's split up here. I'll focus on medical supplies. I want you to load up on vitamins and supplements, okay?" "Like what?" asked Alex. Madison replied as Alex began to push her cart in that direction. "Vitamins. You know, multivitamins, mineral supplements, C, D, E, and B complex." "Okay," shouted Alex in response. "Hey, protein powders too," Madison yelled back. "Grab protein mixes, the big muscle builder containers." "Got it," came the response over the top of the first aid shelves. Madison pulled the EMP book out of her bag and thumbed to the appendix. The list titled Survival Medicine was long. "My goodness," she uttered out loud. "First aid, infection, dental treatments, pain." She quickly became overwhelmed as her eyes darted from the book to the store shelves. Why didn't I do this years ago? Her cart was almost full, but she started by grabbing one of everything: bandages, ointments, adhesive tape, and betadine. She then worked her way through the pain relievers and cold relief medications. She grabbed a variety. She retrieved extra Benadryl from the shelf because it could be used for bee stings and bug bites. As Alex reappeared, she was holding up her cell phone to show Madison another alert from FlareAware. It was another geomagnetic storm warning. "Mom, I really think we need to go." Chapter 23. 10 hours, 1:35 p.m., September 8th. Dallas Cowboys training facilities, Ford Center at the Star, Frisco, Texas. Colton's palms were sweaty. Despite the cold temperatures in the conference room, he was visibly sweating. He wanted out of there. Colton couldn't remember a single word mentioned by the attorneys since he read the online articles and sent Madison the text. "Well, it appears we have the basis for a deal, and I'll have our people in New York draft a formal agreement," said one of the suits for CBS, who remained fairly quiet while the NFL and Colton's legal team hashed out the details. "I'd like to remind everyone that we need to keep this under wraps until halftime of this evening's game. Commissioner Goodell, Mr. Jones, and CBS Sports Director Bob Fishman will be conducting a news conference to make the formal announcement. I'd like to thank everybody for their—" Suddenly, Jerry Jones burst into the conference room. "Everybody, I need you to listen." Jones was visibly shaken. His jacket was off and tie loosened. Something was wrong. Colton immediately felt for his phone. "I've been advised by my staff there apparently is going to be a warning issued regarding flight travel and cancellation public events." Jones instructed one of his aides to turn on the television monitors in the room. Fox News, with its commonly used breaking news graphic, filled the screens. "Airlines are scrambling at this hour to comply with FAA restrictions just handed down as we bring you breaking news from Washington. Apparently solar activity has suddenly increased, which is disrupting the use of GPS and other satellite-dependent devices. There are now reports of increasingly long lines at airports as passengers traveling the northernmost routes of the United States and Canada are being affected. SeaTac and JFK have reported 2 security breaches as panicked passengers rushed through TSA checkpoints in an effort to reach their departing flights. Thus far, we've received no official word from the White House, but the press pool has been put on notice that a statement will be issued by Secretary Sullivan shortly. We'll have more on this story as it develops. Jones continued. I've received a phone call from Commissioner Goodell, whose flight has been grounded out in New York. He's telling me that in all likelihood tonight's game will be... But Jones was interrupted by the buzzing of muted cell phones that were set to vibrate. Within 30 seconds, text messages were received and voicemails were listened to. Many of the attendees in the conference room, except for Colton, were receiving wireless emergency alerts. Since 9/11, public safety officials had used the emergency alert system as a reliable method of delivering warnings of impending natural or man-made disasters. Governmental websites like NOAA, FEMA, and Ready.gov provided a variety of notification options. In Colton's home state, the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, or TEMA, created a mobile preparedness app for all major cell phone platforms. In addition to warnings of an impending disaster, the app provided locations of shelters, evacuation routes, and local emergency management contacts based upon your location. At any given time, a user could visit the app and determine the state's emergency activation level. Level 5 was considered normal, and Level 1 indicated a catastrophic disaster. Colton was unaware that his state had declared a Level 2 major disaster. A solar flare, said one of the attendees. Possible power outages, said another. Jones continued. The game's likely to be canceled. Now, I live here, so this is easy for me to say. It's possible this is a false alarm, as there's not an official statement from the president or his staff. But for any of you who'd feel more comfortable getting home to your families, I suggest you leave now. I have cars waiting downstairs to take each of you to your chosen destination. Papers were being shoveled into briefcases, and the lids snapped closed before some of the executives hit the conference room door. Pleasantries were not exchanged. Handshakes with their host were sidestepped. It was every man for himself. Colton sat stunned for a moment before he gathered his belongings. Most of the NFL and network people flew in on private jets from New York or California. They would meet up with their aircraft at the nearby executive airport in Addison. Nobody offered him a lift. Colton realized he was the only attendee that flew on a commercial airline. As he left, he stopped to shake the hand of the NFL icon Jerry Jones. I want to thank you, sir, for what you've done for my client and me. I hope this is not as serious as it portends to be. I agree, young man. May I assume you're flying back to Nashville? You're welcome to ride this out at my lake house near Tioga. Colton smiled and declined, saying that he wanted to get home to his family. He picked up his pace and headed down the hallway toward the winding stairwell leading to the lobby. He was remarkably calm, considering he rang the warning bell with Madison an hour ago. Madison, doggone it, I need to call her. He tried in vain, but all circuits were busy. Colton suspected much of America would be lighting up the cell phone lines over the next hour, attempting to spread the word of the impending flare. How am I going to get through? I need to get on a plane. Chapter 24. 10 hours, 1:52 p.m., September 8th. Sam Rayburn Tollway, North Dallas, Texas. The black Lincoln town car raced through traffic on the toll road named for former Texas Congressman Sam Rayburn, who served as the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives for 17 years, the longest tenure in history. Rayburn was actually a Tennessean by birth, having been born in Roane County near the Cumberland Plateau. Colton tried not to watch as his driver emulated a frustrated NASCAR driver who'd rather be at the Texas Motor Speedway. Instead, Colton focused his efforts on trying to get flight information online and changing his reservation. He was not having any luck. He kept receiving a 502 bad gateway error message, which meant the servers for the websites were overloaded. He had less luck getting through on the phone. His texts appeared to be going out, but he was unsure whether they were being delivered. It was very frustrating. The driver found his way to DFW, and Colton immediately headed to the American Airlines ticket counter. He read the departure board while he waited in line. The first available nonstop flight left at 2:25. After that, he would have to wait until 4:44. The line wasn't moving, and Colton craned his neck to get a better view of the ticket counter. The passengers appeared frustrated as the ticket agents stared down at their computer monitors. 10 minutes had passed, and nobody had been issued a ticket. Something is wrong. It was hot and stuffy in Terminal A, and the travelers began to feel the heat under their collars as well. Colton looked at his watch and saw that it was nearly 2 p.m. Even if a seat was available on the earlier Nashville flight, there were so many potential passengers in line that he knew that flight was realistically out of the question. He began to doubt whether he could make the 444 for that matter. The TSA checkpoint lines were so slow that the FAA was recommending allowing 3 hours to pass through security under normal travel conditions. This was hardly normal. Colton had to make a decision. He recalled that it was roughly 650 miles or so to Nashville from Dallas, and it was all interstate. He performed the calculations in his head. The only major cities that would hold him up were Little Rock and Memphis. Little Rock had a bypass, but Memphis would be a pain in the butt. If I average 80 miles an hour, that's 8 hours, home by 10 p.m. Decision made. Colton left the line and was headed down the escalator toward ground transportation and the car rental companies when he heard the PA announcement followed by groans and shouts of anger. American Airlines had just announced that their outbound flights were either grounded or canceled due to lack of equipment. Because so many flights from northern airports had been canceled, there weren't any inbound planes available to meet connections. At that moment, commercial airline travel came to a virtual standstill across the nation. Colton ran down the remaining few steps of the escalator, pushing his way past half a dozen people. He approached the Hertz counter and was pleased to find that there was no line. He stood there patiently for a moment, waiting for a rental agent, but no one arrived. He looked around for a bell or buzzer to ring. Nothing. But then he noticed a sign upside down on the counter that read, "No cars available." A frustrated customer must have slammed it down in disgust. He immediately looked around at the other counters. The counters were vacant, but there were several signs that read, "No cars available." Now what? Colton wandered through the rental car area, rubbing his temples and looking to his cell phone for guidance. He tried to call Madison again with no luck. He hadn't received a response to his text. What am I going to do? I could go back to Frisco. Maybe Jerry Jones could take me to his lake house. Colton began walking toward the taxi stand, and he saw a small rental car counter tucked around the corner from the main rows of the national brand names. It was called Divine Auto Rental, and there was a lonely customer service agent waiting for the next traveler. The sign read, "Cars Available." Just what the good Lord ordered, he laughed to himself. Chapter 25. 10 hours, 1:48 p.m., September 8th. Kroger Grocery Store, West End Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. Just as Madison and Alex turned their overloaded carts toward the checkout aisles, the sights and sounds of cell phones coming to life filled the aisles of the Kroger store. It was not the grocery store chain's equivalent of the famous Kmart Blue Light Special of years past. This was a special alert of another kind. Here comes the sun, and not in a nice way. The state of Tennessee elected to use its Amber Alert warning system to post a notification about the geomagnetic storm. As of 2013, Amber Alerts, which were used exclusively for the purposes of notifying the public of a serious child abduction case, were automatically sent through the Wireless Emergency Alerts program to all cell phone users. Everyone with a Wireless Emergency Alert-enabled phone was automatically enrolled for 3 alerts: presidential declarations, imminent threats like terrorist attacks, and Amber Alerts. Although a national program, it was typically utilized by local law enforcement and governments. Tennessee's governor issued an imminent threat warning regarding the coronal mass ejection inbound from the sun. Within the store, over a span of 30 seconds, the shoppers went from dead silence to a panicked mob. Many saw the alert, which began with the words "imminent threat warning," and lost sight of the message which followed. Earlier in the year, a much-publicized imminent threat warning was issued by newly installed Governor Charlie Crist of Florida, declaring a state of emergency in the Daytona Beach area. The Daytona 500 was canceled moments before the green flag dropped, causing a mass panic and the deaths of 17 people. It became a major source of embarrassment to the newly inaugurated president. "We're under attack! Terrorists! Are we at war?" The shouts of fear and hysteria filled the air amidst the sounds of metal shopping carts crashing into each other. Cell phones rang and were answered. Others attempted to reach loved ones. Madison kept her head and urged Alex to hurry to the checkout aisle. Out of 12 available lanes, only one 20 items or less was open, the self-checkout, and 5 regular lanes. Madison resisted the urge to use the 20 items or less aisle out of fear of reprisals from her fellow shoppers, and moved down to aisle 4. The woman and the young boy from earlier were checking out, and one elderly woman with a modestly filled basket was in line in front of them. Madison assessed their haul and was pleased with herself. Behind her, the sounds of chaos ensued. At the entryway to the left of the checkout aisles, people tried to force their way through the sliding doors, causing a jam. A store employee attempted to assist the new shoppers and received a shove to the floor for her efforts. Shouts and arguments filled the air from the aisles. The crash of broken glass caused a momentary silence before the mayhem continued. Madison was astonished at how quickly the situation devolved into pandemonium. As Alex slid the blue divider stick behind the elderly woman's stack of Ensure, Madison thought about how the behavior of human beings was so unpredictable. They were not wired to accept change very well. Their psyche was too sensitive. She wondered if it had always been that way, or if it was because society was too coddled now and therefore unable to adapt. Alex began to unload Madison's cart as a heavy-set man rammed his shopping cart into her backside. Madison lurched forward and looked back at the man, who was obviously impatient. The line behind him had developed, and there were angry shouts demanding more open checkout lanes. Ordinarily, Madison would try to monitor the prices as they were rung up on the electronic register system. Today it was impossible to keep up. Although they'd been in the store for nearly an hour at this point, it had been anything but a leisurely shopping day for mother and daughter. This trip reminded Madison of an episode of Supermarket Sweep, which had aired on Lifetime years ago. Alex worked with the lone bagger to relocate the day's haul from the conveyor belt to the empty carts. The groceries, which filled 2 carts while in the store, now required 3 carts to depart the premises. The bored and oblivious checkout clerk looked at Madison and asked, "Do you have your Kroger card with you today?" "What?" asked Madison, clearly distracted from the normal shopping experience. "Would you like your discount? Do you have your Kroger Rewards card? If not, I can sign you." Madison interrupted the clerk as the man behind her slammed a case of Schlitz beer on the conveyor belt, causing her to jump. "Sorry, here. Your total's $1,121.34, announced the clerk. Madison reached for her phone out of her bag and immediately noticed there were no missed calls or text messages from Colton. "I hope he's okay." She navigated to the Chase Bank mobile app, which was accepted by Kroger as payment. She scanned the phone to pay. No response. She tried it again. Nothing. "Is this machine working?" she asked, referring to the Canadian-based Moneris VX520i terminal mounted next to the register. "It was," replied the clerk. "Try credit card." Madison, feeling the pressure from probing eyes of the shoppers behind her, fumbled through her purse and found her wallet. The man behind her let out an audible sigh, followed by an obnoxious belch. Madison found her Chase debit card and swiped it again. Nothing. This time a message on the terminal read, "Card fail." Madison stared at the machine dumbfounded. They had plenty of money in their bank account to pay for the groceries. Embarrassment was beginning to overwhelm her. "It reads, card fail," she whispered to the clerk, or so she thought. The man behind her lifted his now empty cart and dropped it to the floor with a loud clank. "Come on, let's go," he huffed. Madison ignored him and tried another card. Same result. Card fail. "There must be something wrong with your machine," said Madison. The clerk stared back at her with no expression or suggestion. A store manager interrupted the transaction with an announcement over the store's PA system. "May I have your attention, please? Please, Kroger shoppers, may I have your attention? We're experiencing difficulty with our credit card processing company. At this time, we're only able to accept cash or a check for payment." Madison frantically waved Alex over. "Give me your checkbook." "It's in my book bag in the truck." "Run out there and get it, sweetie," said Madison. Alex leaned in to whisper to her mother. "Mom, I don't have that much money in my account. You do remember how much my allowance is, right?" "Get it anyway. They'll never know. Now hurry, run." As Alex scampered off, Madison turned to the clerk. "My daughter's going to get the checkbook." This brought roars of disapproval from the man behind her and several others, including a baby who was wailing uncontrollably. "Get out of line! Start over! This is ridiculous!" Madison tried to plead her case and buy time. "It's not my fault that the credit card machine doesn't work. My daughter will be right back, just a moment more." The man behind her shoved his cart into Madison again. She was angry now. Madison turned on the man and grabbed the front of his cart with both hands. "Stop hitting me with that cart." "Or what, lady?" he shouted back. "You're 140 pounds soaking wet. What exactly are you going to do, huh?" Nothing, of course. But Madison was tired of being bullied by this crude guy. She was about to respond when one of the store managers appeared on the scene. "What seems to be the problem here?" he asked. "She ain't got no money," shouted one of the people in line. "Yes, I do have money," started Madison. "Your machine doesn't work, and my daughter just ran to the car to get the checkbook. She'll be back any moment." "Hey, my beer's getting hot," shouted Bully Boy behind her. The store manager glanced at the man and his beer before addressing Madison. "Ma'am, perhaps we should have you step aside so that we can keep the line moving." Alex came running through the front entrance, holding the checkbook over her head. "Here she comes. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to check out and leave now." Chapter 26. 9 hours, 2:02 p.m., September 8th. Bank ATM, West End, Nashville, Tennessee. They had to force their way past the throng of new shoppers who were shoving their way into the store. Madison glanced down the aisles as they pushed their 3 heavy carts toward the exit. Large sections of the shelves were empty. The floor was littered with broken or damaged groceries. Many customers carried what they could, as available shopping carts were at a premium. She immediately conjured up images of countries that had recently experienced economic collapse, like Venezuela. "Hey, I need one of your carts," said a man who followed them out of the store. "Just a moment while we unload," replied Madison, who immediately felt apprehensive about the man following them to their truck. Despite being in broad daylight, she imagined the man carjacking their truck and kidnapping them, or worse. As their Suburban came into view, she was actually relieved to see the small red Kia that blocked them in. At least the man following them couldn't steal their truck. She'd figure out what to do with the offending Kia later. The man, as it turned out, was a decent guy who wanted to secure a cart before going into the store. He needed diapers and formula for their newborn, and knew he couldn't carry much. He helped the women lay down the back seat and moved Alex's golf clubs toward the front to make room for their groceries. He chatted briefly with her about golf and then was on his way. Madison closed the rear trunk lid and joined Alex inside. She immediately locked the doors, turned on the air conditioner, and caught her breath. From their vantage point they could see the melee, which best described the last senior shopping day to be held at Kroger for a long time. One woman, in a panic to pack her groceries into her small car, allowed her shopping cart to roll away, which included her kicking and screaming 2-year-old. The cart almost crashed into a car that was waiting on her parking space. A good Samaritan made the rescue, but unceremoniously lifted the 2-year-old out, pointed her in the direction of the distraught mother, and ran into the store, pushing the cart to its limits. Horns were blaring. A fistfight erupted over a stolen parking spot. Some cars were simply abandoned for lack of a better parking option, which brought Madison's attention back to the red Kia Soul. The words of the rude man in the store came into her mind. "You're 140 pounds soaking wet." "No, I weigh 128, thank you." She looked at the Kia again. "Alex, how much do you think that little car weighs?" "I don't know, Mom," she replied as she scrolled through her Twitter feed. Madison answered her own question. "I think about a ton. My guess is we're closer to 3 tons, maybe more." "What's the point, Mom?" "Well, I believe we've waited long enough for whoever this rude person is that blocked us in. It's time to go." Madison put the transmission into low gear and inched forward until the massive front end of the Suburban towered over its smaller counterpart. "Mom!" Alex yelled. "What are you doing?" "We don't have time for this, Alexis." Madison gave the Suburban gas and began to push the Kia sideways. The tires on the smaller vehicle began to screech as it slid along the hot asphalt pavement. Several would-be shoppers stopped to watch the commotion. Madison was undeterred. She continued to push the Kia until it began to turn at an angle. She stopped, backed up, and pushed toward the rear of the red Soul to create a wider gap. After several back-and-forth maneuvers, the opening became wide enough for the Suburban to fit through, and Madison pulled off. She caught Alex staring at her. "What?" "Well, aren't you going to leave a note?" asked Alex. "No. Besides, they wouldn't like what I had to say anyway. We need to go find an ATM." It took them 10 minutes to get out of the parking lot and another 10 to cross the White Ridge Road intersection, which yielded 3 bank options. The Bank of America on the corner had a line out its front doors, and the ATM line was empty. While waiting for the light to change, she saw several people walk up to the machine, express some form of disgust, and then leave or join the line of people trying to enter the bank. A security guard was doing his best to keep order, but in the 100-degree heat, tempers easily flared. She drove past SunTrust on the left, hoping the smaller, more obscure U.S. Bank location was a better option. She was wrong. The line extended around the building into the parking lot. Madison waited to turn around at St. Thomas West Hospital, where Alex was born. "Mom, from what I can tell, there hasn't been any formal announcement or emergency alert about the solar flare. I got a text from my friend Jamie, who said school let out early and the golf match was canceled this afternoon." "Try the news networks," said Madison. She wheeled the big SUV in a U-turn and headed back toward the SunTrust ATM. Alex turned the radio to CNN, where two people were yelling at each other about whether the White House was being irresponsible by not making a statement. One of the talking heads claimed the president was acting calm and prudent. The other complained the president was out of touch by playing with her grandchildren during a time of national crisis. This elicited an angry retort by the other argumentative combatant, who contended no such crisis existed. "The sun is shining. Big deal," he exclaimed. This exchange was indicative of why Madison was disgusted with politics. Everything was politicized. A tragic school or restaurant shooting quickly became a raging debate about gun control. The poor, grieving families didn't even have a chance to learn if their loved one was dead or alive before the two sides draped themselves in the flag. While one side decreed that allowing illegal aliens to enter the country uninhibited was compassionate and the right thing to do, the other was deemed to be racist because they disagreed. It was a never-ending battle of left versus right. Common sense took a back seat to it all. Madison found a parking space at the bank despite the long ATM line. She instructed Alex to keep monitoring the news, and Madison also asked her to try and reach her dad again. She didn't want to alarm Alex, but Madison was genuinely concerned about her inability to reach Colton by phone. She had no idea if he was still at the Cowboys complex or whether he was on a flight home. She hoped he'd caught a plane, which would explain his lack of contact with her. While in line, she engaged in idle chat with some of the other bank customers. Incredibly, several people in line were unaware of the impending solar storm. Madison casually asked if anyone had heard about it, which piqued the interest of those within earshot. They immediately took to their smartphones to look for information. Within a minute, everyone in line, starved for information, attempted to call friends and family. Conversations turned into panicked discussions about what it meant. One man suspected the worst-case doomsday scenario, as he put it. He summed it up as no power, no utilities, and no government. Think Mad Max, he surmised. Those in line began to focus their attention on the person using the ATM. Madison could feel them pressing from the rear as the line grew longer. The bank's parking lot was full, as were the drive-through tellers. The word was spreading, and it had been less than an hour since the cell phone alert was issued. Madison wished that she had more than one debit card. The most she could withdraw in a given day was $600. After her experience at Kroger's, she decided that having some cash on hand was a good idea. She had checked her balance this morning, which was part of her daily routine. When it was her turn, Madison nervously entered her PIN number incorrectly twice. The pressure of the day and the people behind her caused her to lose focus. On the third try, she succeeded. As the transaction was being completed, she opted for a written receipt, hoping it might provide her a clue as to whether Colton had made a similar withdrawal. She stepped to the side of the ATM and read the printed balance. She quickly did the math in her head. Only her earlier purchases and the cash withdrawal appeared to have been taken out of their account. Colton had not used the card today. As was her habit, she counted the money dispensed by the ATM machine. Madison normally would do that before leaving the ATM, but the long line forced her out of her routine. It also caused her to lose awareness of her surroundings. Suddenly a man rushed her and tackled her to the ground. He was grabbing for the money she held tightly in her fist. "Give me the money," he growled in Madison's ear, while pinning her down with his knee. Madison could feel blood dripping down her neck where her chin had struck a rock. He was grabbing at her wrist. When he grabbed her hand and bent it backward, she lost her grip and let go of the money. The $20 bills blew into the grass, bouncing aimlessly until they wedged against a row of liriope plants. She tried to yell for help, but couldn't vocalize the words. The man crawled over her, his knees driving the air out of her lungs. As he scrambled for the money, which was now blowing along the grass toward the hedges, he kicked her in the face. Madison was stunned. "Why isn't somebody helping me?" That was when she saw the bright reflection of steel, followed by a primal, guttural scream. Alex came at the man with a vengeance and a sandwich. Madison could hear the cracking of ribs as Alex drove the shiny, polished steel blade into the man's side with all her might. The man roared in pain but continued to grab for the money. Alex didn't hesitate. She raised the club again and drove it down onto his left forearm, resulting in an audible crack. The mugger had rolled onto his back, abandoning the quest for Madison's money and choosing to beg for mercy. He held his left arm up with his right, gesturing for Alex to stop. She didn't. Alex swung again, crushing the man's left hand and severing one of his fingers, which barely hung on by its skin. The man was kicking the ground, trying to push himself into the bushes for protection. Alex went after him again. This time she drove the club into the ground, barely missing his feet. The golf club shaft snapped, leaving her to hold the grip while the sand wedge blade was embedded in the sod. The man used this as his opportunity to escape. Alex turned to her mother. "Mom, are you okay?" Alex was frantically trying to dial 911 to no avail. She turned her attention back to her mom. Madison wiped the blood off her neck and then discovered her nose was bleeding as well. She got onto her knees and nodded. As she came back to her senses, she realized two things. First, their money was blowing around on the grass, prompting her to overcome the pain and crawl on all fours to retrieve it. The second thing she realized was nobody got out of the ATM line to help her. Chapter 27. 9 hours. 2:24 p.m., September 8th. Harding Place, Belmead, Tennessee. Alex did her best to concentrate on the road as she drove her mother home. Even though St. Thomas Hospital was right around the corner, her mom insisted that she was all right. She just wanted to take a shower, or better yet, a nice bath. The traffic was at a standstill until Alex veered off Highway 100 and down Belmead Boulevard. The stately mansions stood high on the hill overlooking one of the most famous streets in Nashville. Unlike the chaos surrounding the last hour, Belmead looked like any other day. Lawn crews cut grass. A jogger, despite the sweltering heat, made his way along the tree-lined, divided street. The mailman was dutifully stuffing mailboxes. Madison threw the bloodied golf towel on the floor at her feet. She spoke for the first time since the attack. "Alex, I'm so proud of you. You may have saved my life." "I'm glad you're okay, Mom. I wish we'd gone to the hospital. He kicked you in the head. Do you remember that?" "Trust me, I'm feeling it," replied Madison. "What if you have a concussion?" Alex asked. "I don't, or at least I'm pretty sure I don't have one. My nose isn't broken either." "Well, that's good. I'm pretty sure Daddy'd be upset if your nose was crooked." Alex attempted to lighten the mood. She glanced over at Belmead Country Club as she turned on to Harding Place. There were golfers coming and going like any other Thursday afternoon. "No doubt," said Madison. "Honey, again, thank you." "I didn't save your life, Mom, but as Granddaddy'd say, I did save you from a good old-fashioned butt-whooping." The women laughed as they passed Mrs. Abercrombie, who was retrieving her mail. Somehow the appearance of the long-time resident getting her mail struck the Ryman women as odd under the circumstances. They didn't say another word until Alex turned on her left turn signal and slowly guided the large SUV through the very narrow stone columns adorned with iron security gates. "Home sweet home," muttered Madison. "Yeah, no kidding," added Alex. "I've got this, Mom. Why don't you check yourself out and get changed?" "But what should I do with all this stuff? We don't have room in our pantry for it." Alex hopped out and opened the rear hatch. She handed her mom the keys to unlock the house. Alex studied Madison's face one last time to make sure she didn't appear confused or dizzy. Although the two didn't talk much on the way home, her mom appeared alert and coherent. She wasn't nauseous and didn't seem sensitive to the bright midday sun. Last summer, one of her guy friends got hit in the temple with a golf club while horsing around, resulting in a concussion. Alex remembered what the paramedics were asking him before they took him to the hospital. She planned on keeping a close eye on her mom for the next couple of hours. "Honey, why don't you organize everything on the dining room table?" replied Madison. "I'd kind of like to take inventory to see what we have. Okay?" "Sure thing," replied Alex. And then she added, "Mom, I love you." "I love you too, Alex. Listen, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But I have to tell you something. I haven't heard from your father in hours. I want to assume he's on a plane and will be home soon. He may be driving. But honestly, I can't say for sure. I just thought you should know." "He'll be fine, Mom. We'll all be fine." Chapter 28. 9 hours. 2:24 p.m., September 8th. Interstate 30, east of Dallas, Texas. Amazingly, the traffic through downtown Dallas was relatively light. Based upon the frenzied state of affairs at DFW, Colton imagined bumper-to-bumper rush-hour-level traffic. While he was thrilled to be on the road, a 650-mile trek across the southeast was going to be a challenge. Finding Divine Car Rental open with available vehicles was a welcome sight at first. Then he discovered his car rental options were limited and pricey. He had to choose between a Chevrolet Corvette and a Mercedes-Benz R350 crossover-style SUV. He opted for speed because he didn't plan on any additional passengers and his luggage was back at the hotel. There simply wasn't time to stop by the hotel and gather his belongings. The other factor that would normally affect his decision-making was the price, $700 per day. He assured the clerk that his use of the vet was strictly local and he only needed it for a day. In Colton's mind, either it wouldn't matter in a day or he would be facing one heck of an Amex bill next month. He did chuckle to himself when he declined the loss damage waiver. If Madison and Alex were right, the vet would be worthless by morning, with or without insurance. He worked his way into the high-occupancy vehicle lane without fear or compunction. He would be breaking a lot of laws in the next 8 hours as he sped home to his girls. He'd be safe, of course, but he would not be a model citizen. He was racing against time, and time had a head start. Colton finally cleared the bulk of the city's traffic after he crossed the Interstate 635 loop. He was doing 80 miles an hour by the time he crossed Lake Ray Hubbard, and Colton barely noticed the town of Rockwall on his left as he sped toward the piney woods and the rolling hills of East Texas. He'd never driven a Corvette before, and vowed to buy one if Madison would let him. It was simply the perfect driving machine. The interior resembled the cockpit of a flight simulator he once toured at the FAA when he was a child. Every square inch had a purpose and was sculpted in luxury. Today, however, the GPS was wholly inadequate thanks to the incoming solar particles disrupting satellite communications. Without a map, Colton would have to rely on memory at first until he could stop somewhere and pick up a few things. The most important item on his list was a cell phone charger. His, unfortunately, was back in the hotel room, leaving his cell phone dead. He fiddled with the Apple CarPlay onboard touchscreen. There was a phone function, but he wasn't able to connect to a cell tower. Colton imagined that wireless providers were overwhelmed under the circumstances. The onslaught of calls by millions of Americans as they reached out to loved ones or to gather information was probably crushing the system. Colton managed to pull up a local news station which was airing the Sean Hannity show. Hannity was providing an update on the solar flare. So far, we have nothing from the White House on what might be a life-changing event for the American people. We've discussed the devastating impact of an EMP on our nation's critical infrastructure for years, and neither this administration nor the one before it took any action. While they waste money on their pet social programs, our nation has been put at risk of the very thing we are facing today. Colton pushed the car up to over 90 miles an hour as traffic thinned to the occasional 18-wheeler. The westbound lane toward Dallas was much busier. He turned his attention back to the radio. I'm fortunate to have with us today former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for joining us today. First, let me say I hope you're safe and ready for what might be a devastating event in the history of this nation. Well, thank you, Sean, and I can assure you that Callista and I have been prepared for something like this for some time. Sean, I've stated many times that the detonation of a high-altitude nuclear-delivered electromagnetic pulse could damage our power grid, rendering it inoperable for years. Make no mistake, this solar storm has the same potential. Mr. Speaker, I've been waiting all day for this administration to address the American people about this solar event, and instead we get a photo op of Madam President playing soccer with the grandkids. Is she ever going to take the national security of this great nation seriously? Colton slowed momentarily as a sheriff's patrol car headed westbound. The deputy never gave Colton a look. He wondered if police radar was adversely affected by the solar radiation. Gingrich continued. Sean, not only could this deal a death blow to our society, it could be the kind of catastrophe that ends civilization as we know it, and that's not an exaggeration. I agree, Mr. Speaker, and I know that's why you focused on these threats dating back to your time in office. Sean, the reason I began focusing on this is there are very few events you can't recover from. You can recover from 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. This is really different. Gingrich paused, and the radio became silent for a few seconds. This solar storm can create such a collapse of our fundamental productive capacity that you could literally see civilization crash and tear itself apart from within. Colton looked into his rear and side view mirrors. He glanced at the clock. It was 3 p.m. He eased the Corvette Stingray to just over 100 miles an hour. Chapter 29. 8 hours. 3 p.m., September 8th. Ryman Residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Madison studied her face in the mirror and began to cry. Her chin had a gash reminiscent of her childhood days when she would fall off her bike, skinning up knees and elbows, but never her face. Madison was photogenic as a child and was once featured on the cover of a teen romance novel back in the day before half-naked men book covers became the norm. During Madison's pageant days, her beautiful face was her greatest attribute. She was always self-conscious of her body, as most young women are. Ultimately, it was the requirement to participate in the swimsuit portion of the pageants that ended her quest for the title of Miss Teen Tennessee. Despite her natural beauty, she wasn't comfortable parading on stage in a swimsuit. She gathered herself and wiped away her tears. Then she started laughing. Between the bruise on her cheekbone and the gash in her chin, she bore a strong resemblance to Angelina Jolie in the Lara Croft Tomb Raider movie. In a way, today had been one of the most exciting days in her life, and certainly a memorable one. She'd found a strength she never knew she had. She glanced out the window and saw her neighbor Christy Wren riding bikes with her 2 young daughters on the sidewalk. Madison wondered about people like Christy. Did they simply float through life, completely unaware of events that threatened their existence? Madison realized she had been like the Christy Wrens of the world just 48 hours ago. Like most Americans, she took her life for granted in many respects, especially the relative safety she enjoyed. In a culturally and socially advanced society, you could go through life assuming that your fellow man wasn't going to harm you just for the sake of causing harm. When the threat of terrorism hit the country, Madison became more aware of people who seemed out of place. Admittedly, she was very nervous on an airplane if people of Middle Eastern descent were on board. Despite the enhanced security measures put into place by the government, there was always that doubt. If she had to go into downtown Nashville at night to meet Colton for a function, her eyes would dart about, seeking safe havens if a black person approached her on the sidewalk. Madison would never admit these things to her friends for fear of being labeled a racist. Of course, she felt guilty about having these thoughts, but the old axiom, better safe than sorry, justified her actions. Madison perused her closet and picked out one of her jogging suits. Somehow she felt the need to run, although she doubted she would go anywhere. The adrenaline was still pumping through her body. Today she was shocked by her fellow man. Nothing has happened yet, people. But she'd seen the dark side of mankind, and it frightened her. Aggression, panic, and indifference were on full display. As she replayed the attack at the ATM over and over while she bathed, the aspect of the entire event that revolted her the most was the apathetic attitude of the onlookers. Had it not been for the quick thinking of her brave daughter, she could have been more severely injured. She was also upset with herself for letting her guard down. On a normal day, it might be safe to count the money after it was dispensed from an ATM, although not really. But after their experience at the grocery store, doing it in broad view of everybody was stupid. It was a lesson learned, and she vowed to be more aware of her surroundings. Feeling better, Madison slowly made her way down the stairs, shrugging off her pounding cheek and the rest of the soreness from the attack. She found Alex stretched out on the sofa, nose buried in her MacBook. Alex slammed shut her computer and tossed it on the ottoman. "What's that all about?" asked Madison. Alex sat up and voiced her frustrations. "Mom, they're so stupid. Get this. My friends want to come over and go swimming. Right now. The sun is about to fry our planet, and those twits want to come over for a pool party." "Honey, maybe they don't know what's going—" "Oh, they know, Mom. Plus, I told them the latest update. They don't care. They think it's nothing. They're looking at it as an excuse to lay out of school." Alex flopped herself back into the comfort of the leather sofa and crossed her arms in disgust. She is far too serious for a teenager. Madison studied her daughter for a moment and decided to change the subject. Alex was committed to getting ready for this, whatever this was. Madison decided to channel Alex's energy toward that goal. "Hey, you want to help me take inventory of our food and supplies? Also, we need to find your grandfather's shotgun. What do you say?" "Yeah, sounds good, Mom." Madison was pleased that Alex perked up. She was worried Alex might have difficulty dealing with the attack. It was bad enough that she'd seen her mother get mugged, but Alex had beaten that man viciously with her golf club. It showed a violent streak in Alex that Madison had never seen before. "The last time I saw the shotgun, it was in the garage. Let's start there." "Sounds good," said Alex. The Ryman women were on the hunt for the elusive shotgun, which to Madison's knowledge had never been fired since she and Colton met. She hoped it was still out there somewhere. Their garage was fairly neat, but not because Colton was an impeccable organizer. It was because he was not handy. Colton did not have the Mr. Fix-It gene typical of most members of the male species. He didn't repair cars. If it wouldn't start, he'd call AAA. He didn't cut grass. He hired Julio's crew to do that for him. Before they purchased this home, it was inspected twice. All repairs had to be performed before closing. Then Colton purchased one of those home warranties that weren't worth the paper they were written on. The warranty gave him the peace of mind that if something went wrong, he or Madison could pick up the phone and schedule a repair. It wasn't that Colton was lazy. On the contrary, he worked long, hard hours climbing to the top echelon of talent agents in the country. When he was home, he wanted to spend time with Madison and Alex, not fixing toilets or cutting grass. Over time, however, every household accumulated stuff. Everything from unwanted Christmas gifts that you couldn't possibly re-gift to the fabulous croquet set that everyone enjoyed playing, once. Bicycles hung above their heads next to the boxes of Christmas decorations. The garage became less of a place to park your car and more of a glorified mini-storage unit. "Got it!" exclaimed Alex, as she pulled a dusty brown leather gun case out of the Rubbermaid storage closet. She set the case on the garage floor and pulled out another hidden gem, a fishing pole. "Hey, I remember that," said Madison. "There should be 2 more in there, and a tackle box." Alex rummaged around and found all 3 rods and reels. The green tackle box was at the bottom of the closet, along with some pull-on waterproof fishing boots. "Wow, we used these 4 summers ago," said Alex. "When we spent 2 weeks at the Allen's place in West Tennessee, if I remember correctly, you and Chase spent all day fishing or doing something." Madison started laughing as she teased her daughter about her first love. The 2 kids were inseparable, and although Alex tried to hide it, she cried on the way home from Shiloh. "We didn't do something. Anything. Chase tried to show off and chew tobacco. He got sick and threw up in the lake. Then he tried to kiss me. Ugh." "That vacation was very relaxing, and we all had fun. Do you remember your dad and Jake singing by the campfire at night?" "Yeah, that was pretty neat. Very kumbaya." Alex and Madison laughed. Jake Allen was Colton's first big client. Like many country careers, Jake's started at a honky-tonk on Printer's Alley in downtown Nashville. Back to business. Madison examined the fishing gear and opened the tackle box. It was barely used. She wasn't sure where they would fish unless they had to, but the gear could be useful nonetheless. More importantly, the gun was there, and it would help them establish some form of security in their home. She unzipped the case and carefully removed the Remington 870 shotgun. The gun was 25 years old, but didn't look like it had aged a day in its life, as they say. Madison knew nothing about how to handle a shotgun. Common sense told her 2 things: don't touch the trigger and point it away from people. She knew to check the safety. She looked near the trigger and found the black button secured to the trigger guard. She clicked it back and forth, revealing black to red to black. Red danger? She made sure it was on black. She set the shotgun on a workbench and looked inside the case once again. She found the Model 870 owner's manual, a dozen birdshot shells, and a cleaning kit. There was also a pair of shooting glasses and some earmuffs. "Alex, help me gather up the gun stuff, and we'll take it inside. I think I'll let your dad handle this part of the operation. Do you agree?" "Duh," replied the teenager. Chapter 30. 7 hours. 4 p.m., September 8th. Interstate 30, Texarkana, Texas. As Colton raced up Interstate 30 towards Little Rock, his mind drifted as he assessed his life in Texas prior to moving to Tennessee. His father worked himself into the grave. He was the ultimate family provider, except in one respect, spending time with his wife and son. The Ryman family started their lives in Texas as oilmen and cattle ranchers until the Great Depression, when the oil industry took a nosedive and the cattle ranches were decimated by drought. Unable to find a job, Colton's grandfather, Walter Ryman, went off to war and fought in Patton's Third Army as it raced across France in the summer of 1944. The fighting was vicious throughout the cold winter leading into 1945, and then it got downright ugly. Corporal Ryman's Tank Corps was assigned to the 89th Infantry Division to lend support during an offensive in April 1945. As the 89th pushed into central Germany, the locals began to tell the U.S. soldiers of a prison camp nearby. Rumors were rampant as Corporal Ryman's unit pressed the attack and approached the small town of Buchenwald. The German concentration camp they found was horrific. The atrocities, abuses, and killings were more than most men could take mentally. But Corporal Ryman persevered as he assisted the survivors to safety. One of the survivors was a Romanian-born Jew named Elie Wiesel. He and Corporal Ryman became friends and stayed in touch throughout Wiesel's years as a writer, professor, and ultimately the winner of a Nobel Peace Prize. As a Holocaust survivor, Wiesel saw the horrors his fellow man was capable of inflicting. He relayed these sentiments to Corporal Ryman, who in turn warned his children and grandchildren to never underestimate the depravity of man. As a result of the lessons learned from Wiesel through his grandfather, Colton became charitable. His pledge to give back included more than the expected 10% tithes and offerings taught in church. He was instrumental in establishing the CMA Foundation. Inspired by his love for music and using his influence as one of the top country music agents in the country, Colton organized benefit concerts, social meet and greets, and established grants for music education. He also vowed to spend more time with his family than his father spent with his. He had achieved the pinnacle of his career, with the next step being a high-powered New York or Los Angeles agency. Overtures had been made the last few years, but he quickly shut them down. He made enough money to provide for his family. They were comfortable, much more so than most. Now his goal was to delegate more to subordinates, thus freeing up his family time. Colton was cruising along at nearly 100 miles an hour as the interstate traffic remained sparse. This part of southwest Arkansas was desolate as he approached the town of Hope, the birthplace of former President Bill Clinton, and a darn good man, Mike Huckabee. His mind wandered to politics until he was snapped back to reality. Like so many drivers, at times you didn't realize it, but while your mind wandered, your foot got heavier on the gas as you considered all of life's complexities. Then, every driver dreaded seeing them, the flashing red and blue lights in your rearview mirror. Colton was being pulled over. His heart sank in his chest. His palms began to sweat, and a sense of dread overcame his body. He was doing 100 miles an hour. Being pulled over by the police was never a pleasant experience, but Colton, a skilled negotiator, immediately composed himself. While he knew there was no way to talk the trooper out of a ticket, he planned on doing his best to keep from going to jail. The last thing he needed was a delay, or worse, being locked up when the lights went out. Colton immediately turned on his emergency flashers to let the officer know he'd seen his lights. He reached for his license, his Geico insurance card, and the Destiny car rental contract. He was going to be a model of cooperation. Colton looked into his side view mirror and saw the Arkansas State Trooper approach his door cautiously, one hand on his service weapon. Colton understood the officer's trepidation. In recent years, there'd been a war on law enforcement officers. There were recent ambushes in Dallas, Baton Rouge, and Minneapolis, resulting in several murdered officers. Even during routine traffic stops, sudden and violent attacks were common. Dozens of highway patrol troopers were killed each year by gunfire, not to mention those that were hit by negligent drivers of passing vehicles. After rolling down his window, Colton turned off the engine and placed both of his hands on the top of the steering wheel in plain view. His license and paperwork lay on the dash for the officer to see. Colton stayed calm and did everything he could to let the officer know he was not a threat. The lesson he learned from all the violence around the country involving law enforcement was this: comply with the officer's commands and nobody gets hurt. It was that simple. The trooper was a very large black man who quickly filled up the side mirror's view. He positioned himself next to Colton's door and looked into the passenger seat. Then he spoke. "You look like a pretty smart guy," he started. "Normally, I'd ask, do you know why I pulled you over? Somehow I think you know the answer to that. 100 miles an hour. Would you like to tell me what the hellfire emergency is?" Colton glanced at the trooper's badge and saw his name, McKay. "Let's get personal. Trooper McKay, I know I was speeding, and I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm trying to get home to my wife Madison and our daughter Alexis before this solar storm hits. The news has me worried about the power going down, and I'm concerned about them being home alone." The trooper hesitated for a moment and glanced into the vehicle. "Do you have any weapons?" "No, sir." "Are you under the influence of alcohol or drugs, prescription or otherwise?" "No, sir." "Are those your credentials?" "Yes, this is a rental car. I have my license and insurance card here as well." Colton slowly reached for the paperwork on the dash and handed it out the window to the officer. The officer studied them for a moment and then handed back the insurance card. Mr. Ryman, I need you to exit the vehicle slowly and come with me. Darn it, he's going to arrest me. Should I try to plead my case, explain again how important it is to get home? Colton's mind raced, and then he decided to follow the trooper's instructions. Sir, I need you to stand behind your vehicle facing it. I'll be back with you in a moment. Colton stood in the sweltering heat for a couple of minutes, unaware of the trooper's intentions. If he was arrested, at least he'd get a phone call to let Madison know he was okay. Cars were flying by, causing the Corvette to shake from the turbulence. Waiting on the trooper seemed like an eternity, but at least he wasn't handcuffed in the back seat of the Dodge on the way to the Hoosgow. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of gunfire caused Colton to instinctively duck and then lay flat on the hot asphalt pavement. He was momentarily disoriented as to the source of the noise. He looked under the vat to see if he could hide there. Crack, crack, crack! More gunshots. He caught a glimpse of 2 pickup trucks roaring down the westbound lane of the interstate. The passengers were hanging out of the windows, shooting at each other. Colton scrambled to the far side of his car, digging his knees into the hot asphalt, which tore holes in his pants and bloodied his knees. The highway patrol car roared to life. Loose gravel spun from his tires, and the smell of burning rubber filled Colton's nostrils as Trooper McKay chased bigger prey. After a few seconds of profuse sweating on the pavement, Colton stood and looked around. What the heck just happened? He dusted himself off and looked at his bloody knees showing through his pants. For a moment, Colton debated whether to wait for the trooper to return with his driver's license or continue on his way. Decision made. Colton was on the road again. He unbuttoned his shirt and turned all of the air vents in his direction so he could cool down. Turning off the adrenaline, however, was another matter. His heart was racing. People were shooting at each other on the highway, and he was doing 100 miles an hour again after being stopped 5 minutes ago. As he approached Hope, he decided to stop for gas, even though the tank had 100 miles or more left in it. He could stop here, grab some water and munchies, and maybe a change of clothes. The big blue Walmart sign at exit 30 provided him a pretty good option, until he reached the top of the exit ramp at Hervey Street. Traffic was backed up in both directions. It would take forever to cross over the highway to get into Walmart. It appeared the entire town of Hope, Arkansas was en route to their local Walmart. Colton looked to his right and saw an Exxon station. Cars were lined up onto Hervey, waiting their turn to pump gas. Some drivers stood outside their open car doors with their hands on their hips. Several people waited in line, holding gas cans. As Colton veered onto the shoulder of the exit ramp and began to back down the ramp to re-enter the interstate, he thought of a quote from church when he was a boy. When the world says give up, hope whispers, try it one more time. Chapter 31. 7 hours, 4 p.m., September 8th, Ryman residence, Belmead, Tennessee. For the better part of an hour, Madison and Alex watched news reports from around the country. The White House issued a brief statement stating they were monitoring the situation, and first responders were prepared for every eventuality. The constant stream of images and news reports portrayed a different picture. Society was collapsing. Long gas lines were shown, which included iPhone-filmed fistfights. Citizens' recordings and hidden cameras had changed the media landscape. Eyewitness videos were everywhere. These videos often created a narrative that could be manipulated by the media and politicians alike. In a way, these videos, without providing proper context, could cause a lot of harm. But one thing was certain. In American society, everyone loved to watch a train wreck. America was at the beginning of an action-packed disaster film in the making. Sensationalist journalism was on full display. Both CNN and Times Square established a countdown to impact clock. At midnight Eastern Time, 11 p.m. in Nashville, the clock would reach 0, and impact would supposedly occur. Alex, a 15-year-old who had a way with words, decried the countdown clock as stupid. Nobody knew the precise moment a solar storm could hit Earth. It was too big. Of course, she was right, and the media knew this as well. But the clock created a sense of drama that kept viewers' eyes glued to CNN and its sponsors' messages. Some of the news broadcasts were informative. Madison learned Earth barely missed being hit by a massive electromagnetic pulse burst from the sun in 2012. If that storm had hit the planet directly, the result would have been catastrophic. The scientists on the panel of guests hypothesized the current threat to be far greater than the 2012 event. In addition to the most common predictions of radio blackouts and power outages, One economist talked extensively about the impact on the world's economy. A Lloyd's of London representative concluded the losses to be in the trillions of dollars. The rebuilding effort of the financial markets could take a decade. Another guest was warning of a technological Armageddon. Madison turned up the volume to hear his thoughts. An electromagnetic pulse, whether man-made or caused by a solar flare, can range from a minor inconvenience to an extinction-level event. It just depends on how powerful it is. What can we expect? Asked the host. In the worst-case scenario, we could be facing a situation where our electrical grids have been fried. There's no heat for our homes. Our computers don't work. Most vehicles won't run. Financial markets will close. Hospitals are unable to function. Nobody can pump gas. And supermarkets can't operate because there's no power and refrigeration. Basically, we would witness the complete and total collapse of the economy and society, the guest responded. How would the EMP affect humans? The health impacts are negligible by comparison to the overall impact on human life. According to the government-created EMP Commission, 90% of the U.S. population would die from starvation, disease, and societal chaos within 1 year of a massive EMP attack. It'd be a disaster unlike anything mankind has experienced in history. Madison hit the mute button and looked at Alex to see if this revelation induced a reaction in her. Apparently, it did not. This was a lot to heap on the shoulders of any teenager, whose lives were typically all about perceived drama. Alex, mature for her age, was unfazed. Mom, we should fill up the bathtubs, sinks, and every available container with water. She jumped off the couch and headed upstairs. You start in the kitchen, okay? Sure, replied Madison. This certainly made sense, and Madison was antsy. They should be doing something, not sitting around watching the same news reports repeatedly, or anxiously waiting for Colton to come home, or at least call. As she filled water containers throughout the house, she made one last phone call to her mother. It was too late for her to catch a flight to Nashville, and she assured Madison that she had an excellent support group. Her mother's circle of friends in Siesta Key, both male and female, were elderly but feisty. They would take care of each other like family. Empty glasses now stood full of water. Likewise, Tupperware, flower vases, mixing bowls, and even the mop bucket became storage containers for the most important ingredient of life, water. Madison turned her attention to their food supply. Alex had organized their grocery purchases on their 8-foot-long carved oak dining table. Food from the pantry was on display as well. She placed cleaning supplies on the floor next to the outside wall, and personal hygiene supplies were clustered together in one corner. Wow, Madison muttered aloud. Where do I start? She thought back to a passage she'd read on that author's website. For the beginning prepper, he suggested you think about your everyday life, from the time you wake up in the morning until you sleep at night. Consider the things you do as part of your everyday routine. Remember the prepper rule of threes, he admonished. 3 is 2, 2 is 1, and 1 is none. After the end of the world as we know it, or Teotihuacan, Walmart and Target will be closed. You either have what you need, or you'll have to forage and barter for those items. Both of those activities are fraught with risk. For example, many people brush their teeth first thing in the morning. Make sure you have a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a backup for each. Madison thought about her routine. Well, the first thing she did was use the bathroom. That required toilet paper. What if they didn't have any more toilet paper? Madison ran into the kitchen and grabbed a notepad and pen. She began making a list. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper. The next thing she would do was have breakfast. She looked at the dining table covered with food and considered the most nutritious, easy-to-fix meals for breakfast. Cereal, oatmeal, sugar, honey, powdered milk. As part of her morning routine after she ate, she would take her vitamins, peruse the news headlines online, and enjoy a cup of coffee. More vitamins, coffee, powdered creamer, herbal tea bags. Madison thought about her laptop sitting on the kitchen table in the mornings, unplugged. She immediately ran around the house, plugging in all of the electronic devices so they would be fully charged. What else? The compressor of the freezer in the kitchen kicked on. Yes. She opened both refrigeration units and turned their levels to maximum. This might add a few extra hours of chill to the food inside. We'll not worry about energy savings today. Mom, Alex asked as she came down the stairs, do we have a portable radio? Like the old days? Crap, they needed some kind of weather radio, or at least a small handheld AM radio like people used at sporting events. Portable radio, batteries. I'm making a list, honey, replied Madison. We don't have one that I know of. "What do you want to eat for dinner?" asked Alex, staring into the pantry. "Should we cook something or just munch on something in the fridge?" "Cooking, I forgot. How are we going to cook this stuff?" They had a propane grill, but they could use something more portable, like campers use. What about cast iron? Portable camp grill, cast iron, aluminum foil, heavy-duty oven mitts. Alex entered the dining room as Madison continued to scribble notes on the list. Basic tool kit, tea kettle or campfire coffee pot, gas can with gas. "Mom, why are you making a list? Amazon probably won't be delivering tomorrow." Madison caught her breath and brushed the hair out of her face. She was sweating. She looked at Alex and contemplated the risks and dangers of going back out. The store shelves might be empty. Places like Kroger, Publix, and Walmart would be so full of shoppers that they could get trampled to death. Madison thought of alternatives that might not be on other people's radar. But even then, she replayed the events at the store and ATM from just 2 hours ago. She glanced at the images filling the screen on CNN. People were going crazy. Other drivers would be dangerous. Looters might be out already. They could get robbed at gunpoint this time. Madison studied the list. Were the items written down worth risking her life and her daughter's? She looked into the mirror hanging on the dining room wall and lifted her chin to show the scabbed wound. Madison winced slightly as she pushed against her bruised cheek, causing the skin to turn momentarily white before returning to its new shade of purplish red. She made a decision. Life isn't about steering clear of peril. It's about making calculated risks and then going all in. She had to do something. She needed to do all she could to get ready. "We're going on a run," announced Madison. Alex shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Okay, can we get pizza?" Chapter 32. 7 hours. 4:40 p.m., September 8th. Alma, Atacama, Chile. Dr. Stanford sat back in a chair, twirling the end of a pen in her mouth. Only a few members of the JAO team remained at their stations. Some of the scientists were trying to catch a plane out of the coastal city of Antofagasta on the Pacific Ocean to their native countries. The team's projections spared Alma and countries closer to the equator from the grid-destroying effects of the G5 geomagnetic storm. Dr. Stanford agreed that if the storm took out the electric grid this close to the center of the planet geographically, the world would be facing an extinction-level event. Her dutiful assistant, Jose, remained by her side throughout the day. He was a workhorse, especially when it came to dealing with the various world governments that relied upon her forecasts. Dr. Stanford knew he was exhausted and urged him to take a nap on the sofa in her office. He declined, as she knew he would. Like Dr. Stanford, Jose had been fascinated by the sun as the giver of life. A devout Catholic, Jose was in awe at the position of Earth and the perfect orbital distance from the sun to sustain life. In his mind, only God could have created this wondrous planet and all forms of life that inhabited it. Jose was careful to avoid debates about religion and science with his colleagues. He learned early on that the majority of his peers were non-believers, and there was nothing he could say to convince them otherwise. To him, the miracles provided by God were amazing, and he didn't want to complicate his faith by someone else's scientific view. Dr. Stanford had conversations with Jose when he was first elevated to his position. She respected his point of view and promised not to impose her scientific way of thinking upon him. She grew up fascinated by the magnificence of the sun like he did. Their childhood shaped their lives, and now they were able to work side by side without the complications of religious beliefs affecting their working relationship. "Jose, we've got the best seat in the house," said Dr. Stanford. "As long as the satellites don't get blasted out of orbit, we'll be able to see the impact of this G5 in all its glory." "It will be historic, Dr. Stanford," he nodded. "Look at this," said one of the JAO team. Dr. Stanford and Jose turned their attention to his array of monitors, which produced satellite imagery of X-rays, magnetic energy, and temperature tables. He pointed to one of the monitors. "Check out the magnetogram. Look at these readings along the sun's surface." Dr. Stanford studied the monitor. An area on the west limb of AR 3222 showed a brilliant plume of plasma erupting from the surface. "Another one," she muttered. "It might loop," said Jose, referring to the sun's habit of bending much of its escaped magnetic energy back into its coronal opening. "That said, even with a loop, it will likely shoot an electromagnetic pulse our way. The Earth's magnetosphere will be weakened by this first blast," said Dr. Stanford. "A second CME of the same magnitude may have a damaging radiation effect on the latitudes nearest the poles." The group continued to study the magnetogram. The bulging loop of the solar flare held onto the solar disk like a drop of water from a leaky kitchen faucet. The loop, filled with helium and hydrogen particles, did not close and return to the sun under its intense gravitational pull as Jose predicted. It kept rising from the surface, swelling like a balloon about to pop. As the solar flare's footprint grew, both across the solar disk and into space, it became apparent it would not be contained. The solar plume grew, and then it released toward the Earth at 3 million miles an hour. Like the massive flare that was headed their way, this X-flare would gain steam with the solar wind, and its charged particles would follow in the wake of the X-58 scheduled for full impact on the Earth's atmosphere in just over 6 hours. "Dios mío, con espalda," said Jose. "That's right, Jose," translated Dr. Stanford. "Back to back." "Should I call it in?" asked Jose. "Let's finalize our predictive model," Dr. Stanford replied. "Realistically, this geomagnetic storm will be secondary to the damage caused to the power grids of those nations affected by the X-58. My concern relates to the potential collapse of Earth's magnetosphere, even if for a short time. If this new CME chases the X-58, this is not a minor situation. The blast of heat energy can trigger earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and unpredictable ocean currents. We're talking real climate change here." Dr. Stanford tapped her associate Deb Daniels on the shoulder and instructed her to pull up the BATS R Us model. The computer model used an adaptive grid program that allowed it to create an infinite number of calculations upon the elements of solar wind plasma, density, velocity, and temperature. She began to bring up numbers and showed Dr. Stanford the results. She gave Daniels further instructions. "Now plug the models into the SWMF, the Space Weather Modeling Framework." Everyone in the room had joined the trio as they watched the results come on screen. The room was deathly silent. "That's what I was afraid of," started Dr. Stanford. "We might experience a geomagnetic excursion." "Excursion?" questioned Jose. "Yes," started Dr. Stanford. "A geomagnetic excursion is a significant shift in Earth's magnetic shield, just like a geomagnetic reversal. Unlike reversals, an excursion does not permanently change the large-scale orientation of the field." "Does it flip poles?" asked a member of the JAO team. The pole shift hypothesis suggested that in the past there had been geologically rapid shifts in the relative positions of the North and South poles as they related to the axis of the Earth's rotation. These pole shifts were deemed responsible for triggering tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic activity near the tectonic plates. While there were scientific studies indicating that the poles did wander, the studies did not lend credence to the theory that a rapid shift was possible. These shifts took many years. However, the studies were all based upon speculation due to lack of hard scientific data. The potential was real, it just hadn't occurred in modern times. "In the case of a geomagnetic excursion," started Dr. Stanford, "there's a dramatic, typically short-lived decrease in field intensity, with a variation in pole orientation as much as 45 degrees. "What's the impact on the Earth's geomagnetic field?" asked Jose. "The last geomagnetic excursion occurred 40,000 years ago during the last ice age. It was called the Last Champ event. Based upon radiocarbon dating analysis, the reversed field was 75% weaker." "So these things happen," interrupted Jose, "but does it necessarily result in a mass extinction?" "The danger is the substantially elevated levels of radiation for years to come," continued Dr. Stanford. "An analysis of the Last Champ event revealed substantially greater production of beryllium-10 and carbon-14. Carbon-14 is the radioactive isotope that's emitted from nuclear power plants." "How does this relate to the weakening of Earth's magnetic field as the X-58 hits the planet tonight?" asked one of the scientists. "Due to the weakening of the magnetic field, particularly during the impact period, another major geomagnetic storm would allow greater amounts of radiation to reach Earth, increasing production of the radioactive isotopes beryllium-10 and carbon-14, replied Dr. Stanford. She wandered to the entry and stared at a wall of enlarged photographs featuring images of wildlife along the Chilean coastal regions. Some forms of migratory life that are thought to navigate based on magnetic fields may be disrupted. These species may or may not be able to adjust, although some of these species have survived excursions in the past. "Will the biggest impact be seen at the poles?" asked Jose. "Since geomagnetic excursion periods are not always global, any effect might only be experienced in certain places, with others relatively unaffected," replied Dr. Stanford. She thought about the potential duration of such an event, and then added, "The time period involved could be as little as a human lifetime or as much as 10,000 years. "What would the effect be on people?" asked another scientist. "Increased ultraviolet radiation will result in a variety of skin cancers, including the life-threatening melanoma," replied Dr. Stanford, as she continued to stare at the photographs. For the eyes, cataracts are likely to develop, as well as conjunctiva, a malignant cell cancer. Then there's a suppression of our immune system. UV exposure will enhance the risk of infection and decrease the effectiveness of vaccines. None of this is good, interjected Jose. As Dr. Stanford returned to the group, she walked up to the monitors and leaned over them. She studied the ever-changing numbers and the pulsating images of the sun. She summed it up, taking a deep breath before speaking. It will all depend on the speed of the second CME. Guys, now we have something else to watch. The first wave may knock us against the ropes, robbing us of our power, but the second wave may knock us out. Chapter 33. 7 hours. 4:40 p.m., September 8th, West End, Nashville, Tennessee. I still think we should take the gun, said Alex, as Madison approached the intersection of Harding Pike. This portion of US 70 South stretching toward Bellevue was far less crowded than the White Bridge Road intersection a few miles closer to town. We don't know how to use it, for one thing, and we won't be gone long. Madison inched forward as the traffic ahead of them moved through the green light. As Walgreens' parking lot came into view on her left, she saw a line of cars stretching around the building. The drive-through pharmacy window was overwhelmed. But this turned out to be a blessing, because other potential shoppers avoided the store on the premise that it was too busy. Unlike pharmacies of years past, Walgreens and their counterpart CVS had become more about selling sundries and household items, and less about dispensing prescription medications. They parked the Suburban and walked briskly across the parking lot. By 4:30, the sun had heated up Nashville to 101 degrees, which was another record, if such things were worthy of discussion on a day when the sun planned on dealing a death blow to the planet. They dashed between two of the cars standing in line and entered the store, finding it surprisingly empty. Alex immediately noticed the cash-only, no checks sign, and brought Madison's attention to it. Figures. They'd scraped together every piece of loose change in the house. Alex had even retrieved a $20 bill out of her golf bag, which was there for emergency money. With their $780, the two shoppers would have to be frugal. The big-ticket items, if they were available, would be found at their next two stops. Madison produced the list, and the two got to steppin'. Personal hygiene and additional overlooked grocery items were the top priority. Madison grabbed more vitamin and nutritional supplements. Finally, she grabbed a couple of boxes of Walgreens Stay-Awake caffeine tablets. The three of them would have to establish a round-the-clock security rotation. Caffeine could help them stay awake until their bodies adjusted to the midnight shift. While Alex was checking out, Madison ran back to the pharmacy counter and found three last-minute items: a digital thermometer, an inexpensive blood pressure unit, and a glucose monitor. The last item, oddly enough, came to mind when she saw the pool water testing equipment. Their eating and sleeping habits would change dramatically. She thought it might be a good idea to monitor their blood sugar. She added the items to the pile, and Alex held up several packages and asked, "What are these?" "Mylar blankets," replied Madison. "They look like aluminum foil. Are they like balloons?" "Same material, but they'll help us keep warm if we get stuck out somewhere. People put them in their medical kits." Some of the other items Madison picked up were hand warmers, lighters, matches, 2 manual can openers, and some baby wipes. "Your total's $217.50. Madison counted out 11 20s and handed the money to the clerk. She noticed the store had filled up while they were shopping. Taking her change, she thanked the clerk and headed for the exits. Walgreens knocked out a big part of their list. After they had loaded the SUV, Madison shot across the street to Hart's Ace Hardware. The family-owned store had been a fixture in Nashville for nearly 70 years. Alex was a classmate with one of the Hart boys in grade school. As she pulled into the parking lot, she glanced to the front of the building to confirm that they still had some standard 20-pound propane tanks used for most barbecue grills. She also hoped to find a more portable propane grill just in case mobility became necessary. The store only had a handful of customers. A small retail hardware store was looked over by most of today's frenzied shoppers. As she entered the store, she noticed the handwritten "broken" sign taped to the credit card machine. She casually asked the clerk if she would accept a check since the machine was out of service. The answer was yes, and the items on Madison's list just grew significantly. "Outstanding. Alex, let's get started." Madison began to walk towards the outdoor living area in search of a camping grill when she suddenly stopped to ask the clerk a question. "Do you have any generators?" "We only have one left. It's a Generac Tri-Fuel for $689. "Tri-Fuel?" asked Alex. "Triple fuel," replied the clerk, adding, "They operate on gasoline, natural gas, or propane." Madison didn't hesitate. We'll take it. Set it aside for us and add 2 tanks of propane, too, okay? You got it, replied the young woman. Madison and Alex both grabbed a cart and hustled toward their lawn and garden department. Good job, Mom. Why, thank you. Now let's find something more portable to cook on. They found a Camp Chef modular cooking system that provided 2 burners. Madison added a Wenzel 3-person tent to the cart, and then sent Alex back up front for another cart. They moved through the store and quickly added items on the list, and a few that were not, including a variety of knives. She found an Eaton solar crank emergency radio, several styles of flashlights, and batteries to power them all. She also grabbed a solar charger that could handle smartphones, iPads, flashlights, and other electronic devices. The last 2 items which the girls had to carry were 10-gallon galvanized trash cans with lids. A roll of 3M aluminum tape finished off her list. Mom, really? Asked Alex, holding them up in each hand. Are we going industrial with our home decor? Ha ha, very funny, Madison laughed. When we get home, I'll show you. Your beloved iPod will thank me as well. A helpful Ace Hardware man, unlike the more modern, politically correct Ace Hardware person, arrived on the scene to help them check out. He escorted them to the parking lot to assist with the loading of the generator and other items into their truck. After he closed the deck lid, Madison thanked him and then asked, Do you know where Nashville Gun and Knife is located? It's supposed to be close by. It is, he answered, but it's closed. They stopped by here as they were going out of town. Out of town? Asked Madison. Yeah, they have a place on the Cumberland Plateau. They're going to ride out this solar storm over there. Aren't you worried about it? Asked Alex. Young lady, the Hart family's lived here for nearly a century. I'm 78 years old. I'm not going anywhere, neither is this hardware store. If something happens, then we'll just set up the Hart family trading post. The 3 of them laughed, and Alex spontaneously hugged the man. They smiled at each other, and he slowly walked back inside with his hands in his pockets, looking around the exterior of the store with pride. Mom, what did you plan on buying at the gun store? Asked Alex as the 2 entered the truck. I was going to give it a try. Buy a used gun under the table, sort of. It would have been worth the try, Alex shrugged. Madison was about to turn onto Harding Place, pleased with their haul, when she accelerated through the light instead. Hang on, said Madison. Where are we going? I've got an idea, replied Madison, and she pulled into Philip's Toy Mart. Toys? Really, Mom? Alex started to thumb through her Facebook newsfeed. Just a hunch. Wait here and lock the door. Also, pay attention. Madison jumped out of the truck and went inside. She approached a bored clerk who was also scrolling through one of her social media accounts. To save time, Madison asked her if she had any toy guns or BB pistols. Without looking up, the indifferent clerk pointed toward the rear of the store and said back wall. Madison found a wall section of Daisy and Crossman products. She bought a Crossman airsoft rifle which resembled an AR-15 and 2 Taurus PT-111 look-alike BB pistols. She didn't bother with the BBs, as that was not the purpose of these tools. On the way to the checkout, she grabbed some black model spray paint. Madison, frustrated at her inability to acquire real weapons, did the next best thing. She improvised. The BB guns she purchased were realistic replicas. With the spray paint, she could cover the distinctive bright orange muzzle tips if they couldn't be removed altogether. If the situation arose, the Rymans could bluff their way out of a potentially deadly standoff. Chapter 34. 6 hours. 5:22 p.m., September 8th, West End, Nashville, Tennessee. Things had gone too smoothly. Madison and Alex were very pleased with the items they picked up in the 3 stores. A little over an hour ago, they'd traveled this route from their house past Belmead Country Club and encountered very little traffic. When she reached a Metro Nashville police officer, he refused to provide them an explanation and told her she'd have to turn around and find another way to her destination. Belmead Boulevard was closed. When Madison pressed him for more answers, he became angry and actually placed his hands on his service weapon. This frightened Madison, and she immediately maneuvered the Suburban into a 3-point turn and headed back to US 70 South. This is stupid, said Alex. Our house is less than 2 miles from here. We have to go all the way around Belmead. It is stupid, but I don't know that we have a choice. It's getting late, and I really wanted to get home and settled before dark. I'm sure your dad will be home soon, too. Madison pulled into the parking lot at Harding Academy and thought for a moment. She could go left a few miles and work her way around Percy Warner Park, then back up north on Hillsborough Pike. Or about a mile up, she could catch Woodmont Boulevard over to Green Hills and come down that way. They still had several $100s available. There might be a store open that could add to their supplies. What's the plan, Mom? It'll be shorter to go up and over, she replied. We'll head back up to the scene of the crime and then take Woodmont over to Green Hills." Madison pulled out onto US 70 and navigated north toward the Kroger store where they had shopped earlier in the day. At the Belmead Boulevard entrance, several police cars blocked the road, and traffic came to a standstill as people rubbernecked the scene. Alex stretched her neck to look down the street. "I see that yellow crime scene tape. It's stretched across the road about 180 yards down." As a talented golfer, Alex was very accurate on distances within 300 yards. Madison followed the traffic and inched toward the Woodmont interchange. After 20 minutes, she realized she'd made a mistake and wanted to do a U-turn toward Percy Warner Park, but now the traffic on the southbound side was bumper to bumper. What a mess! Madison was blocked in and couldn't move. She decided a last stop in the Green Hills area was out of the question. She should have known. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. At this point, she focused on getting them home safely. Linwood was just ahead. She'd turn right there and work her way through the neighborhoods to their house. Suddenly, her adventure was becoming a chore. A young man startled Alex by beating on her window, causing her to shriek. "Hey, ladies, how you this fine day?" said another man who was grabbing the roof rack of their truck and shaking it. Madison looked around and immediately wondered where they came from. Her first reaction was to honk the horn. She wanted the cars in front of her to move so she could get away from the thugs. The loud blast had no effect on the surrounding vehicles, but it did seem to anger a third man who joined his friends. He was wearing a bandana as a mask around his mouth. The image on the bandana resembled a skull. One of the men stood on the side rail and attempted to open the rear passenger door, causing Madison to panic. She lurched the Suburban forward, almost hitting the bumper of the Toyota in front of her. As she did so, the man on Alex's side of the truck flew off onto the pavement and rolled into the curb. Madison quickly weighed her options. She was blocked in on the left side, front and rear, by cars, many of whom joined in the frustration by slamming on their horns. There was a 3-foot-tall slave fence erected along the open field to their right, but it had withstood 150 years of traffic from horses to vehicles. First used by Scottish immigrants in the 18th century, slave fences sprouted up all over the country as a way of creating a barrier to hold livestock. If a farmer's cattle got out and caused damages, they would be held liable. On a second offense, the farmer would have to pay double damages. They were built to last. Madison was afraid to tear up the drivetrain or flatten a tire by ramming through it. Her only option was to bull her way down the shoulder, except for the fact that a lamp post stood in the way. "Mom, what are we going to do? They're not leaving." "I don't know. Can you—" But Madison was startled by one of the men who used the tire to catapult himself onto the hood of their car. He began jumping up and down, waving his arms and hollering, "It's the end of the world! The end is near! Woo-hoo!" Now Madison was pissed. She threw the truck into reverse, and the man lost his balance, bounced on his back, and rolled off the hood of the Suburban to the ground. He tried to regain his balance and stand up, but fell against the trunk lid of the Toyota in front of them. For the second time that day, Madison used her bumper. She slowly inched forward and pinned the man to the back of the Toyota. The Toyota driver rolled down his window and started waving his arms. Now the hoodlums were frightened. They were running around the front fenders of the Suburban, banging on the hood of the SUV, shouting for Madison to back up. "Mom, you'll kill him!" Alex was frantic. She leaned up in her seat and looked over the hood at the man, who appeared to be losing consciousness. "Why shouldn't I?" asked Madison. Just as she was about to put the Suburban in reverse, the Toyota driver spun the tires and lurched forward, which unpinned the thug. He fell onto the pavement in a heap. Traffic began to move, and Madison laid on the horn once again. This time the men helped their friend to the shoulder and propped him up against the fence. He wasn't moving. Madison gunned the accelerator and headed for the shoulder, frightening the two men, who jumped over the fence to safety. Madison had no intention of hurting them. It gave her one more opportunity to teach them a lesson. Once she cleared the last lamp post, she drove 2 wheels on the pavement and 2 wheels on the grassy shoulder. She then roared on to Linwood Terrace, towards the house. She looked in the rearview mirror to make sure nobody was following them. Alex looked frantically in all directions as well. They were in the clear, so Madison loosened her grip on the steering wheel. "You know I was just kidding about the Thelma and Louise thing this morning, right?" asked Alex. Madison ignored the question and gripped the wheel, doing 50 as she roared past the 30-mile-per-hour sign on Westview Avenue. After a moment, she calmly asked, "Do you think I killed him?" She'd lost track of how many laws she had broken that day. Chapter 35. 5 hours. 6 p.m., September 8th. Oval Office, the White House, Washington. If the walls of the Oval Office could talk, the American people would have a much better understanding of how their government worked. A lot happened within the confines of the famous bowed walls designed at the request of President William Howard Taft in the early 20th century. Within the confines of the president's personal workspace, domestic and foreign policy was reviewed, advisors were consulted, legislation was signed, and occasionally events required the president to address the nation via television and radio. In the 2 hours prior to the announced address, the president's husband was flown in from Chappaqua on Long Island. The national security team was assembled, and advisors from across the entire governmental and political spectrum were summoned. The president was going to address the nation regarding the impending geomagnetic storm. The conversations had become contentious several times. The national security and law enforcement advisors insisted upon full disclosure and announcement of maximum readiness. The political and domestic advisors cautioned against unduly frightening the public, pointing to a mass suicide that occurred in South America earlier in the day by some religious zealots. A compromise of sorts had been reached upon the suggestion of the president's husband. A series of executive orders were drafted and executed by the president in anticipation of a worst-case scenario. The public, however, would be told a watered-down version of the potential impact AR-3222 would bestow upon the nation later that evening. Prepare for the worst without frightening Americans. The president settled in behind her desk. Flanking her to the viewer's left was the United States flag. To the right stood the official flag of the President of the United States, which consisted of the presidential coat of arms on a dark blue background. The producers of the event admonished the attendees within the Oval Office to find a seat and quiet down. The president adjusted her suit as she looked into the teleprompter above the camera. She was given the 10-second countdown. My fellow Americans, tonight I address you and millions of others around the world regarding a significant space weather event that might affect all of us. There have been a lot of misconceptions bantered about, as well as fear-mongering among many in the press and on Capitol Hill. Our nation is blessed with some of the most talented scientists and astronomers in the world. Through their efforts over many decades, from the first time we launched a rocket into space until Neil Armstrong uttered those famous words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," as he stepped on the lunar surface in 1969, our nation has led the world in space exploration and monitoring. Today we've been alerted to a significant space weather event emanating from the sun. I will not delve into the scientific findings and the probabilities at this time. We will be disseminating a summary to the news media, and we ask that the media act responsibly in its reporting. Whether this particular solar event will hit the planet directly or deliver a glancing blow is yet to be determined. My staff has prepared a graphic which is being shown to you at this time so that you can better understand the basics of solar activity. It is also available on whitehouse.gov. I will say this. Your government is prepared for every possible contingency as this solar flare approaches our planet. For years, contingency plans and continuity of government directives have been in place to protect the American people in times of crises. Today is no exception. We are here to protect you and do our part in the event of a required recovery operation. But there are things you can do to help us, our first responders, and your neighbors. Out of an abundance of precaution, I have declared the entire nation except for Hawaii to be in a national state of emergency. There are several common aspects of what this entails, which I will advise you of now. First, stay home. Leave the roads open for first responders to assist those in need. Toward that end, I've instructed the Department of Homeland Security to issue a nationwide curfew of dusk. I urge you to comply with this simple request and be in your homes or another secure location as night comes. Second, listen to and comply with the orders of state and local law enforcement. This solar event will impact different parts of the country in different ways. If you don't follow the instructions that apply to your particular part of the nation, you're likely to be injured or find yourself in the way of law enforcement activities. Third, as Commander-in-Chief, my highest priority is to protect our nation from all threats, foreign and domestic. Toward that end, I've recalled our American troops to American soil for the purposes of assisting law enforcement in the event a recovery effort is necessary. The military's traditional role will be repurposed to assist the Department of Homeland Security in every means necessary to achieve order in the streets of America. Fourth, I've executed an executive order that immediately freezes consumer prices across the board. This will apply to everything from hotel rooms to food, gasoline, and essential services. No American should become a profiteer in times of national distress. All of us should work together. Share your resources with one another. After you've ensured your own safety, consider the health and welfare of your neighbors. Your government will be there to help you through this potentially trying time. Thank you. Godspeed to each and every one of you, and God bless America. Chapter 36. 4 hours. 7 p.m., September 8th. Ryman Residence, Nashville, Tennessee.
No more runs, okay, Mom? Alex laughed as she lifted the rear deck lid and hoisted one of the propane tanks out onto the brick driveway with a clank.
Oh, I agree, she replied. This was worth the effort, though, don't you think?
Yeah, and we didn't get in a fight, for a change.
Sort of, mumbled Madison, wondering if she'd overreacted as the men harassed them. Madison unconsciously touched her still swollen cheek as a reminder of their first excursion. She made a mental note to apply copious base makeup before Colton arrived home. He would be worn out from his trip, and she didn't want him to be overly concerned.
What about the generator?
Alex grabbed the box by the cardboard handle and slid it towards the edge of the bumper.
Never mind, let Daddy get it. Generators are boy toys anyway.
Alex stretched for the bag of guns from Philip's Toy Mart and closed the lid. As dusk turned to night, the Ryman women arranged everything they had acquired today in the dining room. Their stockpile now encroached into the living area. For the next half hour, Madison roamed around the house looking for anything useful to add to the pile. She couldn't sit still because Colton now consumed her thoughts. Where is he? Why hasn't he called? She pulled all of the toiletries from the guest bathrooms and stacked them together. She found a Ziploc bag full of complimentary hotel shampoo, conditioner, soaps, and sewing kits from a vacation they took to Disney World a year ago. In a guest closet, a pool bag full of chapsticks, sunscreens, and lotions were left over from the same trip. After mentally chastising herself for not finding a proper storage space for these items, she quickly complimented herself for her forethought. Madison replayed the conversation she had with Mr. Hart while he helped load up their purchases from the hardware store. He referred to the Hart family trading post. Money wouldn't do any good if the power was out for weeks, months, or years. Life would be like the old days when a trader would exchange a beaver pelt for a bushel basket of corn. She immediately turned to the china hutch, where Madison accumulated several bottles of wine and liquor for Friday night's party. The Rymans didn't drink, but most of their neighbors did. She could trade them a bottle of wine for something her family didn't have. Liquor might be more valuable than $100 bills. The china hutch also contained a large selection of pillar and tapered candles. Oddly, this find prompted her to think of insects. She went through the French doors and made her way to the pool house. A helicopter was heard overhead, circling an area towards their west near Belmead. Inside the pool house, she found citronella candles, insect repellents, and a jug of Orthomax insect killer. She picked it up to give it a shake. It was full. Just because the apocalypse is upon us doesn't mean the bugs run away from our home. The pool house search also yielded granulated chlorine, which she thought could be useful in purifying water. She made a mental note to look it up in the books she bought. There were also trash bags, some tiki torches with fuel, and a box of fireworks left over from a rain-canceled July 4th get-together. She carried in the first load and laid the things on the floor near the dining room. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Madison jumped at the unexpected shrieking pitch of the doorbell. Her body immediately was overcome with emotion and fear. Is it the police coming to tell her about Colton? Who would be coming by in the dark with all that's going on? Knock, 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 knock. Oh no, it's that loud, authoritative pounding of the door that the cops use on television to demand entry. Mom, what should we do? Alex scrambled on the sofa and immediately pulled the toy Taurus pistol out of the bag. Her hands were shaking, and for the first time, Madison sensed fear in her daughter. Madison gathered herself and immediately went to the solid carved wood double doors. She instantly regretted not installing a peephole to see who was on the other side. She carefully pulled the window shears aside and saw the legs of a woman dressed in seersucker shorts. She let out a sigh of relief. It isn't the police, and it doesn't appear to be a thug. Madison opened the door and greeted her neighbors, Shane and Christy Wren. Shane was a political science professor at Vanderbilt University, and Christy was a stay-at-home mother who was riding bikes with her two girls on the sidewalk earlier in the day. He also happened to be the president of the Harding Place Association, a loosely bound group of neighbors who held meetings once a year to talk about things like lawn care standards, improper Christmas displays, and other matters of national importance like parking your cars outside of your garage for extended periods. "Hi, Shane and Christy," said Madison, peering around the open door. "You guys startled us." "Oh, we're sorry about that, Madison," said Shane. "As president of the HPA, I thought I'd be remiss if I didn't pay our neighbors a visit and discuss current events." "No, that's okay," said Madison, who still held the door half open. "It's just that, well, it's dark, and there's a lot going on today."
Well, that's part of the reason I wanted to stop by and speak to everyone. There's an abundance of false information out there. All this doomsday talk is unproductive. Now, you know, these solar flares happen all the time. Madison imperceptibly shook her head. Go ahead, stick your head in the sand. She was sure most of the residents comprising the HPA thought like Shane Wren. Yeah, you're probably right. Much ado about nothing. Madison attempted a laugh to mask her real beliefs. Christie was stretching her neck to look past Madison. It's kind of dark out here. Madison took the hint and reached across the closed half of the doors and flipped on the foyer and porch lights at the same time. Big mistake. The lights illuminated her battered face. Oh my gosh, Madison, exclaimed Christie. Are you okay, dear? Shane, look at her face. Shane and Christie both leaned towards Madison to get a closer look, which caused her to recoil abruptly and cover her bruised cheek with her hand. Oh, it's nothing, started Madison as she laughed nervously. You should see the other guy. They weren't laughing with her. Madison, started Shane, dragging out the pronunciation of her name. Where's Colton? He's out of town, she replied, but he should be home any time. I can have him call you. She closed the door slightly to obstruct their view of the food and supplies in plain view behind her. The Wrens glanced at each other with that all-knowing, we've got this situation pegged look. Christie pointed to the luggage by the foyer closet door. Are you guys going on a trip? She asked. Madison turned and looked at where she was pointing. Crap. She tried to downplay the luggage. Oh, no, not with all that's going on. I mean, you know, Alex and I were cleaning out the closets while we're waiting for Colton to get home. Alex approached quietly from the living room, her bare feet not making a sound. She leaned into Madison's ear and asked, Mom, is everything all right? My God, shrieked Christie. Is that a gun? Alex had forgotten to put down the replica handgun. Wait, oh, you mean this? She replied. This is just a toy we found in the, closet. Alex began to wave the gun around to indicate its harmlessness, which frightened the bejesus out of the Wrens. They immediately jumped back and held up their hands in unison. Inwardly, Madison laughed at the unintended effect. She thought the conversation was over, but Shane persisted. Madison, do you and Alex need some help? He asked. He pressed on. Should we call someone, the police, perhaps? Why would you call the police? Madison shot back, trying not to get agitated. Because of the gun? It's a toy, for Pete's sake. Alex, give that to me so I can show them. Christie was clutching Shane by the arm, pulling him away from the front door. Honey, let's go, she urged. But, started Shane, as he also tried to peer past Madison to get a better look inside. Madison stopped any further inquiry. Listen, you guys, I was involved in a scuffle at the ATM earlier today. It was nothing more than that. It's late. We're tired. If there's nothing else, I think we should say good night. No, of course, replied Shane. Are you sure, Madison? Asked Christie. You and Alex are certainly welcome to come stay with us, for a few days if you want. No, I don't want. Good night, said Madison, as she closed the door and held it shut with her back. She could hear them talking outside. Is Colton an abuser? Should we report it? I had no idea. Poor woman. Do you think he beats Alex, too? Madison was fuming. She wanted to open the door and give them a piece of her mind, but she held back. Her biggest concern was revealing all of her preps. Wait, preps. She used the word for the first time as it related to the food and supplies they'd gathered. I'm a prepper now. Chapter 37. 4 hours, 7:20 p.m., September 8th, T-Rix Citgo, Interstate 40, Hazen, Arkansas. It was getting darker as Colton finally cleared the traffic 20 miles east of Little Rock. Just as the president's address to the nation ended, so did his Sirius satellite feed. He tuned into a local radio station, KARN, and listened to the commentary on the president's handling of the threat. They were not kind to her. He began to study his fuel gauge and performed some calculations. He might be able to make it to Memphis, which at this pace was only an hour or so away. But he knew enough about the city that pulling off for gas in a Corvette was a death wish. He would start looking for a gas station in one of the small towns between here and Memphis. Colton turned up the radio as the conversation shifted to the effect of the solar storm on electronics and vehicles. Fox News was now streaming live on KARN now, and Greta Van Susteren was interviewing a professor from MIT. Thank you for having me on, Greta. First, let's establish a few given facts. There hasn't been any credible resource that has conducted testing on the effects of an electromagnetic pulse on a vehicle other than the recent use of the EMP cannon by law enforcement to disable a vehicle. When the high-altitude nuclear testing took place in the 1950s and early 60s, automobiles did not have the extensive wiring and electronics of today's models. What about today's vehicles? My car's wired like a rocket ship. How could that possibly survive an EMP? Asked Van Susteren. It probably would not survive a high-altitude EMP delivered by a nuclear warhead, but it is unlikely that a geomagnetic storm would harm an automobile's electronics because the E3 component of the electromagnetic pulse is not strong enough to cause damage to the wiring. So our cars will not be affected? You'll appreciate this, counselor. The guest laughed, making an obvious reference to Van Susteren's previous career as an attorney. The answer is yes, no, and maybe. I object, interjected Van Susteren. Modern automobiles have as many as 100 microprocessors that control virtually all functions. Depending on the strength of the electromagnetic pulse, these microprocessors will cease to function. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst-case scenario for this geomagnetic storm and 1 being a more typical C-class storm, I'd put the likelihood at 10 that most vehicles will shut down. This geomagnetic storm has the potential to be unlike any other this planet has endured in modern history. Are you saying we'll be walking everywhere or riding bikes? That is the maybe part of your answer. For those lucky few who own an operating vehicle older than 1970, generally considered to be the pre-electronics age in the development of automobiles, you may be in luck. How so? Asked Van Susteren. Vehicles from the 50s and 60s will most likely continue to operate, he replied. Colton slowed as he approached a deserted-looking exit for the small town of Hazen, Arkansas. A blue highway sign indicated a couple of fuel options, including a Shell station and a Citgo named T-Rix. Both sides of the interstate had featured fields of soybean and little in the way of residential housing. This might be his best opportunity to fill up and, more importantly, call home. The Shell station was closed and had been boarded up as if they expected a hurricane. T-Rix logo featured a neon green drawing of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and appeared to be open. He pulled into the pumps. Attached to the pump with duct tape was a handwritten sign that read, "Cash only, prices subject to change." Colton suddenly wished he was wearing overalls and driving a busted-up truck like those in the parking lot. He imagined the conversation. "Well, sir, for Leon over here, the price is $3 a gallon. For you, Mr. City Slicker, today's price is $813 a gallon." Colton didn't have a choice. He exited the Corvette and took the keys with him. There was an 18-wheeler parked to the side with its driver standing nearby smoking a cigarette. A Nissan truck, an old Jeep Wagoneer, and a blue pickup carrying a four-wheeler were parked to the left side of the building. Here we go. Colton pushed open the doors into the convenience store and immediately felt 3 sets of eyes staring a hole through him. Behind the counter was a large man sporting a rotund belly and a wife-beater shirt. 2 other men stood across the store from him, drinking beer. Colton stopped dead in his tracks, not sure of where to start. Finally, after a brief stare-down, he turned his attention to the man behind the counter. "I need some gas. How much is it a gallon?" The man stared back and didn't respond. "Where are you from?" asked the tall, lanky beer drinker to his right. Colton didn't want any trouble, but he was extremely nervous at this point. These guys weren't the welcome wagon. "I'm from Nashville," he replied with his best southern accent. "That's a pretty car you got there, bud," said the beer drinker's companion after letting out a belch. "Say, you been down on your knees, bud?" Colton felt panic as a scene from Deliverance flashed through his head. As he saw them staring down at his knees, Colton remembered he'd ripped them open ducking from the gunfire. They were now covered in dried blood. "Looks like he's either been praying or messing with them boys in Lonoke County," laughed Tall and Lanky. This elicited a series of guffaws and bellows from the Hazen boys. Colton didn't like where this was headed and quickly glanced outside to see if any other customers were headed this way. The parking lot and the gas pumps were empty, except for his Corvette. The driver of the big rig was gone as well. "Listen, fellas, I'd like to talk some more, but I really need to fill up, pick up a few things, and hit the road. So how much is your gas?" The big man behind the counter responded. "It's $400 to fill up. Full service, of course." This brought another roar of laughter from the peanut gallery. Colton was trying to assess whether these 3 clowns were a threat or simply enjoying themselves at his expense. "Okay," said Colton. "I saw an ATM sign outside. Where is it?" He looked around and found it for himself. He studied the ATM and learned he could only withdraw $200 at a time with a fee of $6 for each withdrawal. T-Rix must not have gotten the memo from the president about price gouging. Well, Bud, ain't you gonna use it? There ain't no full service on the ATM pump.
More roars of laughter as the sound of another 16-ounce beer being opened urged Colton to get a move on. Colton made 3 withdrawals, giving him around $800. He walked to the cooler and grabbed 3 bottles of water and 2 packaged egg salad sandwiches. He found a bag of Muncho's potato chips and set the items on the counter. He looked around for a phone car charger. If the circumstances had been different, he would have asked to use the phone. At this point, he just wanted to get the heck out of Dodge, or Hazen in this case. Do you have a car charger for a cell phone? The man turned and pulled one off a pegboard rack behind him. An orange sticker revealed a price of $12. They're $100 today only, he announced. More roars of laughter from his entourage. Say, Bud, said Tall and Lanky, walking closer to Colton. Colton glanced outside again, seeking any type of assistance. Still the same 3 cars and no new patrons. What do you say I take your shiny vet for a little ride after I fill her up? I'm tired of driving that old wagoneer. You wouldn't mind that now, would you? Colton instinctively backed away from the man, who was getting too close for comfort. He held up both his hands and said, Listen, I just want to get back to Nashville. Let me pay your friend for the gas and these other things, and I'll get out of your way. Come on, Bubba, leave him be, said the man behind the counter. Yeah, Otis is right, said Bubba's sidekick. Bubba and Otis, no surprise there. Bubba pressed forward. Colton's survival instincts took over. Every human was capable of a fight-or-flight reaction when threatened by a potential attack or threat to their survival. Colton's reaction was swift and based on his years of training. His options were to flee, run out the door as fast as he could and find gas elsewhere, or he could fight, which was not his nature, but might be his only option, though not likely to end well. Or he could negotiate, which was his forte. Colton was always a very quick thinker. During any negotiation, you had to be able to react and seize an opportunity when it presented itself. Colton had a solution. Listen, Bubba, I have a deal that you're going to like, said Colton as he pulled the keys out of his pocket. Bubba stopped and took another swig of beer, followed by a series of belches that came out of his throat like burpity burp burp burp. Well, Bud, I'm in a dealing frame of mind. What you got? Colton began to feel the tension ease out of his body. The boys were on his turf now. How about a simple trade? My Corvette for your Jeep Wagoneer, straight up, and I'll even spend another couple $100 with Otis on some things for the road. Bubba started laughing and spilled some of his beer, drawing an admonishment from Otis. Party foul, brother. Bubba glanced past Colton and stared at the car. Then he stroked his beard. Title for title? Well, started Colton. Yeah, except I don't have the title. I'd have to mail it to you. This brought roars of laughter from everyone. Do it, Bubba, said Otis. You don't need the man's title. You're Daddy's sheriff. You could drive around this county with the top off and your pants around your knees without getting stopped. Besides, you've been wanting new wheels for a while now. Yeah, Bubba, make the deal, encouraged his sidekick. Colton held his breath. Every good closer knew when to shut his mouth. The only movement he made was raising his right arm to show Bubba the key ring with the shiny stainless Corvette logo engraved on it. Bubba stared at the car, finished off his beer, let out the obligatory chorus of burps, and said, Deal! Chapter 38. 4 hours. 7:45 p.m., September 8th. Ryman Residence, Belmead, Tennessee. Alex continued to monitor the news while Madison completed her rummaging through the pool house. She was still troubled by the visit from the Wrens. They were nosy neighbors and huge gossips. On the surface, their offers of helping others in the HPA would appear admirable. In reality, it was a way for them to brag on their good deeds and stay in everybody's business. Madison's biggest fear was the spreading of false rumors about her injuries. As she looked back on the conversation, Christy and Shane implied Colton was responsible for the beating. Suddenly Alex was yelling for her through the back door. Mom, are you out here? Madison dropped everything and ran onto the pool decking. Is everything okay? It's Dad. He sent us some texts. Madison's heart was racing. She would never admit it, but she was genuinely thrilled and relieved that Colton was not hurt or worse. She'd kept busy preparing during the day, but now her thoughts were constantly on Colton. What did they say? She asked, greeting Alex at the French doors. Alex quickly read the series of text messages. They must have all come through at once, replied Alex. I'm on my way. Dallas was chaos. Flights canceled. East of Little Rock now. Had to rent a car. A vet. Traded the vet for a beater truck.
We'll explain. I miss you guys. Love you more than you know." Madison began to cry uncontrollably. "He's safe and on his way." Alex also started crying and hugged her mom. The entire day they had endured so much, yet continued to put on a good front for each other. They were Ryman women and would stay strong for each other. But for the moment, they let it all out. "See, Mom?" Alex laughed, wiping away her tears. "I knew it all along." "Ha, Alex, of course you did." Madison grinned and sniffed. She wiped her nose on her sleeve, which was allowed during mother-daughter moments. Alex did the same, which elicited more laughs of relief. Madison turned her attention to the last of things she found in the pool house, which included some snacks, cases of soda, and a hammock. Alex quickly helped her, and they locked the door behind them. "Honey, let's pull all the curtains closed and turn off any unnecessary lights. At night, people can see in, but we can't see out. I thought about that when the Wrens arrived at the front door. I wonder how much they saw." "Too much, obvi," replied Alex. "They should mind their own business." "I agree," said Madison. "How about your daddy renting a Corvette? You think he's having a midlife crisis?" "A what?" asked Alex, as she dove back into her laptop. "Nothing." A siren wailed as 2 police cars sped down Harding Place toward Belmead. "Holy crap, Mom, check this out," shouted Alex. "What is it?" "We're famous. Janie just emailed me this. Someone filmed us at the ATM and posted it to YouTube. Well, Channel 5 posted it. Check it out." Madison closed the last of the living room curtains and turned off the foyer light. She used her toes to kick off her sneakers and ran to join Alex on the sofa. Alex pushed play. The video started after Madison was initially knocked to the ground. It showed the man trying to wrestle the money away, and the voices of the other ATM customers could be heard in the background. "Should we help her? I'm not getting out of line. Ooh, look at the girl." From the left side of the camera operator's perspective, Alex ran by in a flash, raising the golf club with all her might, which produced a downswing landing squarely in the mugger's ribs. The crack could be heard over the microphone. "Holy sh!" exclaimed one of the bystanders as Alex pummeled the man. "That girl be cray-cray." The video ended with Alex helping her mom to her feet. "Wow," said Madison, collapsing back into the oversized sofa. "It happened so fast." "Cray-cray," muttered Alex. "I'll show you crazy. I should have grabbed another club and beat all those people for not helping. Can you believe that, Mom?" Alex reached for the remote and turned to Channel 5, WTVF. The news did not replay the attack, but their crews were all over town. The reason for the Belmead Boulevard closure was revealed. A woman had been stabbed multiple times in an apparent carjacking. 2 men had attacked her and attempted to steal her car. They drove off but lost control on a curve and crashed into a tree. The police were still searching for the 2 men, but the news reporter indicated that first responders had their hands full and had been unsuccessful in their search. The news anchor, Carrie Sharp, reported that local law enforcement was unable to enforce the curfew. They were overwhelmed, responding to reports of looting and strong-arm robberies. A melee had broken out at a Walmart in North Nashville as a group of teens stormed the sporting goods department. They caught the clerk off guard and performed a smash and grab, stealing guns and ammo. Store security personnel were powerless to stop their escape. Madison switched the channel to Fox News, which showed scenes of the National Guard moving into place in the nation's capital. Barricades were being established to prevent access to the city. The headlines changed continuously, but indicated the president, the vice president, and the cabinet were being moved into undisclosed secure locations. Finally, a BBC report showed a video of a group descending upon the French village of Bougarache, a small town in southern France. It was prophesied that Bougarache was the only place to survive an end-of-the-world event. For many years it was rumored the local mountains, the Pic de Bougarache, held mystical powers. Visitors were known to perform strange rituals, which at times frightened the local population. Now it had become a perceived place of refuge. Madison thought about their home and its location. They were surrounded by 25,000 people in the zip code of 37205. If she included the adjacent neighborhoods in 37215, the population doubled to 50,000, within a few square miles. All of those people could become a threat when they became desperate. What about outsiders? She had never experienced anything like those men attacking their truck today. And a carjacking on Belmead Boulevard? That was a first in her dozen or more years of living on Harding Place. Her mind began to race. If this was the reaction of people before the solar flare hit, what would it be like when the power went off? Especially when the nation learned that it wasn't coming on again for a long time. She got off the sofa and began to wander aimlessly through each room in their house. She went upstairs and approached all of the windows, cautiously looking around the perimeter of their yard. She never thought of where they lived as a place to hunker down, as they said on TV shows. Now she was looking at it from a different perspective. Is it safe here? A place of refuge? Belmead was known as the wealthiest zip code in Metro Nashville. Would it be an obvious target for looters and thugs? She shuddered as she unconsciously shook off the thought. She wanted Colton home. Chapter 39. 3 hours. 8:15 p.m., September 8th, Interstate 40, West Memphis, Arkansas. It was pitch dark now, and Colton was concerned about the effect the president's curfew order would have on his ability to pass through Memphis. News reports from major cities were pretty bleak. The country was already slipping into anarchy. Colton didn't feel one bit guilty for duping Bubba out of his 1969 Jeep Wagoneer. Of course, on the surface, the deal was very one-sided. The vet was probably worth $80,000, but he didn't own it. His American Express Gold Card would cover the loss to the car rental company, and he might be faced with a hefty credit card bill, if it even mattered, after tonight. His text messages to Madison and Alex gave him a newfound resolve despite their lack of response. In his gut, he knew they were safe. It had been a long, stressful day. Seeing the Mississippi River and the lights of Memphis reminded him that he was back where he belonged, even if there were still 200 miles to go. I don't care, I could walk from here, he tried to tell himself. He had another route decision to make. Interstate 40 to his left went straight through the heart of Memphis, a dangerous proposition. Although shorter, the city was crime-ridden on a good day. With the reports of chaos nationwide, the inner city was no place to be. He'd studied a map he'd bought at T. Rick's as he approached the split in the highways. His other choice, a longer route, was to take I-55 to the south, loop down through northern Mississippi, and back up to Jackson via the back roads. He was less likely to encounter rioters and looters, and he didn't think local law enforcement would be setting up roadblocks to enforce the president's curfew. If the cops were smart, they'd be home taking care of their families, as he was trying to do. Approaching the divided highway, he saw flashing blue lights at the base of the arched Hernando de Soto Bridge, which crossed the Mississippi River into Memphis. The bridge was named after the famed Spanish explorer who navigated up the river in the 16th century and died near here. It appeared a roadblock was being established, preventing people from entering the city. He chose the less-traveled Interstate 55 route instead. The Wagoneer had an AM radio and an under-dash-mounted cassette player. Colton wasn't sure cassettes were even available to purchase anymore except on eBay. Bubba was kind enough to leave Colton with his copy of Lynyrd Skynyrd's Greatest Hits. It reminded Colton of his father, who grew up on Southern rock and roll. Country music was trending in that direction as well. Country pop crossovers were the norm rather than the exception now. Colton glanced at the Memphis airport to his right, and all flights were grounded. Traffic on the interstate was virtually non-existent. This worried him somewhat because he wanted to fly under the radar now, a big change from his high-flying attitude in the Corvette. He couldn't afford the loss of time resulting from another traffic stop or a government-mandated roadblock. His trip from DFW had begun as a race against time. Based on the news reports, an ETA of 11 p.m. had been established for the arrival of the brunt of the storm. What if they were wrong on the news about the time of impact? He knew it would be close, but he had some comfort in knowing this '69 model Jeep would keep running. Still, in the event it quit, every mile ticked off the highway was a mile he didn't have to walk to get home to his girls. "Welcome to Mississippi," the sign read, as he drove alone on the eastbound highway. He drove with the windows down, mostly because the air conditioning didn't work very well, and because there was a ghastly smell coming from the back of the Wagoneer. Bubba had either deposited a dead deer or a decomposing body in the rear at some point. Regardless, it was awful. The smell of the gasoline didn't help either. He'd purchased 3 5-gallon cans and filled them up. Although they didn't leak, the fumes would have probably proved deadly with his windows rolled up. If the pundits were correct, gasoline would become a valuable commodity after the power grid collapsed. He would have just enough gas to get home in the 12-mile-per-gallon behemoth. When it was introduced in 1969, gas prices were 35 cents per gallon. Colton's father told stories of competing gas stations having gas price wars. The stations would battle each other for the lowest price at an interchange. Quarter-a-gallon prices were not unusual. But then OPEC felt it was being cheated, and they started squeezing production, gradually quadrupling gas prices.
Once prices hit $1 a gallon, there was no looking back. Colton's mind was wandering again when he let off the gas pedal, but not because he was speeding. The Wagoneer had a governor on the accelerator of sorts. As soon as the truck reached 70 miles per hour, the front end would shake uncontrollably because the wheels were out of balance, or the front end was out of alignment, or probably both. He thought about how comfortable life was for Americans. Technology gave them the opportunity to make automobile tires spin at high speeds without vibrations. Computers could be attached to a vehicle's computer and diagnose every aspect of its functionality. Information was at their fingertips via the Internet. They could fly from coast to coast in less than 7 hours, a trip that took the early settlers using a horse-drawn carriage months. The experts on the radio warned this one giant burst from the sun would strip those modern conveniences in a given moment. It would change everything. Technologically, it would throw America back into the 1800s. Colton suddenly became very thankful for his family and the good things he had. He promised himself he would never take them for granted. Chapter 40. 2 hours. 9 p.m., September 8th, Bolivar Highway, Jackson, Tennessee. The barricades crossing Bolivar Highway and the 2 police cars blocking the road stood in direct contradiction to the sign Colton was parked next to, which read, "Jackson welcomes you. We're glad you're here." This was clearly not a welcoming committee. He turned off the truck and took out the small LED flashlight he'd purchased at T. Rick's. He turned the page on the Rand McNally Road Atlas and studied his alternatives. He was immediately upset with himself. He should have studied back road options before getting in this predicament. About 15 minutes ago, he'd crossed Highway 100, which would take him directly to Nashville. There were dozens of small towns in between, any of which could pose a roadblock problem or potential looters, but at least it was progress. With no viable options around the city of Jackson, Colton closed up the map and turned around. He found the first side street headed east and made his way through the neighborhoods. It was an odd sight. People were talking in their front yards, some cooking on their grills. In some respects, it resembled a 4th of July block party. Many of the men were carrying rifles slung over their shoulders. As he drove by, he garnered their attention. None of the residents made a threatening move toward him, but he was clearly being watched. As he turned south on US 45 and made his way back to Highway 100, he thought about his neighbors. Their home was not conducive to neighborhood social interaction. The houses were spread apart with long driveways to a private garage area. Although Harding Place had a sidewalk to encourage walking, jogging, and bike riding, the road itself was heavily traveled as an east-west route from Belmead to Interstate 65 and beyond to the Nashville airport. As a result, the types of block parties Colton just observed didn't exist. They rarely held get-togethers with their neighbors. Even Friday night's soiree would be made up primarily of business acquaintances, with the exception of a couple of neighbors. Colton easily passed through the small town of Henderson and sped up Highway 100. He felt he was on the home stretch. He looked at the inexpensive Timex camper watch he'd purchased from T. Rick's for its actual retail price of $35. He thought it would be handy if the solar storm ruined his Apple Watch, which would be worthless in any event. It was just after 9 o'clock. Colton tried to call home. All circuits are busy. The phone was fully charged now, but he kept it plugged in. From what he heard on the radio, the phone would be fried anyway, but he thought he'd keep it charged just in case it wasn't. He tried a text message. It left his phone with a swoosh. "East of Jackson. Love you guys." Colton held the phone for several minutes, anticipating a response. It never came. Colton was unaware that text would never go through. As he drove northeast toward the small town of Decaturville, he tried to reach Madison several times, but the All Circuits Are Busy recording was working overtime. He was within hours of home, but the brunt of the solar flare was already bearing down on the planet. It was dark on this deserted stretch of highway as he passed towns like Jack's Creek and Lick Skillet. The fertile lowland of the Tennessee River Basin in West Tennessee was prime real estate for growing cotton, soybeans, and other crops. Colton leaned forward in his seat and looked up at the sky. It was beginning to exhibit the early aurora effect, as promised by the weather watchers. The bright dancing lights of the electrically charged particles from the sun were created as they entered the Earth's atmosphere. At this point, the faint colors of blue and green engulfed the sky in a thin cloud or veil. The full moon began to rise over the eastern horizon and took on psychedelic colors as its reflection mixed with the hues of blue and green.
Colton wondered how something so beautiful could be so potentially deadly. Then he came to a realization. It wasn't the sun's particles and the beautiful aurora it produced that were going to be deadly. It would be man's reaction to the aftermath, just like his granddaddy said. Never underestimate the depravity of man. He pressed down on the gas despite the shaking of the front end. He didn't care if the truck shook out all his fillings. He needed to protect Madison and Alex. Chapter 41. 0 Hour. 11 p.m., September 8th. Ryman Residence, Nashville, Tennessee. The solemn CNN news team of Wolf Blitzer, Jake Tapper, and Don Lemon continued their commentary as their countdown to impact clock approached 0 hour. The scene at Times Square, New York, was reminiscent of a New Year's Eve countdown without the revelry and deprivation. The satellite news feed became erratic. DirecTV would frequently become frozen and pixelated, as if a serious thunderstorm was passing over Nashville. Error code 771 would appear frequently, and then the programming would continue. The World Wide Web had ceased to function consistently about an hour ago, as power outages affected web servers around the world. Madison wrapped all of their small electronic devices in heavy-duty aluminum foil. Then she placed their cell phones, laptops, and portable radios in the cardboard-lined galvanized trash cans purchased at the hardware store. She explained to Alex what she read about Faraday cages. The plan was to shield the electronics from the massive burst of energy created by the solar storm. They sat on the sofa, held hands, and prayed together, something Madison and Alex hadn't done as mother and daughter for years. They were anxious. Alex kept reminding her mom that the clock was arbitrary. The sun didn't send a memo to the stupid news network announcing the arrival time of the solar flare, yet the impact clock ticked toward 0 anyway. Where is Colton? The impact clock was winding down. Under 3 minutes. Earlier, Madison stopped looking out of the windows after Alex got annoyed. She'd been up and down off the sofa constantly for an hour. Their eyes were fixated on the television monitors. The eyes of the crowd in Times Square were glued to the digital screens and billboards all around the most famous stretch of cityscape in the world, the intersection of Broadway and 7th Avenue. What had once been dubbed the center of the universe became a mass of humanity, waiting, hopeful, and full of apprehension. As the impact clock hit 2 minutes 22 seconds, the bolt lock on the kitchen door snapped. Then the door handle wiggled before the door flung open. Frightened, Madison jumped up and quickly turned to look toward the kitchen. "Did you miss me?" She flung herself off the couch and ran around the furniture in that direction. Alex hopped over the back and hit the wood floor in a sprint. The impact of the two hugging Colton knocked him against the kitchen island. All three of the Rymans were sobbing, holding each other tight, eyes clenched shut. Words were not spoken, but ample tears streamed down everyone's faces. "I love you guys so much," Colton managed to say through his sniffles. "We love you, Daddy." "Colton, you have no idea how much we need you. I never want us to be apart again," said Madison, as she buried her face in his chest. After a moment, Madison pulled away and looked down to hide her bruised face. The attempt to cover bruises and scabs with makeup was erased by the tearful outburst. "What happened to your knees?" she asked through her sobs, as she examined his blood-stained, torn suit pants. "I hit the pavement and had to scramble away when the gunfire started," he replied. "Real gunshots?" asked Alex through the tears. Colton took his hands and gently lifted Madison's face up to kiss her. He saw her bruises and scrapes. "Oh, honey, what happened?" "I'm okay," replied Madison. "I got mugged at the ATM today." "What? Are you hurt elsewhere? Thank God you're okay." "I beat him with a golf club, Daddy," Alex proudly added. "Which one?" "Which one what?" Alex began to ask, and then answered her own question. "My sand wedge." "Good club choice, sweetheart," replied Colton, as the laughter helped ease the tension and the tears. "Thank God you're both okay." They began to move into the living room when Alex exclaimed, "Hey, look, the clock stopped at 0 and nothing happened." The CNN cameras panned the mass of humanity as a spontaneous eruption of joy and relief filled the packed crowd. The trio of news anchors couldn't contain themselves as they exchanged hugs and handshakes. Jubilation accompanied pandemonium in Times Square, the so-called center of the universe, as the bright neon lights from the McDonald's logo to the Bank of America sign continued their dazzling display. Then crackle, sizzle, snap, snap, snap. Darkness. Blackout.
0 hour. Here's a sneak preview of 0 Hour, Book 2 of the Blackout series, by Bobby Acart. Some people had never been in complete darkness. They never had a reason to be. There were always lights everywhere, spilling from a neighbor's home through your windows or the glow of a nearby town lighting up the horizon. The illumination of cell phones, computer screens, televisions, vehicles, and businesses invaded our surroundings every night, all night. Most Americans grew up not knowing what complete darkness was. Few had experienced a total blackout. But tonight, at 0 hour, everyone was. Midnight was forever. Then there was the silence. Noise could have a harmful effect on your health and psyche. The word noise came from a Latin term meaning queasiness or pain. The body reacted immediately and powerfully to the signals transmitted through the ear to the brain. We lived in consistently loud environments, which created chronically elevated levels of stress hormones. In a world full of commotion, the sudden silence could be frightening. Once there was the hum of background electronics ranging from kitchen appliances to the fans on computers. In a city environment, the constant sounds emanating from outside, planes, trains, and automobiles, became a way of life. The stillness could be calming, until it made you uncomfortable. For some, silence wrecked the nerves. It made them uneasy, vulnerable. The quieter it became, the more you could hear. You could hear your breathing, or the beating hearts of the loved ones you held tight. The lack of external stimuli quieted your mind and allowed you to focus on what was closest to you. Alex shrieked at the suddenness of the blackout and the silence. An eerie glimmer of green and blue hues radiated through the transom window into the Ryman's home, producing a psychedelic glow inside. Colton hugged his daughter and reassured her. "It's okay, honey. We're all here together." "My God, Colton," Madison whispered, as if hushed voices were the new way of life. Colton didn't want to let go of his girls. At this moment he thanked God for life's greatest blessing, the love of a family. In the darkness, the Rymans didn't say a word for several minutes. Their embrace said it all. Family was the circle of strength, founded on faith, joined in love. They would endure together forever. "Guys, there's something you have to see," said Colton, rubbing the backs of his girls before heading them to the kitchen door leading to the driveway. "It's phenomenal." He led them outside onto the brick paver driveway. The popping of the Wagoneer's motor cooling down blended in with the crickets' orchestra, and they were the only sounds heard. Wisps of blue and green floated across the dark sky. As the electrically charged particles from the sun collided with Earth's atmosphere, the most common auroral color, a pale greenish yellow, filled the sky. As nitrogen particles collided, blues were introduced, providing an entrancing magical display for the world to see. "Daddy, this is amazing," marveled Alex, who slowly walked in circles, attempting to take it all in. "I've been looking at pictures online, but to see the northern lights is boom, boom, crackle, 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 boom." An explosion, followed by rapid snaps, sounding similar to fireworks or sparklers, zipped through the tranquility. The South Davidson substation, 5 miles to their west, had just erupted into flames as the incredible surge of energy from the geomagnetic storm overwhelmed its protective relay systems. These systems were designed to trip certain breakers when a fault was detected, like a significant surge in energy. The battery backup system failed, the substation infrastructure was compromised, and the substation became a raging inferno. The Rymans instinctively ran into their front yard to see the ball of fire gradually rise above Belmead Country Club. Colton looked down the hill of their front yard and saw their neighbors gathered on the sidewalk looking towards the colorful sky. They also appeared to be distracted by the sound. Then Colton heard it. It was hissing at first and gradually grew louder to a hum. Bzzz. The mysterious noise grew in intensity as it progressed into an ominous crackling in the distance. Out of the corner of his eye, Colton was the first to see the flashes of light rapidly coming towards them. He tried to process the correlation between sight and sound. It was beyond his comprehension. And then he realized what was happening. "Hey!" Colton shouted as he ran down the hill to the center of his yard. "Run! Run! Get away from the street!" His neighbors, the O'Malleys, looked back at him, dumbfounded. Their feet weren't moving. Colton waved his arms and yelled once again before he slipped and lost his footing in the wet, dewy grass. He rolled onto his stomach and covered his head as he saw the unimaginable. A fireball was blazing along the power lines from the substation. Fueled by the electrical surge, it strengthened and then obliterated the transformer at the top of the power pole across the road. Sparks, fire, and debris rained down upon the people on the sidewalk. The blast was emanating an extreme amount of heat, which caused the trees to erupt spontaneously into an inferno. Mr. O'Malley, his shirt on fire, was frantically rolling around on the wet grass to put out the flames. Screams filled the air as burning tree branches fell to the ground. As the transformer finally gave way, the red-hot glowing power lines broke free and fell to the sidewalk, dancing like rattlesnakes that had lost their heads, but not their will to strike. Mrs. O'Malley was electrocuted, dying instantly. Her husband, still smoldering from the burns, scrambled through the wet grass towards her to help and was electrocuted from the conductivity. The fireball, meanwhile, roared towards Forest Hills, where the Nashville Electric Service substation suffered a similar fate. In its wake, fires were set along Harding Place all the way to Interstate 65. Madison and Alex rushed to Colton's side. "Colton!" exclaimed Madison. "Are you okay?" "Daddy!" cried Alex, as she also slipped and fell, rolling onto her father. They shielded their faces from the intense heat generated by the burning oils spilled by the older transformers. Colton helped Alex to her feet and led them back towards the house. His face was burning, as if he had fallen asleep under a heat lamp. "Alex, grab some buckets from the pool house," instructed Colton. Alex took off, and he turned his attention to his wife, who had a frightened look on her face. "Madison, I need you to open the garage and pull the wagoneer inside. The keys are in it. Close the garage door behind you. You'll have to pull the red string to unlatch it." She nodded. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I am. Now hurry, honey. Nobody can know about our truck, okay?" Madison took off up the hill and crossed paths with Alex, who had returned with 2 5-gallon pails that had been used for pool chemicals. "Are these the ones, Daddy?" "Yes, baby. We have to help put out the fires," replied Colton. "Won't the fire trucks come and do it?" she asked. "I don't know, Alex. I don't think so. Let's go." Colton and Alex shielded their faces as they took a wide berth around the smoldering transformer. The fire had died out somewhat, but the fallen tree branches were still burning. With the recent 100-degree heat and the lack of rainfall, Colton didn't want the fire to get out of control. "Oh, my God, Dad!" shouted Alex as she passed near the charred bodies of their neighbors. She covered her face as the stench from the burning bodies permeated the air. "Don't look, Alex," said Colton as he grabbed her arm and pulled her with him. "There's nothing we can do for them right now." The next-door neighbor stood with a water hose in the middle of the O'Malley's yard. Colton and Alex ran past him as he mumbled, "It won't work. There's no water." "Come with us," yelled Colton as he ran through the side gate to the O'Malley's backyard pool. They scooped up as much water as they could carry and returned to douse the flames. "What can we do?" asked Rusty Kaplan. He and his wife Karen were the Ryman's immediate neighbors on the right. "Hey, Rusty," Colton greeted him. "You and Karen try to find some buckets in the greenhouse over there. We'll start with these." A couple of other neighbors joined in, while others stood off in the distance, doing nothing. It took 30 minutes for Colton and his neighbors to put out the flames. Sadly, through it all, the O'Malleys lay on their front lawn, dead and forgotten. Colton retrieved a tarp and some cinder blocks from their backyard. He would come back in the morning to bury them, the first of several he would bury in the coming days. That's a special preview of 0 Hour, Book 2 of the Blackout series by Bobby Akart. This has been 36 Hours, a post-apocalyptic EMP survival fiction series, the Blackout series, Book 1, written by Bobby Akart, narrated by Kevin Pierce. Copyright 2016 by Bobby Akart Incorporated. Production copyright 2016 by Bobby Akart Incorporated. Audible hopes you